December 31st, we have what it takes for the tobacco house to be up and to plant tobacco. There is no other way. To go back or forward, nothing.
Everything indicates that the people of Pinar del Rio do not lose faith despite adversity. Today, Pinar del Rio is determined to recover its main poles for lobster capture and tobacco cultivation. Fabiola Lopez, TeleSUR, Havana.
It is time to review the social networks in terms of ecology and the environment, but also what you sent us through Twitter at Zona Verde TeleSUR and Facebook, Zona Verde TeleSUR. Let's see it.
On the social network Twitter, the account at @AndroCanal shares a photo of an impressive waterfall in the Venezuelan Essequibo. Other parts of its flora and fauna include bank bromeliads and the golden frog. The brilliant morpho butterfly can also be seen in the Cayeteur Gorge. On the same platform, the user @Fenix Canarias from Spain shares photos of some islands in the Chinijo archipelago of the Canary Islands. Thousands of bird flocks to this rare bout of biodiversity, which was inhabited by the last population of monk seals in the Canary Islands, to reproduce each year. On the social network Facebook, we highlight the publication of David Ascanio, who shares photos and an interesting dissertation on the identification of an osprey in the Bolivar Park in Caracas, capital of Venezuela. While the user Clima, Desastres Naturales y Ambiente shared an article about advances in energy production by nuclear fusion. In South Korea, they break a new record by reaching a temperature of 100 million degrees Celsius for 30 seconds. This is 7 times more than the highest temperature generated in the core of our Sun.
Thank you for writing to us. It is very comforting for the entire Green Zone team to receive your greetings and comments. Stay with us because next we will tell you that in Guatemala, thanks to social pressure, extreme right-wing legislators archived an initiative that sought to simplify environmental procedures, and that included the creation of a super environmental ministry. But we will also tell you economic figures of what Hurricane Ian left in the state of Florida, United States.
Did you know that according to data from insured property analyst companies and the National Flood Insurance Program, the damage caused by Hurricane Ian in the state of Florida in the United States could amount up to $47 billion, which will make it one of the most expensive in the history of that U.S. federal entity.
We continue with more of Green Zone. In Guatemala, representatives of the extreme right were forced, thanks to social pressure, to file a bill that sought to reduce environmental licenses for extractive activities. Let's see more details in the following note by Santiago Boton.
Deputies from the extreme right decided to archive the 6054 law initiative that contemplated the creation of a super ministry of the environment that provoked widespread rejection, according to peasant groups.
Like our organization that, in some way, we're part of manifesting that we did not agree with this super ministry.
This bill proposed to bring together the environmental competition institutions in a single ministry to expedite environmental licensing procedures, among other objectives as justified by the environment minister in a television program.
If we focus, we avoid the duality of efforts, we expedite the investment of the country that is so urgent for us.
Social and environmental organizations denounced the 6054 initiative as a catastrophic law against natural heritage.
The objective is to deliver all natural assets to companies that operate with impunity, and that, in this case, there are no environmental crimes, which are even already regulated by the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources.
Native peoples warned that no law derived from the right-wing groups would seek to conserve natural resources, according to a community advocate.
Everything that the hills, the earth, and the valleys contain is sacred to us because it nourishes us with life. But the capitalists do not see it that way because they turn everything into merchandise. The important thing is that today they give money, even if they have to destroy everything they find in their path.
The Bill 6054 was shelved 7 months after it was filed. It was proposed by Shirley Rivera, President of the Board of Directors of the Congress of the Republic. Santiago Botón, TeleSUR, Guatemala.
Hurricanes are the most powerful and violent atmospheric phenomena of nature. They condense the energy received in tropical areas and transport it to colder areas. They are part of a larger family of phenomena called tropical cyclones, and together with depressions and storms, they hit the Caribbean all year round. In the following environmental data, we will tell you more about it.
Seen from satellites outside the Earth's atmosphere, a hurricane is a huge swirl of clouds revolving around a defined center and covering a large area of ocean surfaces. While on the surface of our planet, the speed of the wind is a key element to know if the atmospheric phenomena is a hurricane. While, if the speed of the winds does not exceed 38 miles per hour, it is a tropical depression. These are denominated by numbers, in sequence as they are generated during the season of the current year. When the tropical cyclone gains greater strength and its winds range from 29 to 73 miles per hour, it is designated a tropical storm, and at this point it is given a name for its baptism. On the other hand, the cyclones whose winds exceed 74 miles per hour are called hurricanes. Motivated by George Stewart's novel Storm, between the years of 1941 and the decade of the 70s of the last century, only female names were used to name storms. However, in response to protests by feminist movements, hurricanes are now alternately referred to by both masculine and feminine names.
Thinking about the importance of understanding and perceiving nature as a whole to which we belong and understanding how human activity impacts on it, today we present to you, as every week, a term of the environmental language. Today we refer to the definition Saffir-Simpson Hurricane Wind Scale.
Saffir-Simpson Hurricane Wind Scale. The Saffir-Simpson Hurricane Wind Scale classifies tropical cyclones according to the wind intensity and establishes categories from 1 to 5 according to the intensity of the hurricane. The scale was developed in 1969 by wind engineer Herb Saffir, a meteorologist Bob Simpson, and has since become an excellent tool for determining the potential impacts of a hurricane.
Before concluding our Green Zone edition this week, we invite you to discover one of the most beautiful islands in the Caribbean. In Cuba, Cayo Coco is a favorite place to practice marine sports such as surfing, skiing, and windsurfing, as well as diving. It is also known for its exuberant marine life. In the following video, we will discover these beautiful beaches.
Cayo Coco is an island located in the central region of Cuba, located in the Ciego de Ávila province. This destination is famous for its beautiful tourist resorts. With an area of 370 square kilometers, it is the fourth largest island in the country Caribbean. It is also part of a chain of islands known as King's Gardens. made up of the islands of Cayo Guillermo, Cayo Cruz, Cayo Romano, and Cayo Coco, all located in the Sabana Camagüey archipelago. To get to this paradisical place, you must opt for the airway. Cayo Coco has its own international airport, so its visitors can arrive directly from outside Cuba without having to make a stopover elsewhere in the country. It can also be reached by vehicle, through the causeway, or by boat and cruise ship. Cayo Coco is one of the main tourist poles of the largest of the Antilles. These beaches are considered among the most beautiful on the island. Among these, the most visited are Playa Larga, Playa Flamenco, and Las Coloradas. The ecosystem that surrounds the island is distinguished by its unparalleled beauty, its seabeds are the habitat of numerous endemic fish in this area of the Caribbean Sea. Its multicolored waters are ideal for underwater explorations and other water sports. Among the birds, the pink flamingos stand out, which live in the shallow waters of the island. Cayo Coco, a paradisiacal place. Magical turquoise waters, beaches lined with palm trees, an unforgettable postcard for life, and that is part of the diversity of Cuba.
Thus, we put an end to today's program. Remember that you can send us your comments and suggestions to our social networks that appear on the screen. Don't forget that by applying the 3 R's, reduce, reuse, and recycle, you can make a difference in caring for the environment. I am Henry Pillajo, and from the Junguilla community, I invite you to join us in the next delivery.
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR. Deep gazes filled with struggles and stories. Struggles that transcend generation. Know the deepest realities through its protagonists on TeleSUR Documentaries. Sunday. Only on TeleSUR.
Experience the Qatar World Cup with Carlos Montero, and through our social networks become a protagonist of this exciting experience. From the field, only on TeleSUR.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomon. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR. It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
Deep gazes filled with struggles and stories. Struggles that transcend generation. Know the deepest realities through its protagonists on TeleSUR documentaries. Sunday. Only on TeleSUR.
Experience the Qatar World Cup with Carlos Montero. And through our social networks, become a protagonist of this exciting experience. From the field, only on TeleSUR.
President of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, reported on the advances of dialogues with opposition groups and the recovery of Venezuelan frozen assets. In the Dominican Republic, social movements mobilized to demand changes to the current social security law. And in Palestine, hundreds held a funeral for one of the 5 young men killed as a result of the recent Israeli troop onslaught in the occupied West Bank. Hello, welcome to TeleSUR English. I am Estefania Bravo from the headquarters of Quito in Ecuador. This is From the South. This Wednesday, the president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro, described as successful the agreement signed between the commission representing the Bolivarian government and the opposition groups gathered in the United Platform of Venezuela last Saturday, November 26, through which part of the assets seized from the country were removed.
We have worked very hard on this agreement. It is an agreement that has very important social components for the life of Venezuela, which, in essence, is focused on regaining access to over $3 billion withheld, frozen, confiscated in bank accounts in the United States and in Europe. All that money belongs to the Venezuelan state.
President Maduro emphasized that 84% of Venezuelans repudiate all the coercive sanctions imposed by the U.S. and Europe against the country.
According to all measurements and surveys, 84% of Venezuelans reject all the United States and Europe's sanctions. They reject them, and they are sickening. There is a national consensus of more than 84% of Venezuelans to reject the sanctions and to reject those who requested the sanctions.
In Brazil, health concerns are growing for former football player and former sports minister Pelé after he was admitted back to the hospital. Edson Arantes do Nascimento, better known as Pelé, was once again admitted to the Albert Einstein's Hospital in the south of Sao Paulo. The 82-year-old Brazilian idol was taken by his wife, Marcia Aoki, and a caregiver after they noticed that the man had swelling all over his body. In northern Peru, a team of archaeologists led by Sam Cavani found a 1,000-year-old mural known as the Huaca Pintada in a village of Lambayeque after a 4-year search. The fresco forms part of the Huaca Pintada temple, which belonged to the Moche civilization that venerated the moon, the rain, the iguanas, and spiders. The mural, only seen before in black and white photographs from more than a century ago, is about 30 meters long, and its images in blue, brown, red, white, and mustard yellow paint remain extremely well preserved. In Ecuador, authorities announced the slaughter of more than 180,000 birds due to bird flu outbreak, which represents an animal health emergency. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock reported that this is the H5 subtype viral outbreak. They also emphasized that the infection of birds affects 0.5% of the national production. In this context, the minister informed that there will be a state of emergency for 90 days period during which no poultry products, or byproducts can be transported or relocated to control the contagion. And in the Dominican Republic, social movements rallied nationwide to demand changes to the current Social Security law. Demonstrators demanded a new Social Security law based on the right of the people to quality health and decent pensions. Unions are also asking for a national health insurance that covers all services and medicines in the midst of the current state of inflation. Likewise, the Coalition for Dignified Social Security demands better working conditions for doctors and health professionals, together with the improvement of hospitals and public health centers all over the country. We're taking our first break now. Join us again after this, but also don't forget to follow us on TikTok at TeleSUR English for more. Stay with us.
This is Carlos Montero from the beautiful city of Doha in Qatar. We are getting ready for the most important part in the whole world, the World Cup 2022. This is going to be the king, and you are going to be able to see all the details of that important tournament. We have a show every day, half an hour. Join us, please.
Welcome back to From the South. In the U.S., cleanup protests have begun due to the spill of anti-flammable chemical foam used after the eruption of the Mauna Loa volcano in the state of Hawaii. U.S. Navy said on Wednesday that there is no evidence that the spill of about 4,000 liters of the chemical contaminated the drinking water. Also, cleanup activities began at the Red Hills facility to mitigate any contamination risk. On the other hand, the Deputy Director of Environmental Health of the State Health Department described the event as outrageous and dangerous for groundwater. And World Meteorology Organization Secretary General Professor Petteri Tala said that 2.3 billion people in the world today are facing water challenges and that the number will rise to 5 million by the year 2050. Professor Tala said climate change and extreme weather events like flooding and frequent droughts have a cascading effect on economies, ecosystems, and in all aspects of daily life. He cited a UN study saying that from 2001 to 2018, 74% of all natural disasters have been water-related.
And here in Switzerland, we have just broken less comfortable record in melting of alpine glaciers. During the past 20 years, we have seen decrease of the alpine glacier, but we were hitting the record last summer when we lost 6.2% of the glacier because of the heat wave.
Hungary's Foreign Minister Peter Szarocki warned the North Atlantic Treaty Organization about the dangers of becoming an anti-China bloc. During the second day of the meeting, the foreign ministers of the Atlantic Alliance in Bucharest, the capital of Romania, the Hungarian foreign minister pointed out that the idea of a new Cold War was unnecessary. And Hungary's foreign minister issued the statement after British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak described the Asian giant on Monday as a systematic challenge to his country's values and interests. During a speech at a banquet hosted by the Mayor of London, the Prime Minister described as naive the idea that trade would automatically lead to social political reform in China. We're taking one last short break now. Join us again after this, but don't forget to follow me on my Twitter account at TeleSUR for more. Stay with us.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
This is Carlos Montero from Doha, Qatar. Every 40 years, the world get together to celebrate soccer, the most important part in the whole world. I hope you join us every day. We are going to have a half an hour special program with all those people.
Experience the Qatar World Cup with Carlos Montero. And through our social networks, become a protagonist of this exciting experience. From the field, only on TeleSUR.
Welcome back to From the South. More news now. In Palestine, hundreds held a funeral for one of the 5 young men killed by Israeli troops amidst the recent Israeli onslaught in the occupied West Bank. Hundreds of Palestinians took part in the ritual in the village of Al-Mughar, east of Ramallah. The Israeli army acknowledged in a report that on November 29th, its troops fired on citizens it described as rioters who attacked soldiers in 2 clashes. The West Bank has suffered spiraling violence this year with almost daily incursions by the Israeli army, resulting in dozens of deaths. On Wednesday, East Africa's Intergovernmental Authority on Development signed an agreement on the free movement of peoples as representatives from the 8 countries gathered in Khartoum. The East Africa's Intergovernmental Authority on Development meeting in the Sudanese capital was attended by representatives from Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, and Sudan. With the exception of Uganda's minister's absence, the rest of the representatives signed a free movement of people agreement and a transhuman protocol.
The signature of the Transhumans Protocol and the free movement of people. That, as IGAD region, the thing that we have started before 2 years. We started this process before 2 years here in Khartoum. Today, all the ministers, except Uganda, because the minister is not here, all of them have signed the Free Movement Protocol and Transhuman Protocol. This is also a very big achievement for the region.
A court in Ivory Coast on Wednesday began the long-awaited trial of 18 people accused of beating a terrorist machine gun assault on a beach resort in 2016 that left 19 people dead. According to Adre Molu, a civilian attorney, only 4 defendants were physically present for the proceedings in Abidjan. The others, including the suspected masterminds, are either on the run or being held in Mali. On March 13th, 3 men wielding assault rifles attacked Grand Bassam, a tourist complex 40 kilometers east of Abidjan, popular with foreigners, with Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb claim responsibility for the attack the same day. Allegedly, the attack came in retaliation to anti-jihadist operations in the Sahel by France and its allies. And more than 1,000 people staged a protest at Kosogi Mampuru 2 prison in South Africa on Wednesday against the pending release of Janut Wallace, the convicted killer of anti-apartheid leader Chris Hani. Wallace's release has been scheduled following a court ruling last week, according to which he should be freed on parole within 10 days. Members of the ruling African National Congress Party and the South African Communist Party, of which Hani was the general secretary when he was killed 10th of April in 1983, lined the streets of the capital Pretoria to voice their dismay at their release.
The release of Janus Wallace on parole. We believe that Chris Hani gave his life for this country, and the manner in which the court judgment was released amounted to almost killing him for the second time. And we feel that we are here to express our solidarity with the people of South Africa who feel aggrieved from across all political parties.
He is hailed as a martyr by racists of our country, by racists of the world. We do not know why they kill us. We don't know what other massacre they are planning against our people, because we may be free to walk on the streets, but the reality is that we are not economically free.
In a game in the World Cup, Group D, Australia beat Denmark 1-0 with a goal from Matthew Leakey and qualified for the round of 16 as a second of the group. This way, the Australian team equals its best performance in the World Cup. In 2010, they also reached this stage. The game was a kill or die for them because a win was the only result that could lead them to the second round. Denmark, which was eliminated with 2 defeats and 1 draw in a group that it was on paper not that challenging. And Mexico suffered an agonizing exit from the World Cup on goal difference on Wednesday, despite beating Saudi Arabia 2-1 in a dramatic finale to Group C. Second half goals from Henry Martin and Luis Chavez secured victory for Mexico, but they finished third behind Poland after Salem Al-Dawarsi's late strike. Mexico desperately pushed for a third goal in an effort to improve their goal difference as they face elimination on FIFA fair play rules. And just as the hearts of millions of fans live the emotions of the Qatar 2022 World Cup, TeleSUR joins the sporting event with From the Field, a show that brings news, analysis, reviews, and more to our audience. Don't miss it. Our show airs at 1 p.m. local time in Caracas and 12 p.m. local time New York. Remember, From the Field, only on TeleSUR. And with that, we've come to the end of this news brief. But remember, you can find these and other stories on our website at telesurenglish.net. And also be sure to follow us on our socials, on Facebook, on Twitter, and on Instagram as well. For TeleSUR English, I am Estefania Bravo. Until next time.
We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, ensure your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomun. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR. It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
The story goes, you're gonna make it if you try. start your climb up the money tree. The best slaves are those who think they're free. Oh, say, can you see Rome is burning? Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. As life unfolds, people struggle to make ends meet. Look around, what you see, the hunger, the homeless, the powerless streets. On your mind, the need for change. Channel your pain and your rage. Stand up and link your arms for strength. Shout it out to the police state. I can't breathe, that's why I take a knee. Won't take you for slavery. Oh, say, can you see Rome is burning? Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. And I ask you to please give thanks, not only for God's choice, but take his name as part of a movement to build a new society. Make no mistake, racism starts with the state to divide and rule the working class, to keep us broken, not building anew. Lessons of history revealed, organize or be displaced. The rulers have no solutions, only violence, wars and jails. Stick together and fight for your just claims. Workers united will prevail. Oh, say, can you see Rome is over? Oh, build the new. 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 Oh, build the new.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomun. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR. It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR. Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
Deep gazes filled with struggles and stories. Struggles that transcend generation. Know the deepest realities through its protagonists on TeleSUR Documentaries. Sunday. Only on TeleSUR.
Experience the Qatar World Cup with Carlos Montero. And through our social networks, become a protagonist of this exciting experience. From the field, only on TeleSUR.
Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Para mí el fútbol es una pasión, es esa alegría de poder compartir con mis amistades, tener un espacio donde uno se sienta libre. Soy una persona que siempre quiere ser el mejor, implemento, si es posible, todos los sentidos, en especial táctico.
Un corregimiento es atípico por todo el paisaje que lo rodea.
Los dos ríos desembocándole al Magdalena, el valle, el verdor de los valles, la ganadería que adorna pues todos esos pastizales y antes de llegar al valle del Magdalena Medio se ven unas montañas. Aquí en la región de nosotros hay talento a borbollón. Amamos el fútbol y eso es lo que nosotros queremos, que nuestros alumnos, los que tenemos en las escuelas, en los clubes, sean que respiren fútbol, porque el fútbol no es solamente correr detrás de un balón. Y para que un niño llegue a formarse como deportista en la disciplina del fútbol, tiene que tener mucho sacrificio y disciplina.
Papá sí, le dije, el niño está ciego, él es ciego. Entonces, ahí sí me colaboró. Entonces le íbamos a un culto y allá él se arrodilló con el niño y se arrodilló y le clamó al Señor. Y él empezó a ver a los 3 días. Y el papá al comienzo estuvo con nosotros, él tuvo hasta la de 7 años, pero él no le daba mucho afecto a él. Yo le decía que el niño tenía
el deporte se encuentra ocupado, no está haciendo cosas que no debe de hacer. Apoyo mucho a mi hijo porque le encanta el deporte y es un niño que tiene mucho futuro. Hay pocas oportunidades en cuanto a que no viene cazatalentos, como lo llaman, como observar a los niños. E incluso estos niños llevan un proceso largo.
Que mi hermano
que luchan por sus sueños, así no tengan el apoyo de los padres, porque hay muchos padres que no lo apoyan, que luchen, que no dejen de soñar.
acuerdo cuando estábamos en el nos tocaba lo del examen final.
Yo me doy cuenta que uno me pasaba la copia y decía, su hermano ahí le mandó la copia de tal cosa.
¡Muchachos, buenos días! ¿Cómo estamos?
Antes de que me agarraran lo que yo le mandaba, usted también agarraban por derecha.
El que me jaló de antes para acá y que quedó muy sorprendido con todo el andamiaje del fútbol fue un hermano mío que se llama Ángel Santander. Gracias a Ángel y al fútbol llegué aquí al Magdalena Medio.
Él quería
Él
estar
me
al
vio
lado
antes
mío y fue lo que me ayudó.
y él me dijo que en el corregimiento donde él trabajaba tenía posibilidad de que me vieran jugando fútbol.
Porque nadie quería estar.
Y yo me vine en unas vacaciones.
Le tocó aprender a las malas
La
en un colegio
empresa
donde
cementera me
los profesores lo
capturó,
miraban como
era
un
para que jugara en el
niño
equipo de ellos.
no como una persona con
Porque
limitación.
aquí se hacen
Aparte de eso,
torneos
que mi hermano
a
fue
nivel
así,
interno
porque mi
y
hermano
regional
nunca se
que
le
son
gustó.
muy
De hecho, en la casa
competitivos.
siempre me enseñaban a
Se
decir
inició
nunca
un proyecto
La palabra
que
no
se
existe
llamaba
nunca.
el voluntariado.
Yo les he enseñado, y
Ellos
esa
me
luchadora
patrocinaban
no
con
sirve que
implementación.
mantenida que me den.
El resto
Me decían,
sale
"Tienes que empezar a
de
enfrentar
recursos
la vida
individuales".
y a no mostrar como esa debilidad.
Aquí se volvió una tradición desde cuando el partido de la Selección Colombia, la gente empezó a venir acá y se integró mucho. Más que todos los hinchas nacional vienen acá a este negocio. Aquí la gente, los hinchas todos somos amigos. Aquí hay hinchas de la América, Millonario, Nacional, del Pereira, de Junior, y aquí todos vienen a ver el partido conjuntamente y son muy amigables.
Yo cuando jugaba fútbol para personas...
Es que llegar al profesionalismo es muy difícil. No es solamente talento, es una suma de cosas que uno muchas veces no las puede explicar. Yo tengo la experiencia. Yo tuve un niño que tocó las puertas del profesionalismo en el Deportes Tolima. Hizo toda la carrera en el Deportes Tolima desde los 14 años y a los 19 años lo sacaron. No sé el motivo. Solo que él decía que cada que había convocatoria llegaban entre 200 y 300 pelados a aprender únicamente en el Deportes Tolima. Entonces usted imagina en toda la geografía de Colombia cuántos pelados pueden llegar. Hay talento, pero no hay apoyo, se requiere mucho apoyo económico de parte de los padres de familia. Los padres de familia son muy precarios en la parte económica.
El fútbol acá gusta mucho, nuestros jóvenes lo practican mucho desde muy pequeñas edades.
Llegué a descubrir
El deporte ha sido la pasión desde pequeño, intenté por varias partes, asistí a varias escuelas, no se me pudo dar la oportunidad, entonces dije no, pues lo más importante es seguir ahí, no alejarme, seguir, tratar de ayudar a otras personas, a otros muchachos que tienen los mismos sueños. No nos sabe cuándo es el día que algún estudiante uno pueda tener la oportunidad de estar en un equipo grande y se acordarán de uno después.
Juego como desde los 6 años y tengo 14 años. El fútbol para mí es mi pasión, lo amo lo que hago y pues yo sé que con la ayuda de Dios voy a salir adelante.
Como así, con los ciegos. Bueno, yo le hice mi maleta.
Sé que es talentoso, me gusta compartir con él, sé que tiene buenas cosas para dar en el fútbol y él sabe que siempre lo voy a apoyar, siempre voy a estar con él. Yo le digo al que se enfoque más que todo en esto porque no me gusta la calle, porque ya cogen malos vicios, malas cosas que no debemos. Cambio en el fútbol, está enfocado ahí, está cogiendo mucha disciplina, mucha educación.
Los muchachos siempre se quedan por el conformismo de los muchachos de la ciudad, ya que en la ciudad hay mucho más material, mucha más talla, mientras que no estamos mirando el talento que tienen ellos ni por lo que sufren para tener que llegar a esa distancia.
¿Este es un balón?
Eso, para que se aviente.
Para ciegos sonoros. Hay balones que pueden tener 8 o 6 cámaras de
Yo
sonido.
quiero hacer una entrada profesional para poder dar una mejor vida a mis padres.
Quisiera ser jugador profesional porque en realidad me gustaría también regalar una casa a mi madre. Ayudarlos a ellos, como ellos me ayudan a mí.
Es una falta gravísima. Voy es la defensa para evitar el accidente entre los jugadores.
Soy entrenador de fútbol, se dio la posibilidad de trabajar con discapacidad visual.
manera los orientan cuando ya entran en una fase ofensiva y está delimitado por una zona en donde él puede hablar.
Bienvenidos al fútbol sonoro.
Hoy. La pasión mía por ser entrenador de fútbol nació desde que era niño, porque me gustó mucho el deporte, especialmente el fútbol, tenerlos ocupados, que no estén pensando en dar malos pasos, en meterse en sustancias psicoactivas o alucinógenos, porque estamos en un país que es el pan de cada día para algunos jóvenes. Mensaje para los niños, no únicamente el Magdalena Medio, de todo el país. Tenemos unos espacios de recreación y deporte, utilicémoslos, porque ahí aprendemos. No únicamente vamos a estar jugadores profesionales, pueden ser médicos, pueden ser abogados, pueden ser periodistas.
Entre los 5 mejores equipos.
Acá tengo la camisa del arquero.
Yo vi la necesidad que había en el medio, aunque había mucha industria y había pues como ciertos patrocinios, eran con la selección mayores, con los veteranos y con los niños poco o nada. Y ahí es donde hay que trabajar, ahí es donde hay que estar la semillita. Fue algo como agradecerle a la naturaleza o a ese Dios superior que cada uno entiende a su manera, de que yo debía pagar ese favor tan grande que yo recibí por yo trabajar, por jugar fútbol, por recordar a don Leonel, que fue el que me formó. Yo debía devolver eso gratis. Todo es en beneficio de los niños y de la juventud de la comunidad.
Hay compañerismo.
Cuando ellos se juntan los veo en armonía, los veo contentos, los veo más alegres.
Para mí es una satisfacción que mis hijos me vean jugar y de que ellos me vean a mí, se dan cuenta de que la vida no tiene limitaciones, que la vida el querer es poder. Mi esposa, mi hijo y mi hija son mi norte, son mi ADN, son mi todo. Eso, por dicho, me pongo a llorar.
Se acerca un torneo en el departamento de Casanare y es muy importante.
Hoy estamos organizando el campo deportivo, todo lo que tiene que ver con el gran evento nacional de fútbol 5 para ciegos.
Vamos es a ganar y eso es lo que queremos.
Y una de las expectativas de mi sueño es que ganemos primer lugar. Un deporte a lo cual nos enseñan vamos a jugar contra equipo, jugamos bien, con amor.
Eres un buen jugador.
Es un pasatiempo muy bueno.
Es un jugador. Uno mantiene con amigos, pues, o sea, uno comparte con amigos y toda la vuelta, el dinero, pues para salir adelante, que mi mamá no trabaje más. Pues por eso me gustaría jugar fútbol profesional. Lo más gratificante en el fútbol sonoro
que pues, para mí el fútbol es muy divertido.
Y en lo personal, ser
muy bonita,
profesional.
Para mí pues una gran carrera y
anhelo ser un abogado.
Pues me gustaría ayudar a los demás con lo que gane. Me gusta mucho ayudar a los animales.
Los doctores dicen que es posible...
Pues ayudar a mi familia, que siempre me han apoyado ahí. Y si soy alguien profesional, darle muchas gracias a Nicolás, que siempre está ahí con nosotros, exigiéndonos y que nos da, que seamos disciplinados y todo eso.
Me sorprende. Me da ese motivo
y para ayudar a mi familia,
adelante,
porque a veces no tenemos situación económica para ir al otro lado a entrenar.
Falta un poquito más de apoyo para los muchachos, ya que en el caso que somos de Puerto Servies, poco retirado y nos toca cruzar el río, pues con los padres de familia, mi persona y algunas personas de la comunidad nos colaboran con el transporte, los muchachos mismos aportan para eso y tratamos de llegar todos unidos para unir el equipo. Un equipo unido es fuerte y eso es lo que queremos enseñarles también.
Yo les diría a esas personas que miran el documental que apoyen el fútbol sonoro porque nos hace sufrir a nosotros y nos hace ver necesitamos una ayuda, sino más bien como una unas personas que en verdad valemos igual que un futbolista normal.
Vivo por el fútbol,
sí, somos personas.
Trabajo por el fútbol, respiro fútbol. Yo siento una alegría cuando digo, bueno, aquí tengo 22 pelados amarrados que están corriendo detrás del balón, están haciendo deporte y no están pensando en nada más.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
Para mí el fútbol es una pasión, es esa alegría de poder compartir con mis amistades, tener un espacio donde uno se sienta libre. Soy una persona que siempre quiere ser el mejor. Implemento, si es posible, todos los sentidos, pero en especial tacto y el tema de escuchar o el oído. Mi nombre es Henry Huertas y soy jugador de fútbol sonoro. Soy una persona con discapacidad visual, nací ciego, di mi primer destello de luz o mi primera visión cuando tenía los 5 años. Mi mamá dice que es un milagro de Dios.
Al papá sí le dije, el niño está ciego, él es ciego, entonces ahí sí me colaboró. Entonces le íbamos a un culto y allá él se arrodilló con el niño y se arrodilló y le clamó al Señor. Y él empezó a ver a los 3 días. El papá al comienzo estuvo con nosotros, él tuvo hasta la de 7 años, pero él no le daba mucho afecto a gente. Yo le decía que el niño tenía discapacidad, decía que no, pero no le daba afecto, no lo ayudaba. Entonces le afectó un poco así la separación del papá. Lloraba harto por el papá. Y eso lo dejó. Lloraba porque él no bota lágrimas. O sea, él lo guarda en su corazón el dolor.
Se podría decir que mi hermano fue el pilar de no sentirme solo.
¿Se acuerda cuando estábamos en el colegio? Nos tocaba los exámenes finales. Yo me daba cuenta que uno me pasaba la copia y decía,
su hermano ahí le mandó la copia de tal cosa, y yo, ¿esta copia de qué es? Y yo...
No, y tras de eso se copiaban, usted cree que no agarraban lo que yo le mandaba, ustedes también agarraban por derecha.
Cuando mira es que todos escribían lo mismo que ustedes de nosotros, y cuando decía, todos perdieron la fe. Él quería estar al lado mío y fue lo que me ayudó a mí a tener un compañero en el tema de fútbol, porque nadie quería estar conmigo jugando.
Él le tocó aprender a las malas en un colegio donde los profesores lo miraban como un niño más, no como una persona con limitación. Parte de eso hizo que mi hermano fuera así, porque mi hermano él nunca se limitó. De hecho, en la casa siempre me enseñan a decir nunca no. La palabra no existe en mi casa.
Yo les he enseñado, yo he sido luchadora, no he sido una mujer mantenida que me den, y les he enseñado que tienen que empezar a enfrentar la vida y a no mostrar como esa debilidad.
El fútbol como tal es todo para mi hermano. De hecho, yo creo que el deporte fue una de las cosas que lo apoyó a él y lo refugió en eso. Y ver que él encontró su espacio en el fútbol sonoro y ver que es tan bueno, porque es demasiadamente bueno, entonces uno dice, bueno, este chino puede hacer mucho más.
Yo cuando jugaba fútbol para personas convencionales o normales, miraba a las personas por medio de bultos.
¡No! ¡Henry!
Los miraba como cuando usted coloca una cámara mal, borroso se podría decir, pero aún así jugaba.
¡Vale, Henry!
Cuando entré a la primaria fue cuando me decían ciego, me decían ojos apagados, dormido. Llegué a descubrir el fútbol sonoro a raíz de que me pusieron una persona para enseñarme las diferentes áreas de movilidad para personas netamente ciegas. Me dijo, Henry, ¿por qué no juega con otro fútbol?
El fútbol sonoro es un deporte convencional adaptado para ciegos. Es un deporte acompañado por guías, por entrenador, por el arquero, que deben ser videntes.
Yo soy el arquero, yo jugaba micro, entonces un compañero que me insistía que viniera a jugar con ellos, me dijo que necesitaba un arquero. Yo le dije que bueno, que hágale. Y yo llegué a la casa y yo como así, con los ciegos. Bueno, yo le hice mi maleta y si era de verdad, yo wow. Y cuando los conocí, y yo, me gustó.
Tíreme a la izquierda, ahí de la izquierda, Emerson para atrás. Víctor, dale Emerson, ahí va por el medio.
Quedé maravillado al ver que personas que no miraban nada podían hacer cosas casi similares a las mías. Quedé encantado, me sentí identificado.
Ya todo ahí es oído y mente, Entonces ya el oído se agudiza más porque usted tiene que estar pendiente del balón, de cómo suena el balón, y de repente si hay sonidos a su alrededor, está pendiente de sonidos a su alrededor y del balón, o sea, no confundir los sonidos.
Este es un balón especialmente para ciegos, que es el fútbol sonoro. Hay balones que pueden tener 8 o 6 cámaras de sonido dependiendo tanto la calidad y la marca. Podemos decir que es el objetivo donde siempre nos centramos, por medio del sonido.
La palabra voy, al no pronunciarla, es una falta gravísima. Voy es la defensa para evitar el accidente entre los jugadores.
Yo soy entrenador de fútbol, se dio la posibilidad de trabajar con discapacidad visual. Cada equipo tiene un guía. De esta manera los orientan cuando ya entran en una fase ofensiva y está delimitado por una zona en donde él puede hablar.
¡Avanza, avanza, dale! ¡Avanza! ¡Avanza!
Bienvenidos al fútbol sonoro.
¡Voy!
Antes diga que fue falta.
Estas personas que juegan fútbol sonoro son unos berracos. Y hacen eso hasta muchas de las veces mejor que una persona que ve.
Buena, Alex.
Creamos el Club Halcones con 12 personas que están afiliadas. Pues nuestro equipo ha tenido buen rendimiento, hemos estado entre los 5 mejores equipos.
Acá tengo la camisa del arquero, Halcones sin H. Pues como antes nos entrenaba un profesor que se llama Mauricio, también tiene baja visual, entonces como creó rápido el equipo y se lo olvidó poner el H. Se llama Halcones sin H.
Me causó curiosidad porque decían los halcones, pero entonces nunca reflejé por la visión de ellos. Pero entonces ahorita el que tiene un nombre y que no tiene que ver con su discapacidad, sino algo relucido, antes mejor que eso. Entonces sí, me da como gracia y está bien, me gusta.
Antes el equipo no era así tan bueno, antes éramos malitos, porque la verdad ellos no creen ellos mismos, no me hago entender. Ahorita ya ellos ya tienen confianza, moverse, ya son como más unidos, como una familia.
Para mí de verdad que el fútbol significa muchas oportunidades como persona. Siento cada vez que llego a los entrenamientos me siento bien porque hay compañerismo.
Cuando ellos se juntan los veo en armonía, los veo contentos, los veo más alegres.
Para mí es una satisfacción que mis hijos me vean jugar y de que ellos me vean a mí se dan cuenta de que la vida no tiene limitaciones, que la vida el querer es poder.
Les hace sentir que están vivos. Y el deporte a ellos los divierte, usted los ve, ellos son las personas más felices del mundo.
Se acerca un torneo en el departamento de Casanare y es muy importante.
Hoy estamos organizando el campo deportivo, todo lo que tiene que ver con el gran evento nacional de fútbol 5 para ciegos.
Veo muy motivado a los chicos, a todos, porque es la forma de ellos darse a lucir.
Vamos es a ganar. Y eso es lo que queremos.
Y una de las expectativas y mi sueño es que ganemos primer lugar.
Pero lo quieres abrir hacia la valla para después él meterse hacia adentro. Exacto, cruzarse adentro y pegar.
Él es un buen jugador. Moverse así en una cancha es un jugador muy competitivo y bueno, pronto puede ser selección Colombia más adelante.
Mi sueño con mi equipo es ganar muchos títulos. Lo más gratificante en el fútbol sonoro es ser selección Colombia. Y en lo personal, ser profesional en mi carrera de Derecho, que es lo que anhelo ser, un abogado. Los doctores dicen que es posible que en unos años puedo quedar netamente ciego.
Entonces lo he preparado psicológicamente para que él aprenda a conducirse, a manejar todo.
De mi parte, al convivir ya con personas ciegas que la verdad me sorprenden, me da ese motivo para salir adelante igual que ellos. Me ha ayudado a mí para que no me desmotive, que si quedo ciego voy a salir, voy a ser el mismo, que incluso voy a luchar mucho más.
Hoy en día mi hermano lo veo como un ejemplo. Es un pelado que usted lo ve haciendo lo que muchos de nosotros no hacemos. Él está perdiendo su visión día a día, él va perdiendo. Y él va a tener que querer defenderse solo porque él no va a querer que la familia lo ayude. Él es fuerte y le gusta hacer sus cosas solo. Yo lo veo más adelante moviéndose solo, manejando una gran empresa. Con visión o sin visión lo voy a ver igual.
Yo les diría a estas personas que miran el documental que apoyen el fútbol sonoro porque nos hace surgir a nosotros y no nos hace ver como personas de que necesitamos una ayuda, sino más bien como unas personas que en verdad valemos igual que un futbolista normal, se podría decir, pero en sí somos personas normales.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR.
The President of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moros, reported on the advances of dialogues with opposition groups and the recovery of Venezuelan frozen assets. Relations between Russia and the West will not be restored in the field of European security, as stated by Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov. And also, Israeli forces killed 3 more Palestinian citizens in Jenin, northern Palestine. From the headquarters of TeleSUR English in Havana, Cuba, this is From the South. I'm your anchor, Gladys Quesada, and these are the news. On Wednesday, the president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moros, described as successful the agreement signed between the commission representing the Bolivarian government and the opposition groups gathered in the United Platform of Venezuela last Saturday, November 26, through which part of the assets seized from the country were recovered.
Hard on this agreement. It is an agreement that has very important social components for the life of Venezuela, which, in essence, is focused on regaining access to over $3 billion withheld, frozen, confiscated in bank accounts in the United States and in Europe. All that money belongs to the Venezuelan state.
President Maduro emphasized that 84% of Venezuelans repudiate all the coercive sanctions imposed by the United States and Europe against the country.
According to all measurements and surveys, 84% of Venezuelans reject all the United States and Europe's sanctions. They reject them, and they are sickening. There is a national consensus of more than 84% of Venezuelans to reject the sanctions and to reject those who requested the sanctions.
In Colombia, President Petro's government seeks dialogue with all armed groups in the country as part of the Total Peace Policy. The director of the Institute for Development and Peace Studies, in the past for its Spanish acronym, Camilo González Pozo, stated that the attempt to minimize the conflicts between the armed groups, the ELN, the FARC, dissidents, and paramilitaries is one of the biggest challenges for Gustavo Petro's administration. In the past, representative also informed that in the last 3 years, the FARC dissidences have significantly expanded in over the national territory. On the other hand, political analysts assure that the most important challenge for the executive is the dread dimension of the armed conflict in the Indian country.
Well, in this report, we find a rearrangement of army groups and a rapid growth in the last 3 years, especially the dissidences that have doubled in municipal presence and the Gulf clan that has also expanded by 20%. The ELN grew until the year 2020 and in recent years has been relatively stagnant and overall has a radius of action in 345 of Colombia and urban network connections with small organizations, local, but these are of greater impact.
The structures of the National Liberation Army that has managed to occupy areas that were once occupied by the former FARC demands a new framework for the internal conflict in the perspective of giving greater significance to what is total peace. I think that it is not enough to think in the case of neo-paramilitarism and criminal groups in a simple submission to justice. There is indeed a regulatory framework of the law of justice and peace and other existing regulations that are there to make this possible. What is certain is that this regulatory framework has not provided enough incentives for these groups to disarm.
In Ecuador, authorities announced the slaughter of more than 180 birds due to a bird flu outbreak, which represents an animal health emergency. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock reported this is an H5 subtype viral outbreak. They also emphasized that the infection of birds affects 0.5% of the national production. In this context, the minister informed that there will be a state of emergency for 90 days, a period during which no poultry products or byproducts can be transported or relocated to control the contagion. In Mexico, President Andrés Manuel López Obrador confirmed that the Pacific Alliance Summit will take place in Lima, Peru, on December 14th. During his morning press conference on Wednesday, President López Obrador assured that the presidents of Chile, Colombia, Peru, and Mexico will participate in the summit since they are members of the integration mechanism. He also assured that the Ecuadorian president will participate since it is expected that his country will define its incorporation to the alliance during the summit. In this sense, the Mexican head of state informed that he will travel to the Peruvian capital to hand over the presidency to the entity of Pedro Castillo. In the Dominican Republic, social movements rally nationwide to demand changes to the current social security law. Demonstrators demand a new social security bill based on the right of the people to quality health and decent pensions. Unions are also asking for a national health insurance that covers all services and the medicines in the midst of the current state of inflation. Likewise, the Coalition for Dignified Social Security demands better conditions for doctors and health professionals, together with the improvement of hospitals and public health centers all over the country. Let's take a short break, but first, remember you can follow us on our TikTok account at TeleSUR English, in which you will be able to see news in different formats, news updates and more. Other stories coming up, stay with us.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR. Deep gazes filled with struggles and stories. Struggles that transcend generation. Know the deepest realities through its protagonists on TeleSUR documentaries. Sunday. Only on TeleSUR.
Welcome back to From the South. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov stated on Thursday that relations between Russia and the West will not be restored in the field of European security. The Russian Foreign Minister made the statements during a press conference at the Foreign Ministry's office on the occasion of the 29th Ministerial Council of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. The head of the Russian diplomacy was not invited as the host country of the meeting. The government of Poland denied Russia the right to attend as a member state of the organization. Referring to the United States, he pointed out that Washington keeps Europe enslaved and has the bloc under its control. Hungary's Foreign Minister Peter Szijjártó warned the North Atlantic Treaty Organization about the dangers of becoming an anti-China bloc. During the second day of the meeting of the foreign ministers of the Atlantic Alliance in Bucharest, the capital of Romania, the Hungarian foreign minister pointed out that the idea of a new Cold War was unnecessary. He stated that the bloc is currently going through enough problems and that cooperation with China, based on mutual respect and benefit, is possible. In his view, breaking off economic relations with Beijing will have tragic repercussions for Europe, and he called for recognition of the economic momentum of the eastern countries. Hungary's foreign minister issues these statements after British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak described the Asian giant on Monday as a systemic challenge to his country's values and interests. During a speech at a banquet hosted by the Mayor of London, the Prime Minister described as naive the idea that trade will automatically lead to social and political reform in China. He also admitted that China's importance in world affairs, such as global economic stability or climate change, cannot be ignored. However, Sunak asserted that the golden era of relations between the United Kingdom and China is over. Now we move on to other topics. Chinese capital Beijing on Wednesday rolled out differentiated and targeted measures based on each district's situation to contain the current wave of COVID-19 while striving hard to ensure people's normal life and work. The city's municipal government spokesperson Su He-yan stressed that all districts should conduct COVID-19 responses strictly in accordance with basic laws and regulations, as well as in the 9th edition of the COVID-19 Prevention and Control Protocol and the 20 measures for optimizing epidemic control. The spokesperson said the government will provide timely treatment to all infections, in particular the elderly, children, pregnant women, and other groups with weak resistance. Brazil, the search continues for at least 30 people missing after a landslide swept away at least 15 vehicles on a highway in the municipality of Guaratuba in the southern state of Paraná. According to local media, the tragedy left 2 dead, and one of them has already been identified as a 60-year-old man. The accident occurred on Monday night at kilometer 669 of Federal Highway BR 376. On the other hand, authorities detailed that heavy rains hindered the rescue efforts, adding that the total number of dead and missing is still uncertain. In the United States, the cleanup processes have begun due to the spill of an anti-flammable chemical foam used after the eruption of the Mauna Loa volcano in the state of Hawaii. U.S. Navy said on Wednesday that there is no evidence that the spill of about 4,160 liters of the chemical contained or contaminated the drinking water. Also, cleanup activities began at the Red Hill facility to mitigate any contamination risk. On the other hand, the Deputy Director of Environmental Health of the State Health Department described the event as outrageous and dangerous for groundwater. And we have more news coming up after a final short break, so stay with us.
We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, and show your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life, Fridays, only on TeleSUR. Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Welcome back. On Thursday, Israeli forces killed 3 more Palestinian citizens in Jenin, northern Palestine. The new attack in the refugee settlement took the lives of Naim Jamal al-Zubairi, 27 years old, and Muhammad Ayman al-Zari, 26 years old. Another young Palestinian, Muhammad Tawif, also 26 years old, died in hospital from wounds received in Yabad. The onslaught of the occupying troops is steadily escalating. Last Tuesday, they killed 5 young men, and since the beginning of the year, according to the East Monitor, 205 Palestinians have been executed. Hussein al-Sheikh, the secretary of the Executive Committee for the Liberation of Palestine organization, has described some of these killings as heinous crimes. On Wednesday, East Africa's Intergovernmental Authority on Development signed an agreement on the free movement of people as representatives from 8 countries gathered in Khartoum. The East Africa's Intergovernmental Authority on Development meeting in the Sudanese capital was attended by representatives from Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, and Sudan. With the exception of Uganda's minister absence, the rest of the representatives signed a free movement of the people agreement and a transhuman protocol. In a press conference, Dr. Warnak Gebeyu called it a very big achievement for the region. The next meeting will be held next year in Djibouti. A court in Ivory Coast on Wednesday began the long-awaited trial of 18 people accused of abetting a terrorist machine gun assault on a beach resort in 2016 that left 19 people dead. According to Aude Rimalho, the civilian attorney, only 4 defendants were physically present for the proceedings in Abidjan. The others, including the suspected masterminds, are either on the run or being held in Mali. On March 13, 2016, 3 men wielding assault rifles attacked Grand Bassam, a tourist complex 40 kilometers east of Abidjan, popular with foreigners, with Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb claimed responsibility for the same day. The attack came in retaliation of anti-jihadist operations in the Sahel by France and its allies. And more than 1,000 people staged a protest at Kosi Mampuru II prison in South Africa on Wednesday against the pending release of Janus Wallace, the convicted killer of anti-apartheid leader Chris Hani. Wallace's release had been scheduled following a court ruling last week, according to which he should be freed on parole within 10 days. Members of the ruling African National Congress Party and the South African Communist Party, of which Hani was the General Secretary when he was killed 10th of April in 1993, lined the streets of the capital Pretoria to voice their dismay at this release. And now let's go to Qatar. On Wednesday, great emotions were felt in a crucial day to determine the qualifiers for the round of 16 in the Qatar 2022 World Cup. The Tunisian national team had a great farewell this November 30th after beating defending champions France in a glorious 1-0 victory that did not let them leave defeated. The match was dominated mostly by the Tunisians, who with every move deserved more than ever the victory against the Blues, which barely had chances in front of the Eagles of Carthage during the final minutes with actions of Mbappé, Griezmann and Dembélé, among others. Thus, although they did not advance on the round of 16 due to Australia's success over Denmark, the Eagles showed that they were made of with a stunning goal by captain Khazri. And now we continue. Lionel Messi had a penalty saved, but Argentina still advanced to the last 16 of the World Cup as Group C winners after a 2-0 victory over Poland on Wednesday. Poland also went through as runners-up, although a 2-1 win for Mexico over Saudi Arabia in the group's other game meant Michiknevi's side advanced only on goal difference. Alexis McAllister's 46-minute goal settled Argentina's nerves after a tense first half, before Julian Alvarez doubled their lead just over 20 minutes later. Poland offered little attacking threat, with star striker Robert Lewandowski virtually anonymous throughout. And just as the hearts of millions of fans live the emotions of the Qatar 2022 World Cup, TeleSUR joins this sporting event with From the Field, a show that brings news, analysis, reviews, and more to our audience. Don't miss it. Our show airs 1 p.m. local time in Caracas and 12 p.m. New York. Remember, From the Field, only on TeleSUR. And we have come to the end of this news brief. But remember, you can find these and many other stories on our website at telesurenglish.net. And also, if you feel so inclined, please join us on social media for all the latest news. We are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, and TikTok. For TeleSUR English, I'm your anchor, Gladys Quesada. Thank you for watching.
This is Carlos Montero from Doha, Qatar. Every 4 years, the world get together to celebrate soccer. The most important part in the whole world. I hope you join us every day. We are going to have a half an hour special program with all those people.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomoon. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
Experience the Qatar World Cup with Carlos Montero. And through our social networks, become a protagonist of this exciting experience. From the field, only on TeleSUR.
Un canto por la América Unida. Mira, que lo escuchan allá arriba. ¡Vamos! Somos la tierra, somos la arcilla, la esperanza que brota y germina. 500 años nos han pisoteado, aquí seguimos, de aquí no nos vamos. América, 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 lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. América, América, lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. Pueblo latino, vamos pa'lante, tumbando fronteras, somos gigantes, nadie se rinde, vamos para arriba, esa tierra es tuya y también es mía. Pueblo mestizo, guerrero y solidario, aquí nadie es extraño, aquí somos hermanos. Todos los países digan presente, Venezuela y Cuba presente, Nicaragua, Honduras presente, el Caribe entero. América, continente se levanta, un pueblo unido que no calla, no se detiene. América, un continente se levanta, un pueblo unido que no calla.
Soy Chupacatari, soy hueca impuro, 5 siglos resistiendo el atropello y el abuso. El avia ya la reflorece junto al alba, sigue un solo continente porque rayos nos separa. Con Sucre y Bolívar seguimos pa'lante, pa' encima latino, no hay visa que nos pare.
Desde la Patagonia hasta el Río Bravo, los latinos levantamos la mano. América, América, lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. América, lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. México y Bolivia, Puerto Rico libre. Todo el continente latino.
Good evening and welcome to a new edition of The World Today. Tonight we're going to discuss the crisis in Spain, the changes that have taken place in recent months, and what their likely outcome is going to be. Since we last reported from Spain, Catalonia to be precise, the situation has changed somewhat dramatically. First, Mariano Rajoy, the far-right Prime Minister of Spain with an ultra-semi-Francoist hardline towards the nationalities, has been removed by a no-confidence vote. Rajoy's defeat was brought about by a court ruling that insisted that the party leaders were involved or were aware of or cognizant of the mass corruption that had taken place within the PP and had tried to cover it up. We cannot forget that he was defeated not just by the motion put forward by Pedro Sanchez, the leader of PSOE, the Spanish Socialist Party, but by the combined votes of PSOE, the Catalan parties, the Basque Party in Parliament, and Podemos. These three groupings were necessary to defeat Rajoy. So I think, though nobody mentioned it, the defeat was not simply about corruption. Rajoy's defeat produced a new government with Pedro Sanchez, the PSOE leader, as prime minister. And though Sanchez took up a hard line on Catalonia just before the vote, subsequently as prime minister, he has made tiny moves in the other direction. Sanchez is only too well aware that he is a minority in the Spanish parliament, and were the Catalans and the Basques to withdraw support from him and Podemos, his government would fall, precipitating new elections in which nobody knows who's going to win a majority, what are going to be the minority parties. A new book recently published in Scotland, Catalonia Reborn, How Catalonia Took on the Corrupt Spanish State and the Legacy of Franco, written by Chris Banbury and George Caravan, two Scottish socialists in the Scottish National Party, provides a extremely detailed, useful and stimulating history of politics and economics in Catalonia, and not to mention gives us a very important look back at Catalan history. In this book, the two authors quote Jean-Claude Juncker, the President of the European Commission, who defended Rajoy's intransigence and unwillingness to negotiate in the following words: "I do not want a situation where tomorrow the European Union is made up of 95 different states." This is Juncker, who was the Prime Minister once upon a time of a state called Luxembourg, the Duchy of Luxembourg, one of the most corrupt and squalid little states in the European Union, whose banks were a conduit for illegal money and black money, and Juncker himself was charged with corruption since he presided over this duchy. For him now to say that Catalonia is a tiny little state which shouldn't be allowed into the European Union is a sign that he fails to see who he really is and operates completely as a servant of the German ruling elite. The divisions between the Catalans and the Spanish state have been mirrored in some organizations, including, sad to say, Podemos. Podemos, the most recent party of the left to grow up in Spain with huge popular support in large parts of the country, split on this question. The position of Pablo Iglesias, the leader of Podemos, was very critical of the Podemos people in Catalonia. He said that the Declaration of Independence was illegal, which technically is true, but in general, as is well known in history, most mass movements and most upheavals are illegal, because of course no constitution ever says you have the right to topple the existing constitution, etc., etc. And Albano Dante Fashion, the leader of Podemos in Catalonia, denounced the interventions made by the Podemos leadership, particularly Iglesias, in trying to dominate and determine what Podemos did in Catalonia. And there was a split. So a large section of Podemos in Catalonia split away from the parent organization. And the repercussions of this are not good for the Spanish left. Today we're going to show clips from interviews with two very prominent figures of the Catalan left. Ada Colau, the mayor of Barcelona, and the former leader of Podemos in Catalonia, Albano Dante Fashin. The interviews were conducted for the World Today by Luke Stobart, who has done extensive academic and journalistic work on the new left in Spain and Catalonia, and whose expertise on this area has informed many of our own viewers in recent years. Before becoming the city's first female mayor in 2015, Ada Colau was an anti-eviction activist and a founder of the Platform for Mortgage Victims, famous for facing down banks, even if that meant being carried out of their offices by the police, and angered monarchists by removing a bust of the king from the city hall's council chambers. Unlike much of the Catalan left, Ada Colau is not in favor of Catalonia's bid for freedom from Spain. Albano Dante Fashin stood down as the General Secretary of Podemos in Catalonia in November 2017 after Pablo Iglesias suggested forming a coalition with the anti-independence Comuns in the December 2017 Catalan parliamentary elections. Fashin is Argentinian-born, emigrated to Catalonia at the age of 15. He became famous for a series of journalistic videos denouncing the pro-Catalan right's corrupt management of the health service. Luke started by asking Ada Colau about her involvement in the Mortgage Victims Platform, a housing movement that emerged from the 2008 financial crisis.
La plataforma Afectados por la Hipoteca es un movimiento que creamos de la gente afectada por las ejecuciones hipotecarias, por los desalojos, pero es mucho más que eso, porque es efectivamente que la gente que lo había perdido todo, había perdido el trabajo, había perdido la casa y encima en España por un sistema absolutamente bárbaro hipotecario descubrían que no solo perdían la casa sino que se quedaban con la deuda de por vida. Bueno, pues frente a ese sistema tan terrible que expulsaba a la gente del sistema y la condenaba de por vida a ser parias, ¿no? Pues frente a eso un montón de gente se junta y en lugar de deprimirse y en lugar de rendirse, planta cara a los bancos y al poder financiero y al poder político, que ha sido hasta ahora absolutamente cómplice de ese poder financiero, y empieza a defender el derecho a la vivienda, pero no solo el derecho a la vivienda, empieza a defender la dignidad, el derecho a la vida y todos los derechos y las libertades fundamentales. Entonces fue un movimiento que empezó de la nada, con cero recursos, y que solo con el poder de la gente y de la gente que estaba peor, ¿no?, consiguió empoderarse y con la fuerza de la gente consiguió plantar cara a los bancos, sumar a miles y miles de personas, empezar a cambiar leyes, empezar a obligar a los poderes públicos a cambiar sus políticas, con muchísimo esfuerzo, con mucha dificultad, pero incluso también con un movimiento generalizado de desobediencia civil que consiguió efectivamente demostrar que se podía parar una cosa tan violenta como los desalojos de viviendas y conseguir que la gente se quedara en su casa.
Ada Colau and Albano Dante Fashin come from different political traditions. Colau was certainly a product of the grassroots, and her popularity and support also comes from here. Fashin started out as a journalist and became politically active as a result of the 15M and Indignados movements. Both were asked why they moved from activism into institutional politics.
Mucha gente que estábamos en movimientos sociales, en la universidad, en diferentes ámbitos, pero que no nos habíamos planteado hasta ahora hacer el paso a las instituciones, pues que efectivamente nos planteáramos desde una ambición de radicalidad democrática, es decir, que haya democracia real y no solo democracia formal, y que el poder realmente está en la ciudadanía. Nos atrevimos a dar el paso de entrar en las instituciones, sabiendo que tampoco sería suficiente ganar unas elecciones, que sería un paso más de un movimiento mucho más amplio, que necesitará que haya movimiento de gente en la calle y que pasen muchas más cosas a muchas otras escalas, ¿no?
Pues yo dije, hostia, está muy bien, ese manifiesto hablaba del derecho de autodeterminación de los pueblos, hablaba de romper el régimen del 78, hablaba de que había que poner en marcha una democracia radical, que sea la gente y no las estructuras del régimen del 78 las que manden. Entonces, una serie de cosas que si tú lees el manifiesto, hoy lo volvería a firmar.
Ada Colau's party is Barcelona en Comú, a citizen platform founded in 2014, largely by activists from post-crash grassroots movements. Here she explains how she came to stand as mayor for this broad left platform.
Frente a esa crisis institucional es lógico que surjan diferentes iniciativas, como primero fue Podemos en las europeas, y luego llegaron las municipales, y aquí en Barcelona planteamos una confluencia muy amplia a diferentes, sobre todo a ciudadanía que no había participado nunca en ningún partido político porque no confiaba, ¿no?, en las formas clásicas de participación institucional, pero también a partidos progresistas, a partidos de izquierdas, viejos y nuevos, ¿no?, desde excomunistas a Podemos, para juntarnos por objetivos, que es, yo creo, lo que la ciudadanía le viene enseñando a la política institucional desde hace tiempo. O sea, llevamos mucho tiempo donde la ciudadanía ha ido innovando políticamente fuera de las instituciones, se han organizado cada vez más movimientos transversales, grandes campañas que se han hecho por objetivos concretos, y que eso ha conseguido movilizar a mucha gente que tiene en común un objetivo, ¿no? El derecho a la vivienda, la defensa de la educación, la defensa de la paz y de los derechos humanos. Entonces creíamos que había que aprender de esa experiencia y organizar una amplia movilización transversal y plural con objetivos claros y concretos, y efectivamente funcionó. A mucha gente convenció esa propuesta y nos permitió ganar las elecciones, aunque en minoría, pero ganamos las elecciones.
Spearheaded by Podemos, a number of parties and movements now make up Spain's New Left. In Catalonia, the New Left also includes radical independistas like the CUP, Podemos and Comuns, now known as Catalonia en Comú, a broad left merger that is mainly opposed to independence. Colau and Fashin were asked about the effectiveness of the New Left parties in terms of making concrete changes.
Pues hemos creado el operador energético público más grande de todo el Estado, que va a hacer que en poco tiempo Barcelona no solo todos los equipamientos y el alumbrado público se autoabastezca con energía limpia, de renovables, y además evidentemente más barata, sino que poco a poco pueda también ser un proveedor para la ciudadanía y pueda ir también dando suministro a la ciudadanía. Bueno, pues ese sería un ejemplo donde no solo hemos cambiado las prioridades y Barcelona ahora es la ciudad con más inversión social de todo el Estado, ¿no? O también dicen los rankings que somos de las ciudades más transparentes de todo el Estado, todas las facturas están colgadas en el ayuntamiento, por lo tanto la ciudadanía puede controlar efectivamente los gastos del ayuntamiento.
Se están haciendo cosas. Cuando Ada pone sobre la mesa el tema de la consulta sobre Akbar, eso es muy importante y eso es emancipador y eso es bueno. Pero a la vez, y esta es una pregunta de fondo, que es verdad que en el ejercicio de la alcaldía de una ciudad como Barcelona, el pragmatismo que se debe tener es enorme. Pero también hay que seguir haciéndose las preguntas de fondo. ¿Hemos venido a gestionar un poquito mejor que los otros? ¿O hemos venido a poner en cuestión el marco general? Porque en las plazas éramos muy radicales. Teníamos 8 puntos. Decíamos banca pública, Decíamos democracia directa y radical. Ahora, cuidado con que el pragmatismo se convierta en tu eje de lucha. Es decir, si hay cosas que no se pueden hacer, por ejemplo, en la plaza decíamos banca pública. Eso tú no ganas una alcaldía y haces una banca pública municipal de un día para el otro. Bueno, pero lo importante es, ¿perdemos aquella radicalidad?
En nuestro país y en Europa hay leyes de extranjería que son racistas directamente, ¿no? Y que condenan a una parte de la población a estar fuera del sistema, dejándolas sin papeles, sin reconocimiento administrativo, y eso las excluye, entre otros derechos, del mercado laboral, ¿no? Entonces esas personas se buscan la vida como pueden. Nosotros como ayuntamiento, ¿qué hacemos? Claro, la ley de extranjería no está en nuestras manos, nosotros le daríamos papeles a la gente, nosotros reconoceríamos como ciudadanos de primera a todo el mundo, porque creemos que es absolutamente racista discriminar a la gente por su origen. Pero eso no está en nuestras manos, es un ejemplo del límite que te encuentras cuando entras en un ayuntamiento y hay cosas que dependen del Estado y no dependen de ti. Pero no nos hemos resignado. O sea, por ejemplo, hemos primero agilizado mucho y facilitado el empadronamiento a cualquier persona sin ni siquiera pedirle un domicilio fijo en nuestra ciudad, para que tenga los derechos ciudadanos lo más amplios posibles, que acceda a todos los servicios, aunque no tenga los papeles de residencia.
After the independence referendum in Catalonia on 1st October 2017 was met with huge repression and violence by the Spanish state, many around Europe were left questioning Spain's democratic credentials. Luke's next question asked, how real is democracy in the Spanish state?
O sea, ya no teníamos una democracia fuerte, porque somos una democracia joven, ¿no? de 40 años, que viene de una dictadura reciente, con una transición que no se hizo en profundidad, ¿no? y que dio una cierta impunidad a aquellos que habían estado violentando los derechos humanos durante la dictadura. Y entonces eso, digamos, que ya nos pesaba. Pero evidentemente en los últimos años, con el gobierno de derechas del Partido Popular, ha habido una deriva autoritaria descontrolada y están sucediendo cosas habitualmente que no se pueden normalizar en una democracia. Aparte de la corrupción sistémica y aparte de muchos otros ejemplos de muy mala gestión, pero estamos yendo a una ley mordaza, a perseguir simplemente la discrepancia política, a criminalizarla, estigmatizarla para acabar penalizándola, ¿no? y convirtiéndola en una cuestión de orden público. Eso lo estamos viendo en diferentes temas, también en el tema catalán, pero también en temas de libertad de expresión, de libertades fundamentales que afectan a cantantes, a actores y cada vez, desgraciadamente, bueno, por ejemplo, ¿no? hemos tenido ejemplos recientes con delitos, supuestos delitos asociados a la crítica a la corona. O sea, en una democracia del siglo XXI que no se pueda criticar al rey porque te arriesgas a ir a la cárcel por hacer una canción que supuestamente injuria al rey, eso no es propio de una democracia fuerte ni de una democracia saludable, es evidentemente de una democracia que tiene serios problemas. Y eso, desgraciadamente, lo hemos vivido en Cataluña porque el Partido Popular lo ha identificado como el principal desafío político y, por lo tanto, en lugar de dar una respuesta política, ha optado por la judicialización, la represión, ¿no? y la respuesta autoritaria.
Lo que pasa hoy en Cataluña hace flotar, o sea, hace emerger esos pactos de los que no se había hablado y que de repente, cuando la gente los pone en cuestión, allá se ve la importancia que tenían. No era una cosa escrita ya en un artículo perdido de la Constitución. Aquello que tanto preocupaba a aquellos militares franquistas, insisto, militares franquistas, herederos de un régimen totalitario, ponen en una constitución, en este caso sobre la unidad territorial, una cosa que, bueno, durante un tiempo y gracias a diversos pactos, pues aquello va pasando, pero que cuando sale a relucir un debate sobre eso, vuelve a salir con la misma fuerza, el mismo ímpetu de aquellos militares franquistas. Yo el día 3 estaba en la plaza de la universidad, que es esta plaza, y se me acercó un señor de unos 85 años que me dice: yo he sido profesor de historia en esta universidad durante 40 años y lo que estamos viendo hoy no lo había visto yo nunca. Dice, esto es un alzamiento popular, esto es un alzamiento popular y yo no lo había visto nunca. Lo que pasó el 3 le dio miedo al establishment europeo, al establishment español, incluso a sectores independentistas de aquí, que ven el movimiento soberanista como una manera de surfear y mantenerse en el poder.
One of the biggest sticking points for the European left in relation to Catalan independence is the belief that it would be the right who have a majority in the parliament and not the left governing an independent Catalonia. But the repression of voters and the persecution of Catalan politicians brought a relatively unified condemnation from the left. However, Colau and Fashin offer distinctly different answers to the question of whether the referendum should have been recognized and those calling it defended.
El problema ya no era Madrid, el problema es que millones de catalanas no se sentían llamados a participar y por lo tanto en ese sentido no se podía considerar un referéndum porque había muchísima gente de Cataluña que no se sentía interpelada por esa llamada. Y como nosotros queríamos un referéndum efectivo, que tuviera efectivamente unos resultados que todo el mundo en Cataluña reconociera como válidos, aunque sabíamos que era difícil seguir peleando por ese referéndum vinculante, nosotros planteábamos una estrategia alternativa, que era generar otro tipo de mayorías diferentes en España, es decir, echar al gobierno del Partido Popular y buscar otras mayorías posibles que hicieran posible ese referéndum efectivo en Cataluña.
Pero hay un espacio de la sociedad catalana que tal vez no se identifican los bloques, pero que tiene una pulsión democrática muy fuerte, es que aquí, en esa gran manifestación, habían banderas españolas republicanas, estaban familiares míos que antes de votar independentistas se cortan la mano y estaban en la manifestación. Eso da pánico a muchos líderes independentistas, da pánico a los del 150, da pánico a todo el mundo, porque ahí es cuando la gente, fíjate, uno de los grandes argumentos del Estado español es, y a veces de los comunes, es que tenemos la sociedad partida por la mitad. Esto es una pena. El día 3 no estaba partida por la mitad de esta sociedad. El día 3 habría una enorme mayoría de la población que decía, esto es intolerable. Fíjate que es ahí cuando el régimen del 78 hace un movimiento histórico, que es sacar al rey. Y ahí Pablo Iglesias estuvo fino cuando dijeron, cuando se mueve el rey es que en ajedrez vas perdiendo.
Pero yo creo que hay concretamente un error muy grave del gobierno catalán, que es que sabiendo lo autoritario que era el gobierno del Partido Popular y por lo tanto que no iba a reconocer en ningún caso la vía unilateral, confiar en la comunidad internacional creo que fue un gran error del gobierno catalán. Y en segundo lugar, creo que fue un gran error también del gobierno catalán que el 1 de octubre se consiguió una mayoría social que iba mucho más allá del independentismo, es decir, fuimos muchos los demócratas que sin ser independentistas nos movilizamos, defendimos las escuelas, denunciamos al Estado, nos enfrentamos a la policía y denunciamos a la comunidad internacional lo que estaba pasando en Cataluña, y ahí hubo una mayoría social muchísimo más amplia en defensa de la democracia, de los derechos humanos y del referéndum. Y el problema es que poco tiempo después que el gobierno catalán optara por la vía unilateral hizo que esa mayoría se deshaciera y se volviera una minoría independentista que es mucho menos que la mitad de la población en Cataluña.
No caigamos en la trampa que nos dicen, no, es que están los independentistas y los independentistas. Pensemos más allá, pensemos que podemos trabajar con los independentistas. Es que la gente ya lo hizo, el 1 de octubre la gente lo hizo. Diga lo que diga Pablo Iglesias, diga lo que diga Ada, diga lo que diga Puigdemont, el día 1 estaban los independentistas, los no independentistas, hubo gente que defendió las urnas y no votó. Ya no que votó que no votó, porque creían que era un referéndum ilegal, pero que no podían aceptar que aquí apaleasen a la gente. Eso, o sea, si cualquier cosa en el futuro que queramos construir dándole la espalda a eso es mentira y fracasará.
Porque la vía unilateral, ¿qué ha producido? Ha producido represión, ha producido que los dirigentes estén en prisión y ha producido que perdamos el autogobierno de Cataluña y estemos peor que antes de empezar.
¿Cuándo vamos a tener este debate? Porque si no lo vamos a tener, todo lo que hemos hecho habrá que empezarlo otra vez. Y a mí lo que me preocupa es que ese empezar otra vez, la próxima vez, insisto, es que es lo que más me preocupa. O sea, la gente, imagínate, digo, yo voto a estos chicos del 15M y a Ada Colau y todo esto para que cambien algo en el ayuntamiento. Intentan estos chicos cambiar algo en el ayuntamiento y viene el Tribunal Constitucional y les tumba. Si no tienes un plan, al final la gente lo que percibe es, da igual a quién vote, o tendré que buscar otros que de verdad sean valientes, y esto no lo podemos permitir porque es que me da la impresión de que la próxima vez quien recoja esa bandera de decir, hey, gente, tiene que decidir la gente, pues sean los fascistas, porque lo hemos visto.
Fashin also had some deep criticisms of how the new left parties acted before and after the referendum, and why he left his post as General Secretary of Podemos in Catalonia.
En aquel momento los comunes estaban, por un lado, o petrificados, sin saber qué hacer, o esperando instrucciones de Madrid, es decir, Pablo estaba diciendo, yo si fuera catalán no votaría, cuando nuestras bases son en muchos pueblos las que abrieron las escuelas y las que defendieron las urnas, pues ahí ves que hay una cúpula, tanto en Madrid como aquí, que, no sé, mirando encuestas o lo que sea, pues dice, no nos conviene. Y me acuerdo que en aquellos días tan tensos, y después durante la campaña, dirigentes de los comunes diciendo que había que pasar página, que ni DUI ni 155. Era insostenible realmente esa postura. Hay un momento que cuando se convocan las elecciones, cuando Rajoy disuelve las instituciones catalanas y dice vamos a elecciones, se reúne la dirección de Podemos en Cataluña y dice es una situación excepcional, tenemos que hablar con todo el mundo, independentistas o no independentistas. Eso significa el fin de mi carrera, como si dijéramos. A partir de ahí empiezan las presiones para que nos unamos con los comunes, incluso, bueno, nos hacen un 155 interno. Si tú crees en una comunidad política que pueda ser el Estado español, donde los pueblos se autodeterminen y a la vez puedan trabajar juntos, eso tú lo tienes que aplicar a tu organización también. Claro, la letra dice que Podemos en Cataluña toma sus propias decisiones. La práctica es que toma sus propias decisiones siempre y cuando no molesten al jefe que está en Madrid.
The past 3 years in Spanish politics has seen 2 inconclusive general elections after the collapse of the extreme centre parties. A referendum in Catalonia met with state violence not seen since the brutal attacks on the Basques and large-scale arrest of Basque militants by Felipe González and others, not to mention the torture used against the Basques. The corruption scandal led to the downfall of the Prime Minister, the much-hated Mariano Rajoy. The final question Stobart asked was, is it possible to stop this downward spiral of the Spanish state? And is there an alternative?
Si aquel día se declara la República Catalana y a los 20 minutos sale Pablo Iglesias diciendo que hay que hacer un referéndum sobre la monarquía española y que lo vamos a hacer aunque sea... O sea, tumbamos el régimen del 78, o como mínimo lo dejamos herido de muerte. Ahora, claro, es que cuando la gente estaba haciendo eso el 13 de octubre, la izquierda española estaba mirando para otro lado.
La única posibilidad que tenemos frente a la lógica neoliberal que genera desigualdad, que genera injusticia, que genera mucha soledad de los individuos en un mundo globalizado en el que nos sentimos pequeños, frente a una lógica que nos divide o quiere dividirnos entre ganadores y perdedores, frente a esa lógica, creo que hay que responder con la comunidad desde abajo, ¿no? y que hay que responder con la ciudadanía que se junta para defender derechos y libertades desde la proximidad, desde ese lugar de convivencia. Y en ese sentido creo que las ciudades son el lugar donde transformar el miedo en esperanza. Y por eso siempre digo que soy una municipalista convencida, que el siglo XXI es el siglo de las mujeres, de la revolución feminista y de la revolución municipalista. Y no por casualidad estamos viendo ese movimiento también feminista en muchos lugares del mundo que está tomando las ciudades. Entonces Barcelona estará encantada de participar de esa revolución municipalista y feminista global.
Share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, and show your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean.
The International Court of Justice will issue its ruling on the dispute between Bolivia and Chile regarding the use of the waters of the Silala River. Also, the president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, warned that his Ukrainian counterpart, Volodymyr Zelensky, is trying to involve NATO troops in the conflict. Israeli forces killed 3 more Palestinian citizens in Jenin, northern Palestine. From the headquarters of TeleSUR English in Havana, Cuba, this is From the South. I'm your anchor, Gladys Quesada, and these are the news. The International Court of Justice will deliver its judgment this Thursday in the case concerning the dispute between Chile and Bolivia over the status and use of the waters of the Silala River. According to international media reports, the case dispute over the status and use of the waters of the Silala will come to an end when the president of the court, Judge Joan E. Donoghue, raised the sentence. The Bolivian spokesperson for this legal dispute, Sebastián Michel, praised the method used by his country to resolve this conflict and proposed to continue this line of work to settle other 17 cross-border water disputes with Chile. In Colombia, President Petro's government seeks dialogue with all armed groups in the country as part of the Total Peace policy. The director of the Institute for Development and Peace Studies in the past for its Spanish acronym, Camilo González Pozo, stated that the attempt to minimize the conflicts between the armed groups, the ELN, the FARC dissidents, and paramilitaries is one of the biggest challenges for Gustavo Petro's administration. In the past, representative also informed that in the last 3 years, the FARC dissidences have significantly expanded in over the national territory. On the other hand, political analysts assure that the most important challenge for the executive is to redimension the armed conflict in the Andean country.
Well, in this report, we find a rearrangement of army groups and a rapid growth in the last 3 years, especially the dissidences that have doubled in municipal presence and the Gulf clan that has also expanded by 20%. The ELN grew until the year 2020 and in recent years has been relatively stagnant and overall has a radius of action in 345 of Colombia and urban network connections with small organizations, local, but these are of greater impact.
The structures of the National Liberation Army that has managed to occupy areas that were once occupied by the former FARC demands a new framework for the internal conflict in the perspective of giving greater significance to what is total peace. I think that it is not enough to think in the case of neo-paramilitarism and criminal groups in a simple submission to justice. There is indeed a regulatory framework of the law of justice and peace and other existing regulations that are there to make this possible. What is certain is that this regulatory framework has not provided enough incentives for these groups to disarm.
We move on to other topics. In Ecuador, authorities announced the slaughter of more than 180,000 birds due to a bird flu outbreak, which represents an animal health emergency. The Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock reported this is an H5 subtype viral outbreak. They also emphasized that the infection of birds affects 0.5% of the national production. In this context, the minister informed that there will be a state of emergency for 90 days, a time during which no poultry products or byproducts can be transported or relocated to control the contagion. In Mexico, President Andrés Manuel López Obrador confirmed that the Pacific Alliance Summit will take place in Lima, Peru, on December 14th. During his morning press conference on Wednesday, President López Obrador assured that the presidents of Chile, Colombia, Peru, and Mexico will participate in the summit, since they are members of the integration mechanism. He also assured that the Ecuadorian president will participate, since it is expected that his country will define its incorporation to the alliance during the summit. In this sense, the Mexican head of state informed that he will travel to the Peruvian capital to hand over the presidency of the entity to Pedro Castillo. In the Dominican Republic, social movements rally nationwide to demand changes to the current social security law. Demonstrators demand a new social security bill based on the right of the people to quality health and decent pensions. Unions are also asking for a national health insurance that covers all services and medicines in the midst of the current state of inflation. Likewise, the Coalition for Dignified Social Security demands better conditions for doctors and health professionals, together with the improvement of hospitals and public health centers all over the country. The United States Army awarded Raytheon Technologies a $1.2 billion contract to deliver 6 more national advanced surface-to-air missile systems, plus equipment and support services to Ukraine. The contract brings the U.S. government's total order for NASAMS batteries to aid to help the Ukrainian military counter missile threats and drone attacks. Raytheon's Missiles and Defense Unit has delivered to Washington the first 2 NASAM batteries as part of the 3rd Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative package. According to a Department of Defense notice, the contract work will take place in Tewksbury, Massachusetts through November 28, 2025. Let's take a short break, but first, remember you can follow us on our TikTok account at TeleSUR English, in which you will be able to see news in different formats, news updates, and more. Other stories coming up, stay with us.
deep gazes filled with struggles and stories. Struggles that transcend generation. Know the deepest realities through its protagonists on TeleSUR Documentaries. Sunday. Only on TeleSUR.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomun. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
Welcome back to From the South. The president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, warned that his Ukrainian counterpart, Volodymyr Zelensky, is trying to involve NATO troops in the conflict. The Belarusian president pointed out that Ukraine is trying to drag NATO forces into the war under any pretext, while denouncing an increase in actions aimed at provoking the Belarusian forces near the border. Lukashenko also assured that his country is trying to contain potential adversaries from using force against the country. However, he considered it necessary to constantly monitor the signals indicating that some kind of aggression against the nation is being prepared. For its part, the Belarusian Defense Ministry registered an increase in the number of troops from the bloc on its borders, a situation that Lukashenko considered strains the situation in the area and in the region as a whole. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov stated on Thursday that relations between Russia and the West will not be restored in the field of European security. The Russian foreign minister made the statement during a press conference at the Foreign Ministry's office on the occasion of the 29th Ministerial Council of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. The head of the Russian diplomacy was not invited, as the host country of the meeting, the government of Poland, denied Russia the right to attend as a member state of the organization. Referring to the United States, he pointed out that Washington keeps Europe enslaved and has the bloc under its control. And the president of the National Assembly of People's Power, Cuba's parliament, Esteban Lasso Hernandez, met on Thursday with Russian parliament authorities while paying an official visit to the Russian Federation. The Cuban government official met with the chairwoman of the Federation Council, Valentina Matvienko, and addressed the plenary session. Lasso also met with the chairman of the State Duma, Vyacheslav Volodin, and discussed the excellent status of bilateral relations between the governments and parliaments of Cuba and Russia. Both parties signed the Act of Constitution of the Commission for Cooperation between the State Duma of the Russian Federation and the National Assembly of People's Power of the Republic of Cuba, and agreed to hold their first session in February 2023 in Havana. Hungary's Foreign Minister Peter Szijjártó warned the North Atlantic Treaty Organization about the dangers of becoming an anti-China bloc. During the second day of the meeting of the foreign ministers of the Atlantic Alliance in Bucharest, the capital of Romania, the Hungarian foreign minister pointed out that the idea of a new Cold War wasn't necessary. He stated that the bloc is currently going through enough problems and that cooperation with China, based on mutual respect and benefit, is possible. In his view, breaking off economic relations with Beijing will have tragic repercussions for Europe, and he called for recognition of the economic momentum of the eastern countries. And Hungary's foreign minister issues these statements after British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak described the Asian giant on Monday as a systemic challenge to his country's values and interests. During a speech at a banquet hosted by the Mayor of London, the Prime Minister described as a naive the idea that trade will automatically lead to social and political reform in China. He also admitted that China's importance in world affairs, such as global economic stability or climate change, cannot be ignored. However, Sunak asserted that the golden era of relations between the United Kingdom and China is over. Now we address other topics. Chinese capital Beijing on Wednesday rolled out differentiated and targeted measures based on each district's situation to contain the current wave of COVID-19, while striving hard to ensure people's normal life and work. The city's municipal government spokesperson Su Heiyan stressed that all districts should conduct COVID-19 responses strictly in accordance with basic laws and regulations, as well as the 9th edition of the COVID-19 Prevention and Control Protocol and the 20 measures for optimizing epidemic control. The spokesperson said the government will provide timely treatment to all infections, in particular the elderly, children, pregnant women, and other groups with weak resistance. In the United States, cleanup processes have begun due to the spill of an anti-flammable chemical foam used after the eruption of the Mauna Loa volcano in the state of Hawaii. U.S. Navy said on Wednesday that there is no evidence that the spill of about 4,160 liters of the chemical-contaminated drinking water. Also, the cleanup activities began at the Red Hill facility to mitigate any contamination risk. On the other hand, the Deputy Director of Environmental Health of the State Health Department described the event as outrageous and dangerous for groundwater. And we have more news coming up after a final short break, so stay with us.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
We are approaching a new era. technology trends, and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomun. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
Welcome back to From the South. On Thursday, Israeli forces killed 3 more Palestinian citizens in Jenin, northern Palestine. The new attack in the refugee settlement took the lives of Naim Jamal al-Subairi, 27 years old, and Muhammad Ayman al-Zari, 26 years old. Another young Palestinian, Muhammad Tawif, also 26 years old, died in hospital from wounds received in Jibad. The onslaught of the occupying troops is steadily escalating. Last Tuesday, they killed 5 young men, and since the beginning of the year, according to this monitor, 205 Palestinians have been executed. Hussein al-Sheikh, secretary of the Executive Committee of the Liberation of Palestine organization, has described some of these killings as heinous crimes. On Wednesday, East Africa's Intergovernmental Authority on Development signed an agreement on the free movement of people as representatives from the 8 countries gathered in Khartoum. The East Africa's Intergovernmental Authority on Development meeting in the Sudanese capital was attended by representatives from Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, and Sudan. With the exception of Uganda's minister's absence, the rest of the representatives signed a free movement of people agreement and a transhuman protocol. In a press conference, Dr. Workneh Gebeyu called it a very big achievement for the region. The next meeting will be held next year in Djibouti. A court in Ivory Coast on Wednesday began the long-awaited trial of 18 people accused of abetting a terrorist machine gun assault on a beach resort in 2016 that left 19 people dead. According to Aude Rimalho, a civilian attorney, only 4 defendants were physically present for the proceedings in Abidjan. The others, including the suspected masterminds, are either on the run or being held in Mali. On March 13, 2016, 3 men wielding assault rifles attacked Grand Bassam, a tourist complex 40 kilometers east of Abidjan, popular with foreigners, with Al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb claimed responsibility the same day. Allegedly, the attack came in retaliation to anti-jihadist operations in the Sahel by France and its allies. And more than 1,000 people staged a protest at Kozi Mampuru Chiu prison in South Africa on Wednesday against the pending release of Janus Wallace, the convicted killer of anti-apartheid leader Chris Hani. Wallace's release had been scheduled following a court ruling last week, according to which he should be freed on parole within 10 days. Members of the ruling African National Congress Party and the South African Communist Party, of which Hani was the general secretary when he was killed 10th of April in 1993, lined the streets of the capital Pretoria to voice their dismay at this release. Let's go to Qatar. The president of Argentina, Alberto Fernandez, greeted the victory of the Argentine football team against Poland at the FIFA World Cup in Qatar. On his Instagram account, shortly after the 2-0 victory over Poland, the head of state posted a message of encouragement for La Scaloneta. He thanked the team and the coaching staff for their efforts, talent and generosity, and bringing another great joy to the Argentine people with the new victory. The South Americans' latest win gave them the ticket to the round of 16. You can follow the details of the matches through our multi-platform. And precisely, just as the hearts of millions of fans live the emotions of the Qatar 2022 World Cup, TeleSUR joins this sporting event with From the Field, a show that brings news, analysis, reviews, and more to our audience. Don't miss it. Our show airs 1 p.m. local time in Caracas and 12 p.m. New York. Remember, From the Field, only on TeleSUR. And we have come to the end of this news brief. But remember, you can find these and many other stories on our website at telesurenglish.net. And also, if you feel so inclined, please join us on social media for all the latest news. We are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, and TikTok. For TeleSUR English, I'm Gladys Quesada. Thank you for watching.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomun. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
The story goes, you're gonna make it if you state to divide and rule the working class, to keep us broken, not building anew. Lessons of history revealed, organize or be displaced. The rulers have no solutions, only violence, wars and jails. Stick together and fight for your just claims. Workers united will prevail. Oh, say can't you see Rome is over? Oh, build a new, I'll build a new. Oh, build a new, I'll build a new. Oh, build a new, I'll build a new.
Experience the Qatar World Cup with Carlos Montero, and through our social networks become a protagonist of this exciting experience. From the field, only on TeleSUR.
Greetings, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you in a new Bi-Gender broadcast, a TeleSUR space where the main premise is journalism with a gender perspective. My name is Gustavo Prada, and I will be with you for the next half hour. Let's start our broadcast with an informative tour of the highlights of this week in terms of gender.
The documentary La Gota de Agua is premiering in Cuba, about the Cuban Indian people, and Jaime Ravelo, that addresses the problems facing the lackers of the Antilles as a result of the economic blockade that the United States has maintained for more than 6 years. These professionals recounting 30-minute audiovisual work to the story of Natalie, a 5-year-old girl who fights against a severe disease in the midst of the blockade that makes it impossible for her to access the medicines she needs.
We went to the William Saleh Hospital, the William Saleh Pediatric Hospital. There is an orthopedic specialist. Dr. Eduardo was the one who treated us and carried out all the studies. He performed the biopsy, which was the one that gave the diagnosis of what she had, which was a weak sarcoma. And then he told us that it was a malignant tumor that had to be treated. She had to go to an oncology room to get treatment to see if it would reduce and could have an operation. But it was quite difficult for the whole family, because in the midst of all this process you always have hope that there is another way out, but there was no other. She was given all the medications that can be given, and she did not respond as expected, and she has to be amputated.
In the film, the filmmakers Pibe and Rebello show how Cuban families directly support the damage caused by the blockade that has been going on for more than 6 decades. The recently set up the Cuban people, but about all the women who are the social sectors responsible for their family care. The visual piece aims to make visible the difficulties that Cubans experience under this policy of segregation. La Gota de Agua, which premiered on October 27, will be screened until the end of November at the Charles Chaplin movie theaters located in the country's capital. New legislation in Japan expected to be introduced this year would be related to the artificial insemination procedure, but the draft bill shows the law would only authorize by the person for legal couples. Japan does not recognize same-sex marriage, so lesbian couples single would be excluded.
A was able to have a baby conceived by artificial insemination with a sperm donor at the hospital, but I'm afraid that he may face the stigma of being a child born in a legal context. That is, if having a baby in this way in a hospital becomes legal, it will threaten people's impression that I did something wrong.
Institutions that offer the sperm donation and insemination follow the non-binding guidelines of the Japanese Society of Obstetrics and Gynecology, which serve as a basis for the new legislation. So it is difficult for minority of doctors to challenge them in favor of families of parental or single women.
Even if a law prohibits same-sex couples from having a baby, it really can't stop those who want to have a child from pursuing the goal. It just means they'll have to go for the less restrictive option. If they can't anymore, if they opt for the safe medical facility they have been using, then they will go for risky options. Then there will be questions like, what about childcare? What about the safety of that donated sperm?
Couples with children conceived the in vitro insemination with a sperm donor fear that the new legislation, in addition to restricting the rights of individuals to manage their reproductive possibilities, could also mean that their children will be stigmatized by the conditions of conception. Secretary already has precedent with extramarital conceptions.
In our cultural note of the week, we want to show you the work of a group of French artists who prepare a show that includes dancers with disabilities. Let's see it.
In France, a group of artists have been working for more than 10 years in the dance company Impossible Escape, founded in 2007 in Paris by Katy Medius, dancer and choreographer and teacher. This academy, together with an educational department, offers more than 50 dance workshops and live shows a year. It also has an artistic creation department with around 15 professional dancers who prepare a creative project dedicated to the 25th 2025 Paralympic Games ceremony.
For me, the dance was over. The accident had shattered this dream and it was impossible for me to dance again. One day, I discovered what it is. By chance, a German company had to come to do a demonstration, and I said to myself, oh yes, that's what I want to do. I want to continue dancing, even if I'm in a wheelchair. And that's how the adventure began.
Gladys Foggia, a paraplegic dancer who dances in a wheelchair, rehearsed with the choreographer of Paris Opera, mixing some of the other members of the association that works for dancers with disabilities. Foggia says that she recovered her freedom of movement through the dance, which is why she wants other professional dancers with disabilities to be recognized for their work and not for their disabilities. The association, the Possible Escape, is also associated with a Navy group, medical social, around a study aim and measure to the impact of dance on health of drug workers in nursing homes.
Dancing really concerned me with this body and made me realize that I had a whole body. Because often when you are a paraplegic, you can't feel down, and then you feel like you're being cut in two. And on the other hand, dancing really made me possible to connect the legs with the trunk. Because when dancing, you touch your body. You really touch all the parts of your body. The partner can also touch the body.
The artist prefers the two with the person inclusive dance or identity. She clarifies that those who participate in this type of dance move differently but find the same freedom as a person without disabilities. The association invites people to go see the artists and know the devotions on which they dance.
And we're back. From TeleSUR, we do journalism with a gender perspective, and language is a tool with which we build and deconstruct social imaginaries. That's why today we invite you to learn about the meaning of the category non-sexist education.
Non-sexist education. Non-sexist education category consider aspects of sexism and its impact on education from their role and throughout settings in science, language, the invisibility of women in history, the interaction between the sexes in classroom, and values are analyzed. And education from this perspective implicit destruction of educational programs that identify and discard gender stereotypes, and the use of language with a gender perspective and awareness of sexist behavior, in addition to the use of non-sexist toys and educational legislation with gender approach.
The parenting activity involves providing care and supervision in the support on the developing needs in all aspects in the lives of our daughters and sons. But we wonder what happens to fatherhood and motherhood when we move away from the traditional model. On this, our central topic of this week.
The evolution of the new models of inclusive paternity reveals to the privileging vision of the hegemonic masculinity paves the way for the implementation of new values of belief and foster new ways of living, feeling, and acting, redefining the social concept of family and questioning the values, beliefs, and rules established by the patriarchal political system. Hence, the importance of promoting inclusive and loving paternity models.
We need new ways of being men and of being fathers that guarantee that paternity is exercised from the core responsibility of men, and that it is understood that the task of raising girls and boys isn't exclusively for women.
The redefinition of maternal and paternal roles, the bettering two models, and even the establishment of new family values directly influence the social direction of individuals and contribute to the change in behavior of men.
The role of the father and activities that comprise the growth of the family should not be left only to the mother. Now we are the parents too, since that machismo is removed from us, that we think it is the woman who does everything, and we do the work. Then the commitment is with the role of our children in home must be shared.
Sexes as gender, role, masculinity, and femininity, and many others as a result of a social construction and traits that are influenced by the spirit of predominant power, by the status quo, and by the hegemonic patriarchy. For this reason, the extended view of the family roles is affected by the imposed social perception and the gender binary dichotomy, in which the characterization of functions within family mechanisms intertwine with the gender expression of the members. Hence, the so-called traditional values, where one sex is assigned the care of the children, the family, and the house, and the other the role of providing economic resources.
We have to overcome various problems in society. First of all, we have to overcome gender roles and stereotypes that show that it is only the task of women to be in charge of caring for and raising children, and men remain absent.
In this context, the growth of the new masculinities has given way to the more exclusive model in the roles played by the family members. It's spirit collective paternity jobs in which men are not tied to the acting only as a provider for the family, but as one of the factors in the actors in the family mechanics of bringing beyond the vision of the responsibility of the giveaway to equitable relationships and a different family enjoyment.
It is essential that men actively engage in positive fatherhood that involves being active in raising, caring for, and respecting our sons and daughters.
This conceptual break gave a way to the desire for the balance and equity between the roles, evidencing the appreciation of the maternal and paternal roles equating the daily activities carried out by each of the parents.
This is a shared task, because the child not only came from the woman, but it also came from the man. So it is our obligation that we have to share.
An example of how men can assume the responsibility of the respectful fatherhood is by accompanying their sons and daughters in daily activities, teaching them the daily tasks that contribute to caring for the home. Shared parenting is a guide for the intersectionality. This positive and active paternity is established with practice that go beyond providing financially, providing respectful parenting through care, education, and maintaining dialogue and respect towards the mother and the race of the family, as well as stimulating the development and the effectivity in each stage of the life of the boy girl. Being a father not only implies providing financially but also building a bond that goes beyond the gender expression and traditional roles, thus generating healthier psychological and emotional development processes in all areas of life. At present, the confrontation that implies a change of behaviors and values from more inclusive ones based on the integral responsibility with the family, especially with its sons, daughters, can be seen.
I want to invite all those parents who are absent in raising their children to know that be with their children, even if it is an hour, but spending that hour 100%, not 10 minutes and 50 on the cell phone, not doing 40 things at the same time, and to have the daughter, well, as it is in the choir that is not done. You have to be in the active uprising of children. That is very important. The attachment to the children is made now.
To guarantee a shared and respectful upbringing is necessary for society to reconfigure a behavior based on a particular system for teachings to be deconstructed institutions, society, the school, and the family. The media and the government institutions play a fundamental role in this. Establishing more respectful ties is a way of fighting against the patriarchal political system that fragments the family and dilutes the individualist practice.
Expose Your Pig is a French initiative that has been promoted on social networks since 2017 to denounce sexual assaults on women. Let's find out what it's all about.
The Me Too initiative was launched in 2017. The initiative sought for all those women who were victims of sexual harassment, especially in the cultural industry, to raise their voices and make their history known. It was popularized by actress and activist Milano and later obtained into French version by the journalist Sandra Muller, who also coined her and hashtag Expose Your Pig, a fact for which she was convicted of defamation in 2019. The plaintiff was Eric Brion, a television executive, the man she had accused of sexual harassment on Twitter.
I found that 5 years ago, street harassment was not penalized at that time, but since then it has been. I also see that a lot of progress has been made in companies, in general moral, and relations between men and women. I think that it has normalized and that relations have advanced a lot. Then we are going to talk about a positive result in general.
But the center activists not almost exceed the limits. What began with a mockery, insults, and offensive comment against the journalist led to the impossibility of practicing her profession. Meanwhile, the movement against sexual assault continued to gain strength in the net.
5 years of being labeled Madame Tom Pork and not being able to look for work because my voice is recognized, my image is recognized, and before I was a heteroclite journalist, and now I am so entrenched in this activist role that if I go to give an interview and my image is seen, if my voice is heard, it's a problem. And if I had to define now the few fights that will remain to be the protagonist, if it's in relation to hashtag Balance Tom Pork, to hashtag Me Too in France, in fact, the education of children, the education especially of children, of young children, must be something natural.
The perimeter of the hashtag, one of the new digital tools for activists, and received so much support from the people that in September 2018, the hashtag had already been used almost 1 million times. Finally, in 2021, a French appellate court overturned the verdict against Miller, and she was able to continue to participate in the avalanche of the testimony from people who had suffered the same attacks of her.
Interesting topic, and since diversity includes us all, in our segment dedicated to men also affected by the patriarchal system, we express our new opinions and contributions to dismantle it. Let's see the topic that we will address in our new masculinity segment.
A stylist project called Stereotypes impose ideas on the popular imagination about how men should behave. One of those preconceived ideas is not men to cry. However, there are men who question this myth from their constructive practice and from their professional fields. The Mexican psychologist and blogger Andres Lama reflects on the succeeding questions. That's a statement based on machismo.
To begin with, the first part of the macho culture in which we still live, many people, many men, it is precisely that of no emotional expression. I mean, you as a man are only going to be able to express your emotions such as joy and anger. They're both accepted, right? Also, a man who gets angry looks bad, acceptable. He is a man, he can get angry. And happiness, well, yes, the more you smile, the more you laugh, well, yeah, he's a good man. But what if a man you express sadness or depression? You are weak. You are, and it is rude to say, but a coward.
The wide variety of possible emotional responses to problems and the ability to share them is limited by the expectations associated with certain gender, which represents a limitation in adoption of assertive behavior. In 2016, the last year in which the World Health Organization released global figures, there were approximately 93 out there by the suicide more than men, but propensity can be up to double or triple compared to women. And many of these cases are related to the inability to provide and transfer up to for management of the emotions in men who are taught that males don't cry. With this statement, men are prevented from expressing their weakness for those issues like men a high degree of stress. Care programs for this complex problem are usually in mitigating isolation and helping to form effective bonds. The themes are especially difficult in racial contact.
Now we go to the social media platforms where the most important topics take place. Let's see what the social media says.
On the social network Twitter, the Italian astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, the first woman from this country to reach space, published a photography of a famous ancient Chinese composition. This mission is the second for Samantha, began the mission on April 27 and returned to the Earth on Friday night after a 107-day ascending orbit. Cristoforetti also took 3 photos of the Earth days and night view taken in space.
In our recommendation of the week, we bring you They Also Speak, a documentary that glimpses the history of the sons and daughters of homoparental families.
No me gustaría tener otra familia y nos gusta tener 2 madres.
They Speak To is a documentary that narrates the life of two homoparental families. One of the stories is that of Sergio, a teenager, adult son of San Jose and Luis from the cinematographic creation. The story is about the mission of the children of the families. Although the approval of the law on homosexual marriage has been legal in several countries for some years now, Christian continued to resolve around the consent of the side of the couple. But what happens with the other members of the families? Is society prepared for to the welcome children of the couples? In this documentary, one of the aims is to able to know what happens to children and adolescents who face a society that claims to accept them. The project, which is more than documentary, seeks to make minority families visible and have sons and daughters of parental families who are discriminated against for it.
Llevan bastante tiempo sufriendo el bullying. O sea, no creo que te enteres en el primer día.
The director and screenwriter of this film is Lidia Titas Garcia, also author of the book Madre no hay más que dos. Garcia decided from the script to put in the foreground the voice of the children of these families, protagonists of the feature film that reflects the diversity of the existing families. The documentary denounces the bullying of which Sario is a victim for being the son of two men, brings to the fore the voice of Paula and Mark, who explain how happy they feel to have two mothers. Though the visual is a piece that without doubt contributes to being an echo of parental families around the world.
With this information, we say goodbye. Remember that on our website, www.telesur.english.net, you can watch this and other broadcasts, like in our YouTube channel, Con Género Telesur. Thank you for joining us. We leave you with good music. See you on the next delivery of By Gender.
Tengo tres caras posibles, tú me las quitas todas. Una risa con alas que vuela si estamos a solas. Tengo una voz y una piel que quieren que tú las descifres. Tengo la vida muy corta para entender lo que dicen tus ojos, que cuando los miro brillan igual que los míos, pero no logro entender de qué van. Pero si un día tú me encuentras y ahora piensas diferente, te guardo un poquito de fe para abrir los ojos y ver.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
The story goes, you're gonna make it if you
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
Hi, I'm Bill Fletcher. Welcome to the Global African. Every week, we'll discuss the issues that impact not only the people living on the continent of Africa, north, south, east, and west, but those who, thanks to the colonialism, have created what we call the African diasporas, from blacks in the Americas to the culturally diverse peoples of Afro-Caribbean and Afro-European descent. We'll together do a deep dive into what it means to be a global African in the 21st century. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for joining us in this journey as we together explore the African world. One of the most striking features of the U.S. working class is that black workers repeatedly in virtually every opinion poll have proven to be the most pro-union segment of the population. They're the most unionized, but also the most pro-union. The workers who in any organizing effort are almost always the first to join the union, to engage, to support organizing efforts, as well as to mobilize. Yet, despite this role that black workers have played, this sympathy for unions, as well as active role in building the union movement, the US union movement doesn't seem to be quite clear as to what relationship it should have to black workers and what relationship black workers should have to the renaissance of labor in the United States. Joining us this afternoon is Bob Moore, longtime trade unionist, activist in the Black Freedom Movement in the Baltimore and Washington, D.C. area. Bob got his start in the trade union movement in 1969, became the president of a healthcare union in 1986, and held on to that position until 2005 when he stepped down from office. Thank you very much for joining us, Bob.
Thank you.
So, Bob, we have a situation right now where there's a poverty rate among black folks of about 27% nationally. We have an unemployment rate among black workers of 11% compared to 5% for whites. I'm not going to go through all the other demographics. But the question is this something that the trade union movement needs to be addressing?
I, of course, have thought for some time that, in fact, it did, but continues not to. But it's not, we have to always remember where this division between the white working class and the black working class began in slavery, and so these differences, we've always been poorer, we've always been lagging behind, and one of the unfortunate things in the American trade union movement is that they like to narrow the scope to specific job issues. I think, Gompers used to call pure and simple union. Let's keep it simple in the contract. And so the greatest social and economic issues affecting both classes are usually swept under the table.
But when you were the president of your healthcare union, which was eventually became part of the Service Employees International Union, you had a different vision for what trade unions should be doing.
Well, when I joined 1199 in 1969, it was as a result of an attempt to do national organizing and to piggyback on the Poor People's Campaign that Dr. King had begun about a year earlier. And so we were very hopeful, coming out of what was the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and finding this new vehicle, which I thought would help us organize more workers,
and move the power questions ahead. So that was kind of the vision that I at least had, and I thought 1190 had a reputation for having a diverse leadership, and so it looked like the place to do this work.
In the early 90s, as you remember, there was an increase in interest in organizing immigrant workers. As the demographics in the United States started to change, there were particularly a lot more Latino workers that were coming here. A number of unions started to pick up and started to address that in terms of organizing. Yet there has not been a comparable effort, at least that I can identify, of focusing on Black workers, particularly in the South. What do you make of that?
I make that people haven't wanted to do that, and frankly, without stepping on toes, I don't think, in large part, the leadership of the American labor movement has been much interested in any of that. We've taken for granted that the South is going to be non-union. And we've taken, for instance, that in many instances, we don't necessarily want to spend the effort to organize workers. This was the case when I joined 1199. The reason, hospital workers were not organized, particularly low-wage service workers, and nobody had wanted to do that. Nobody put in the resources. They were not covered under the National Labor Relations Act. And so it required, union engaged in a number of activities and demonstrations outside of the law and tried to create a situation where they could gain recognition and participation. And because of its link to the civil rights movement, did for a couple of years experience significant growth.
Well, let me just ask you. Let me take a piece of what you were talking about. It seems that on the one hand, some of these efforts internal to the union movement by Black workers have resulted in almost a complacency that they become accepted through some of these caucuses within the established organization, and then very little happens after that. The other thing is, to be very pointed, that Black workers seem to scare white folks. I mean, would you say that's true?
Well, I think that's generally true in America, but what I would say is it's not so much that, though, as a problem, as what the definition of the union becomes to people. Right, because you get a job on the union staff, and the union's been good in that sense. The union's been good in moving contracts of people ahead. So the union is, in large degree, insular. It's not, looking out at the larger community. And as a general rule, Black workers and other workers, pretty much get sucked in. The union becomes a sideline, it's not a movement. It's a sideline. Church is more important, right?
Right.
Community clubs are more important during these, and so the union has this space built around, I think, Gomper's notion of pure and simple. And Black workers are, like everybody, they're subject to that notion, because I know many Black workers think the union has been good, and they've often been very successful, and people become content. Race always remains an issue and a factor, but inside the union, people tend not to want to discuss the issue of race.
Indeed. I want to thank you for joining us. This has just been a wonderful discussion, and I appreciate you taking the time to do this.
I am at your beck and, brother.
Thank you very much.
Struggle does continue.
It does indeed. It does indeed. The Western Sahara is often and perhaps dismally known as the last African colony. The Western Sahara was first colonized by Spain during the 1400s and later reclaimed by Spain during the Berlin Conference in 1884. However, during the period of colonization, the Sahrawi people resisted Spanish occupation. By 1975, after years of resistance from the Sahrawi National Liberation Movement known as Polisario, the Western Sahara was decolonized, and the Western Saharan people were, at that point, supposed to govern themselves. However, in November of 75, at a meeting called the Madrid Accord, Spain gave Morocco and Mauritania rights to the Western Sahara, which illegally recolonized the Western Sahara, despite protests from the United Nations and the Organization of African Unity. The International Court of Justice determined the Moroccan and Mauritanian claims of sovereignty over the Western Sahara were illegitimate, with no legal stake in the territory. Despite a global consensus that the Western Sahara had a right to its own sovereignty, King Hassan II of Morocco ordered the Moroccan invasion of the Western Sahara in a campaign that came to be known as the Green March in November of 1975, when 200,000 to 300,000 Moroccan citizens were sent to claim the Western Sahara as a territory of Morocco. Morocco increased its aggression with airstrikes against the Sahrawi citizen settlements, with both napalm and cluster bombs, causing a mass exodus of at least 165,000 Sahrawi citizens over the eastern border, where they settled in tented communities close to the Algerian town of Tindouf. For almost 40 years, nearly half of the indigenous population of the Western Sahara have lived in refugee camps in Algeria. In the time during the conflict, Morocco has sold licenses to phosphate-rich mineral deposits in the Western Sahara to private multinational companies, though the global consensus is that they have no right to the land of the Western Sahara. These are some of the issues that have contributed to this nearly 40-year conflict over the right of a people to govern themselves and control their own land. Today, on The Global African, we will examine the plight of the people of the Western Sahara, the people of the last African colony. Today, it's our honor to engage in a discussion with Dr. Jacob Monday, a professor from Colgate University in New York State. Dr. Monday is a specialist in armed conflict and humanitarian interventions in Northern Africa. He also is the co-author of the book Western Sahara, War, Nationalism, and Conflict Irresolution. Dr. Monday, thank you for joining us on The Global African.
It's an honor to be with you.
So, Dr. Monday, let me just start with what may seem like a very simple question, but one that plagues many people. Why is it that the conflict in the Western Sahara has lasted so long? I mean, we're talking decades.
Yeah, I mean, the conflict is approaching its fourth decade very shortly. There are a lot of reasons for its perpetuation. One is just two mutually exclusive visions regarding Western Sahara. You have Morocco believing that Western Sahara is part of its sovereign territory, and then you have a nationalist movement that wants to create an independent republic in the territory. But at the international level, you have an international community that is largely indifferent to the conflict, not interested in managing it or giving it serious attention. And so year by year, the conflict drags on and the Security Council pays attention to it, maybe a couple of days at the end of April every year when we have to renew the UN mission. But otherwise, it's largely a forgotten conflict that's very low on the agenda, if on the agenda at all.
The conflict seems to bear an interesting resemblance to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I mean, in the Western Sahara, you have these massive settlements of Moroccans, the ignoring of any issue of self-determination for the Sahrawi people. Do you think that that's a fair comparison?
Well, certainly Morocco's presence in the territory can be described and has been described by international legal scholars as an occupation, and thus warranting the application of the Geneva Conventions to the situations. One of the effects of that, of course, is that Morocco's settlers in the territory, who outnumber the indigenous population by at least 2 to 1, are there illegally, and Morocco has violated international humanitarian law by bringing so many of its citizens into the territory. Other applications of the Geneva Conventions in terms of maltreatment of the population, daily abuses, torture, imprisonment, arbitrary detention, the list goes on and on. But yes, I mean, in terms of international humanitarian law, the situations are very similar. They're also very similar in terms of the question of aggression, because Morocco acquired the territory through the use of force against Spain, which was actually the colonial colonizer in 1975. And it was through the threat and the use of force that Morocco gained the territory. So in that way, it's also very similar to the Palestinian occupied territories, which Israel gained by force as well.
Dr. Monday, thank you so much for your time. You honor us by being on our program, and I'm hoping that people will go out, pick up your book, study the situation in the Western Sahara, since it gets such little attention in the media in North America. Thank you very much for joining us on The Global African.
Thanks for having me.
In 1975, the United Nations Security Council adopted Resolution 379, by which it requested the immediate withdrawal of the Green March participants from the territory. Polisario declared the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic on February 27, 1976, and announced its first government, despite the aggression and occupation by Morocco. Today we welcome to the Global African Mr. Mohammed Yeslam Besat, the ambassador of the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic and the Polisario Front, which has led the struggle for independence of the Western Sahara. Thank you very much for joining the program, Ambassador.
It's my honor. Thank you very much for having me here.
Let me ask you very directly, what do you see as the main obstacles, the chief obstacles to the resolution to a conflict that's been going on decades?
The main and soul and the core obstacle for the resolution of this conflict is the lack of political will inside the Moroccan government. Today, Mr. Christopher Ross is waiting for more than a year to have an appointment with the king. It has been 3 years without conducting a new round of negotiations because Moroccans doesn't allow him to do so. He has not been visiting the territory almost in 3 months because, again, Morocco is not allowing him to go to visit. Actually, all the United Nations, African Union, European Union efforts to solve this problem have been always confronted with the stubbornness and the obstructionist attitude of Morocco, who has a position that it's unfounded and undefendable. They claim a sovereignty that no one recognizes in the world. They claim a sovereignty that the International Court of Justice have ruled against it. Claim a sovereignty of a territory that is they don't want to allow its population to have a free expression about the determination of these people. So I will say this Moroccan lack of political will to cooperate with the United Nations to resolve the problem is the main issue. Nevertheless, and as accessory to that, the position of some Western powers who tend to support Morocco, right or wrong, to always go with Morocco, always side with Morocco, regardless of the position of Morocco. What is it?
Morocco has made allegations that Polisario is a terrorist organization, but in the last couple of years, they have upped the stakes. And there are these allegations that Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb has been, at a minimum, recruiting in Sahrawi refugee camps in Algeria. Is there any truth to any of this?
Moroccan media love to do this. And funny enough, they don't substantiate their claims with any evidence. They don't bring in the name of one Sahrawi who is there, one Sahrawi commander who is there, a list of Sahrawis who have been recruited, suicide bombers who have been there. It's the opposite. We find many Moroccans in Daesh, in ILIS, in Iraq. We find them in Al-Qaeda. We find them in ACME. We find them even in the 9/11 bombing. You know, Moroccans, terrorists have been in every terrorist organization, but no one is there to say that government of Morocco is supporting to that. Morocco is trying to make the amalgam between some Sahrawis who might be, we are still waiting those to see,
right,
and the link between Polisario. But the problem that Morocco is facing, that for many years he tried to label Polisario as a Marxist-Leninist organization, is when the Cold War was there.
Right.
Now the Cold War is not there. He's trying to label Polisario as Salafist, and maybe tomorrow, if there is a new phenomena in the world, Morocco, you know, like there is no fixed nature for Polisario. No, it's Morocco fix its nature and its identity as it suits him in the international media, and it's doing more harm to Moroccan propaganda than to the reputation of Polisario, which now 40 years old organization, well known in North Africa and in the world.
One thing that I've been wondering about the work of Polisario is that with the settlements by the Moroccans and the Moroccan settlers now outnumbering the native Sahrawis, what is Polisario doing within the occupied territories? How is it organizing? And what kind of relationship does it have with the settlers, if any?
The settlers are two kinds, very different from each other. Those are settlers who are linked totally to the occupation, to the administration, families of the soldiers, of the colonels, of the officers, of the administrative, part and parcel of the occupation apparatus. And there are normal settlers, your normal Moroccan citizens coming from any Moroccan town, coming there to open his bakery or to work or to do some sort of business. They behave exactly like their community in Spain or their community in Portugal or their community. They are there to collect some money and go back to their country. And we have no problem with the second part of that. We are aware that, as Bismarck said, the only part of geography you can change is history. Moroccans are our neighbors, like the Algerians, like the Mauritanians. Our present is shared with them, and we are very sure also our future will be shared with them, but in mutual respect for each other and in the total respect of the Sahrawi rights and the Sahrawi dignity and the Sahrawi culture and the Sahrawi rule of law. And we can cooperate with them in the future. We need their labor. They need us as a labor market, and because of this mutual beneficiary relation, we can build on it for the future.
The African Union has been on record in supporting the Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic.
African Union since day one have been very consistent with the founding fathers' principle established in the Charter of OAU than in the Constitutive Act of the African Union. The respect of self-determination, the scrupulous respect of inherited colonial frontiers at independence, and the right of the Sahrawi people for self-determination. The last summit in Malabo, Equatorial Guinea, again, the African Union have issued a new resolution confirming its support to the Sahrawi Republic and taking a very important decision to nominate President Joaquim Chissano as Special Envoy of African Union in Western Sahara. Joaquim Chissano is a widely respected
former
president of Mozambique, the one who negotiated the settlement and the peace for Mozambique between Frelimo and Renamo, the one who contributed very strongly in the resolution of the South African problem and the apartheid issue. He is a very skillful, who was Minister for Foreign Affairs for many years in Mozambique. We are very confident that he have the skills, the knowledge, and the capacity to contribute very positively in the United Nations efforts, because the United Nations efforts have started as a joint venture between United Nations and the African Union.
Given that overall situation, do you see a resolution to the conflict happening anytime soon?
Yes, I'm very confident that the future is, in the near future, we will find a solution with our neighbors, the Moroccans. Morocco cannot continue to take Western Sahara hostage, to take the Moroccans hostage for the issue of Western Sahara, and to take the whole Maghreb as a hostage for this issue. Morocco cannot take the entire international community as a hostage for a position that is not consistent, that is illegal, that is not recognized and not shared by anyone in the world. I think international community have been very permissive and very accommodating to Moroccan intransigences and to Moroccan nonsenses. I think now the stakes are very high. The region is very complex. There is the Mali issue, there is the Sahel issue, there is the Middle East issue, there is the immigration crisis from North Africa to Southern Europe. There is the global crisis of economic, where the Maghreb region is a very promising place in the international economy. I think we cannot leave all these very high priorities for everyone just and keep quiet because His Majesty is pertaining and adopting an undefendable position in Western Sahara. I think time has come to show, and the interests are very high for everyone to push for a speedy solution for the Western Sahara issue.
Mr. Ambassador, we could have this discussion for hours, and we're unfortunately out of time. But I really want to thank you for joining us for this edition of the Global African.
No, I want to thank you. Thanks are due to you, Mr. Birflisher, and to TeleSUR. It was my honor to be here with you.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank you, our viewers and listeners, for joining us for this edition of the Global African. I'm Bill Fletcher, your host. Thank you.
We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, and show your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean.
Experience the Qatar World Cup with Carlos Montero, and through our social networks become a protagonist of this exciting experience. From the field, only on TeleSUR.
This is Carlos Montero from Doha, Qatar. Every 40 years, the world get together to celebrate soccer, the most important part in the whole world. I hope you join us every day. We are going to have a half an hour special program with all those people.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomoon. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
Experience the Qatar World Cup with Carlos Montero, and through our social networks become a protagonist of this exciting experience. From the field, only on TeleSUR.
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR.
This is Carlos Montero from the beautiful city of Doha in Qatar. We are getting ready for the most important part in the whole world, the World Cup 2022. This is going to be the king, and you are going to be able to see all the details of that important tournament. And we have a show every day, half an hour. Join us, please.
Ecuador está de nuevo en la mira de la región, pero no precisamente por un golpe de Estado como le ocurrió al expresidente Rafael Correa. No, resulta que hay una especie de guerra civil, pero decretada entre las bandas armadas y el narcotráfico por el control de los territorios. Así como lo escuchan, la población está en medio de aquella guerra y ocurre desde el gobierno de Lenín Moreno, que se sumó a Estados Unidos en señalar a Venezuela como supuesto narcoestado y violador de derechos humanos. Pero resulta que la procesión sí iba por dentro de ese país. Una situación que sigue con el actual presidente Guillermo Lasso y sin control, pues se mantuvo inerte ante la violencia que crecía y crecía en las ciudades y que también era ignorada por los cuerpos de seguridad, a pesar de las constantes denuncias de la ciudadanía. La violencia se genera desde las cárceles, principalmente en las de Guayaquil, la segunda ciudad de mayor importancia de la nación. Pero esa violencia e inseguridad se ha incrementado en los últimos días de manera exponencial. Las autoridades penales y locales aseguran que muchos de los crímenes que se cometen en el país se ordenan desde dentro de los centros de reclusión. Y aunque no es un país en guerra, ni se trata de un desastre natural, la solución del presidente ha sido decretar estado de excepción en dos ciudades que son Esmeralda y Guayas. Aún así, la situación es la misma. Esta acción de Guillermo Lasso solo pone en evidencia lo que ya comentan los ciudadanos, la ingobernabilidad del presidente y las instituciones. Ecuador, violencia e ingobernabilidad, fotografía de un Estado fallido. Pongamos el punto en la I.
En medio de un feriado nacional, el disfrute se ve opacado por la crisis de seguridad que vive el país.
Era cuestión de tiempo y yo creo que lo que se está viviendo en el Ecuador simplemente es la muestra de la ausencia total del Estado y de la ausencia total de un gobierno que lo único que hace es pretender gobernar cuando sabemos que la realidad de la gente es otra.
Al interior del centro carcelario, la escala de violencia ha rebasado límites. Son los propios internos a través de videos que divulgan la contundencia de los enfrentamientos tras la intervención de los miembros de la policía, Fuerzas Armadas y grupos tácticos. Un fuerte despliegue policial de más de 1.200 uniformados arremetió en este centro penitenciario. Tras varias horas de intervención, controlaron uno de los pabellones. Los enfrentamientos dejó varios uniformados heridos,
donde los miembros de nuestras fuerzas de seguridad fueron recibidos con fuego hostil. Tenemos más de 15 policías y servidores militares heridos.
Ante los hechos violentos y que se recrudecen en la penitenciaría, se activó el Consejo de Seguridad Pública y del Estado COSEPE, conformado por las máximas autoridades de las diferentes funciones del Estado, donde intentan definir y evaluar las estrategias ante la crisis. Y sin mayor detalle, el gobierno insiste que enfrentan al narcotráfico.
Y se ha informado además de la irreductible decisión del gobierno del presidente Lasso de combatir la amenaza del narcotráfico, del crimen organizado y de recuperar el control interno de los centros carcelarios.
Sin embargo, analistas consideran que los reiterados disturbios en el sistema carcelario se da por la disputa de bandas ante la falta de control y ausencia del Estado.
No tienes el Estado, no tienes un gobierno, no tienes ningún control. ¿Y qué se deja o qué sucede cuando no tienes algo que el Estado que regule leyes o que regule normas? Empiezan a disputarse los poderes, los territorios o la dirección de lo que sucede en las cárceles, los mismos privados de libertad.
Los disturbios se han generado también a raíz del traslado de los privados de libertad a otros centros carcelarios. Y mientras el gobierno, a través de diferentes narrativas, afirma tener el control en la cárcel de Guayaquil, en la misma ciudad y en otras localidades se producen nuevos atentados en estaciones de combustible. Una situación sin control que deteriora la situación del país.
Bueno, los índices de criminalidad, como mencioné, en el año 2017 eran de cerca de 5.8 por cada 100.000 habitantes. Este año podríamos estar cerrando en cerca de un 25 por cada 100.000 habitantes, es decir, casi 4 o 5 veces más que lo que teníamos en 2017. Esta violencia está principalmente concentrada en las provincias de Guayas y de Esmeraldas. Guayas en lo que se considera Guayaquil, principalmente donde se sitúa el puerto de Guayaquil, por donde se sale la principal cantidad de droga a mercados internacionales, pero también está concentrada en provincias como Manabí y Los Ríos, son provincias costeras. El eje donde mayor violencia y enfrentamientos estamos observando, sobre todo en el uso de explosivos por parte de organizaciones criminales, está concentrado en lo que es Guayaquil y Esmeraldas, y además donde justamente está el mayor número de incremento de homicidios.
Ecuador es uno de los países que más aparece en los medios de comunicación en las últimas semanas. La razón no solo es la violencia en las cárceles, sino la cifra de violencia en las calles, que ya supera los 3.500 casos en lo que va de año. Un número que supera por más de 1.000 casos el registro del año 2021. En una respuesta tardía, el presidente Guillermo Lasso decreta un estado de excepción que se ejecuta desde la provincia de Esmeraldas y se amplía a las provincias de Guayas y Santo Domingo, unas de las tantas provincias del Ecuador que han estado bajo el asedio de las bandas armadas, lideradas desde las cárceles. De acuerdo al Ejecutivo Nacional, al menos 3.500 operativos se han realizado durante el estado de excepción. La explosión de coches bomba, asesinatos de policía y ataques con granadas forman parte de la cotidianidad de lo que hoy es un país que pasó de ser uno de los más seguros en 2016 a estar en la lista de las naciones más inseguras del continente.
Bueno, Lenín Moreno recibió un país que era el segundo país más seguro de América Latina. Teníamos una tasa de homicidios de 5.8 por cada 100.000 habitantes. Eso había sido un trabajo de varios años, de una reforma integral, incluso reconocido por organismos internacionales, regionales, como el propio Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo. Entonces, era una institucionalidad bastante fuerte que se había reconstituido a través de un nuevo modelo de gestión de la policía, un poco trasladando esa visión de policía represiva a una visión de policía comunitaria. Lenín Moreno también en el sector seguridad recibió una nueva y reforzada institucionalidad. El sector seguridad constituyó un Ministerio de Justicia a cargo de gestionar el sistema de rehabilitación social, gestionar los centros de privación de la libertad, que incluía también, ¿no es cierto?, todo lo que son las prisiones, el poder dotar de condiciones dignas a las personas privadas de la libertad, pero sobre todo generar inversión para poder tener un verdadero sistema de rehabilitación social. Pero sobre todo, se había invertido muchos recursos en poder generar prevención. ¿Qué quiere decir eso? Prevenir el delito. Generar un trabajo conjunto con esta nueva visión de seguridad integral que incluía no solamente pensar que teníamos que tener una visión represiva ante el delito, sino una intervención integral que incluía no solamente el sector seguridad, sino sobre todo el sector social, lo que significa dotar de servicios básicos, derechos mínimos a la población, el acceso a la salud, a la educación, deporte, arte, cultura en las zonas más vulnerables. Todo eso se planteó en las varias estrategias y los planes de seguridad integral que fueron ejecutados y que permitieron entregar a Moreno, como mencioné al inicio, uno de los países más seguros de América Latina. Lamentablemente, ahora este año cerraremos con una tasa de homicidio 5 veces mayor, es decir, estaremos entre los países más violentos e inseguros de la región, un poquito por debajo de lo que sucede en Colombia y en México, lo cual es un escenario bastante triste para nuestro país después de lo que se había logrado.
Pero ¿cuál es la raíz del problema? En el 2017, con la desmovilización de la FARC que controlaba la frontera sur de Colombia y la frontera norte de Ecuador, quedó un vacío de poder que fue tomado por los narcodelincuentes hasta hoy. Y es justo allí, en ese territorio, donde se generan anualmente cientos de toneladas de droga que ahora tienen su mayor tránsito por Ecuador.
Bueno, tenemos varios elementos para explicar la situación en el país. Yo he estado tratando un poco de identificar, por ejemplo, elementos externos permanentes que no iban a cambiar en el cortísimo o mediano plazo. Bueno, está el tema de los cultivos ilícitos de coca en Colombia, que de acuerdo al último informe de Naciones Unidas justamente resalta que la producción de estos cultivos ilícitos se ha incrementado en 43% a comparación del último año. Está en sus niveles récords. Quiere decir que Colombia está produciendo muchísima coca. La estrategia que se planteó en algún momento sobre cómo erradicar los cultivos ilícitos no ha funcionado, es un fracaso. En general, la política antidrogas es un fracaso porque tenemos mayor producción que en los propios años donde se inició el Plan Colombia, mayor producción que en la época de Pablo Escobar, y no vemos que pueda esto reducirse en el mediano largo plazo. A nivel interno, el Ecuador, dentro de la cadena productiva del narcotráfico, siempre ha cumplido un rol de paso logístico, ¿no? Entonces es un rol que asegura la logística en cuanto a la seguridad, el transporte y el envío de cocaína a los mercados internacionales, principalmente a Estados Unidos y Europa. Entonces ese rol se ha fortalecido. Se ha identificado incluso que las organizaciones criminales del lado de Colombia han apostado por generar mayor presencia en el departamento de Nariño, que está en frontera con Esmeraldas, porque justamente han identificado que durante los últimos 4 años han encontrado más incentivos y menores riesgos para poder llevar o trasladar la droga a través de Ecuador y poder enviarlo a mercados internacionales.
El pueblo ecuatoriano demanda acciones que den respuesta a la situación que a diario se cobra la vida de decenas de personas. Las calles de Ecuador, que una vez fueron noticia por la pandemia y la quema de cuerpos amontonados por la COVID-19, mientras el presidente Lenín Moreno estaba de vacaciones, hoy vuelve a los titulares de los medios. El escenario parece sacado de una película de acción. Asesinatos a toda hora, secuestros, carros bombas, bandas liderando ciudades enteras desde la cárcel y estados de excepción. Un cóctel de ingobernabilidad total que aumentó de manera acelerada los índices de inseguridad en el país. Pero, ¿cómo pasó Ecuador de ser un estado en crecimiento económico y social a convertirse en uno de los países más inseguros del continente?
Bueno, creo que por las nefastas decisiones que se tomaron en su momento, motivado principalmente por un odio político más que por un análisis técnico, porque la inversión estatal que se realizó, las capacidades desarrolladas a nivel de institucionalidad en el sector seguridad, el camino trazado, ya estaba marcada una ruta que había demostrado que había generado resultados, que había construido un espacio, ¿no es cierto?, que permitía reducir la violencia, la inseguridad. Sin embargo, las decisiones fueron politizar el uso de la fuerza pública, politizar el sector seguridad y dar como resultado, ¿no es cierto?, la eliminación de instituciones claves, como mencioné, el Ministerio de Justicia a cargo de la gestión de cárceles, pero también eliminar el ministerio a cargo de la seguridad ciudadana, que era el Ministerio del Interior, y trasladarlo a un ministerio de gobierno que se encargó mucho más de los temas políticos, de la gestión política, que además fue altamente cuestionada por su relación con temas de corrupción. Entonces vemos un proceso de desmantelamiento, de toma de decisiones que respondieron a ese odio político, no a un razonamiento ni a un análisis técnico.
Las cifras de muertes y violencia en este país generan una ruptura en el orden social. Naturalizar la violencia deja como consecuencia que la impunidad se convierta también en la cotidianidad de la ciudadanía. Ante esta situación, la solución pasa por decisiones estructurales que deben ser tomadas a tiempo y con ellas acciones coherentes con las políticas públicas de seguridad ciudadana. Pero contrario a esto, el presidente Guillermo Lasso despliega 1.300 gendarmes y 1.300 militares en las zonas de mayor conflicto. El estado de excepción da luz verde a acciones militares que, lejos de solucionar el problema, lo agudizan. Pero, ¿quiénes son estas bandas narcotraficantes y cuáles son sus métodos? ¿Cuánto tiempo y qué estrategias serán necesarias para desintegrar a estos grupos armados?
Bueno, tenemos varias organizaciones que están presentes en el país. Tenemos, por ejemplo, al grupo que generaba una hegemonía previo al asesinato de su máximo líder, que era el grupo denominado Los Choneros, perteneciente de la provincia de Manabí, en el norte del país, muy cercano a la frontera con Colombia. Dentro de ese grupo también teníamos diferentes subgrupos que articulaban diferentes acciones, los Chone Killers, los Lobos, los Tiguerones, los Águilas, etcétera. Entonces, esos grupos llegaron a construir varias tensiones después del asesinato de este líder, a buscar generar una nueva hegemonía, un nuevo liderazgo, una nueva jerarquía. Y estos grupos normalmente se articulan con grupos más pequeños, organizaciones criminales locales, barriales, territoriales, que principalmente están enfocados en los temas de asegurar la cadena logística, el transporte, la seguridad, el embodegamiento y el envío de la droga, de la cocaína a Estados Unidos y a Europa, pero también tiene su componente de microtráfico dentro del territorio ecuatoriano, que también tiene sus redes y sus intereses a nivel del mercado interno que se ha generado y que tampoco tiene una respuesta por parte del Estado para poder abordar el problema de salud pública que existe en cuanto al aumento de consumo, principalmente en niños y jóvenes. Entonces ahí tenemos varios actores que están presentes, y sus modalidades de actuación no habían sido tan violentas, pero se han incrementado en niveles de violencia, utilizando incluso modus operandi que no se veían en el Ecuador, que ahora lo han adoptado a partir de esquemas que se observaban, por ejemplo, en las prisiones en Brasil, pero también en México, en Colombia, con el tema de uso de artefactos explosivos. Entonces, hacen una especie de... confluyen una especie de diferentes modalidades y uso de violencia que ha sido ahora mucho más, ha estado mucho más presente en Ecuador como una forma de mostrar su fuerza, de mostrar la supremacía que tendrían unas organizaciones ante otras, y también buscando atemorizar al Estado para que baje los controles o ceda a favor o en contra de una u otra organización.
Solo en la madrugada del martes se registraron al menos 6 explosiones en Guayaquil. Una serie de detonaciones y hechos violentos se registraron a lo largo de la urbe, que dejó varios vehículos bombas, entre ellos unidades policiales, y miembros de la Policía Nacional fueron asesinados, mientras otros resultaron heridos.
Nosotros tuvimos 6 atentados con explosivos en la ciudad, en la zona 8, en la ciudad de Guayaquil, y 3 en la ciudad de Esmeraldas.
También en la ciudad de Esmeraldas la violencia no cesa. Además de las detonaciones, se han registrado muertes violentas. La Policía Nacional hace su propio balance y da cuenta de las estrategias a implementar para combatir a bandas criminales, que, sin embargo, no ha dejado saldos positivos.
Y en Esmeraldas ya se ha incrementado 200 policías adicionales, se ha fortalecido las unidades de inteligencia e investigación con más personal especializado, y se van a destinar algunas de esas unidades para operar directamente en Esmeraldas, especialmente de la unidad antisecuestros que...
El gobierno enfatiza que los hechos violentos son reacciones a las acciones que emprende sobre el crimen organizado y de los operativos que se aplican como el traslado de internos de la cárcel de Guayaquil, conocido como la penitenciaría.
Esta planificación y estas operaciones que buscan establecer y restablecer el control en los centros penitenciarios seguramente tendrán consecuencias, y esas consecuencias tratan de decir al Estado que no continuemos con esas operaciones. Eso no lo podemos aceptar, por el contrario, esa respuesta que tenemos que dar es controlar fehacientemente los centros penitenciarios.
Con el paso de las horas, el panorama fue agónico. El reporte de uniformados heridos aumentaba y en redes sociales circulaban los enfrentamientos, así como el accionar del AMPA. Expertos afirman que el incremento de la criminalidad y violencia radica en la debilidad de la institucionalidad del Estado y en el cambio de las estrategias de la lucha contra el narcotráfico.
Es decir, no todos los países que enfrentan problemas como el narcotráfico tienen una violencia tan significativa como la que está teniendo el Ecuador ahora mismo, hoy por hoy. Lo que podríamos decir más bien en relación a la lucha contra el narcotráfico es que probablemente las estrategias de lucha han cambiado, que la policía está teniendo otras técnicas, otras estrategias que han desatado la violencia, y probablemente también podríamos explicarlo con esta debilidad institucional.
Y precisamente es el crimen organizado y la lucha de bandas que ha sembrado el temor y ha tomado el control de esta ciudad. Organizaciones de derechos humanos denuncian que la población está sumida en la indefensión.
Sienten temor de, digamos, denunciar, sienten temor de desarrollar programas de, digamos, desarrollo humano. En realidad, lo que está pasando en las comunidades de Guayaquil se constituye en una condición de rehenes de estas organizaciones comunitarias, de estas organizaciones criminales, ahí más bien.
Mientras el gobierno defiende su gestión y la institucionalidad de la policía, los atentados continúan sin tregua y al mismo tiempo la población exige medidas y políticas contundentes que frenen la inseguridad.
Tuvimos una destrucción de las capacidades de resiliencia estatal, o sea, de respuesta por parte del Estado para abordar el tema de la violencia y la inseguridad con todo este desmantelamiento del sector seguridad y social, que se traduce en la reducción de capacidades humanas, pero también en términos presupuestarios y claramente en términos de capacidades técnicas y tecnológicas. Y un elemento también que viene a influir está el asesinato de uno de los líderes de una organización criminal en Ecuador a finales del año 2000, que viene justamente a levantar esta confrontación, este enfrentamiento entre organizaciones criminales. Todos estos elementos han venido a confluir sin una respuesta por parte del Estado. La respuesta que hemos visto ha sido el estado de excepción, que no aborda los temas de fondo. No se busca generar una inversión social, no se busca invertir para poder recuperar los territorios que se ha cedido al crimen organizado, que ha encontrado, ¿no es cierto?, en el crimen organizado esa falta de presencia del Estado que pueda dar los derechos mínimos, y muchas veces el crimen organizado a través de las economías ilícitas nutre estas poblaciones con alta vulnerabilidad. Entonces no hay una respuesta efectiva, no hay un plan específico que aborde estos temas. La única acción que se observa es mayor presencia militar y policial en las calles, lo cual ha demostrado que no ha sido efectivo hasta este momento.
¿Se puede decir que existe un Estado fallido en Ecuador? ¿Cómo se retomará el control? Latinoamérica es el mayor surtidor de droga de Estados Unidos y Estados Unidos es el mayor consumidor del continente y no hace nada para detenerlo, solo utiliza la lucha contra el narcotráfico para invadir países y desestabilizar.
No hay decisiones que realmente se estén observando que vayamos a tener un camino al menos ordenado de cómo plantear y organizar una respuesta. Lo ideal sería que tengamos una intervención a diferentes niveles y velocidades y que sea totalmente intersectorial. Eso no es una respuesta solamente militar o policial. Necesitamos una respuesta inmediata, sí, fortalecer las capacidades militares, policiales en sus ámbito de competencias, con capacidades especiales para que puedan identificar estructuras y flujos financieros ilícitos vinculados a estas estructuras. Necesitamos que realmente el Estado tome presencia de las cárceles, que no ceda más territorio y que sea el Estado quien controla las cárceles, no las organizaciones criminales. Sin embargo, tampoco estamos viendo eso porque vemos que los movimientos que se están dando al interior de las prisiones responderían más a una especie de negociación entre organizaciones criminales para favorecer o para atacar a otras, sin que tenga criterios técnicos de cómo hacer una categorización por tipo de delito, por nivel de peligrosidad, entre otros elementos que deberían tomarse en consideración para hacer un movimiento entre las diferentes personas privadas de la libertad. Ahora vemos un movimiento más por organización criminal que podría justamente relacionarse a esta idea de que se está cediendo o se está apoyando a una en detrimento de otra. También deberíamos tener una presencia efectiva del Estado en los territorios para poder recuperar los territorios del crimen organizado, pero esta presencia tiene que ser de mediano y largo plazo, tiene que venir acompañado con inversión social, con inversión en el ámbito de la salud, de la educación, de la cultura, del arte, del deporte, recuperar esos territorios, trabajar en políticas y programas de prevención. Todo eso, como mencioné, no es solamente una respuesta policial, es una respuesta intersectorial, es una respuesta integral que puede articularse incluso con gobiernos locales para generar mayor presencia del Estado en los territorios, recuperación del espacio público, apropiación del espacio público, pero todo lo que menciono lamentablemente no se ve como una prioridad por parte del gobierno de Lasso, porque es un gobierno que cree en que el Estado tiene que tener un rol muy pequeño, no cree en el Estado, no cree en la capacidad de justamente gestionar lo social, de poder generar desarrollo a partir de las capacidades estatales. Entonces estamos viendo que la necesidad que tenemos en este momento para poder cubrir esa enfermedad, este problema, este desangre que tenemos, la respuesta que hay no es acorde y tampoco responde la línea a la visión económica que tiene el gobierno actual, que es un gobierno neoliberal que, como decía, no cree en el rol del Estado y al contrario piensa que tiene que ser algo casi inexistente, y por eso es que vivimos estas consecuencias de no tener presencia.
Hay organizaciones de derechos humanos que denuncian los métodos que el presidente de Ecuador, Guillermo Lasso, está usando para detener la violencia, y es con más violencia, que en vez de generar paz, genera más estado de zozobra. ¿Qué significa que Ecuador se haya convertido en un foco de las mafias del narcotráfico en la región cuando antes sumaba al progreso económico de Latinoamérica? Hasta los opositores de Rafael Correa añoran aquellos tiempos, pero a pesar de esta situación sigue la persecución política al correísmo y Ecuador retrocedió. Jamás había ocurrido una situación de esta magnitud. Así la derecha en Ecuador. Pusimos el punto en la I.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomun. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR. Deep gazes filled with struggles and stories. Struggles that transcend generation. Know the deepest realities through its protagonists on TeleSUR Documentaries. Sunday. Only on TeleSUR. In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
The story goes, you're gonna make it if you try, and if you don't, may your life waste away, 'cause it's your fault. Like the sheen of a rotting fish, the glitter just dazzles. For everyone who's filthy rich, a million must suffer. So start your climb up the money tree. The best slaves are those who think they're free. Oh, say, can you see Rome is burning? Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. As life unfolds, people struggle to make ends meet. Look around, what you see, the hunger, the homeless, the powerless streets. On your mind, the need for change. Channel your pain and your rage. Stand up and link your arms for strength. Shout it out to the bloody stage. I can't breathe, that's why I take a knee. Won't take you for slavery. Oh, say, can you see Rome is burning? Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. And I ask you to please give thanks, not only for your voice, but please give thanks as part of a movement to build a new society. Make no
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
Experience the Qatar World Cup with Carlos Montero, and through our social networks become a protagonist of this exciting experience. From the field, only on TeleSUR.
Un canto por la América Unida. Mira, que lo escuchan allá arriba. ¡Vamos! Somos la tierra, somos la arcilla, la esperanza que brota y germina. 500 años nos han pisoteado, aquí seguimos, de aquí no nos vamos. América, 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 lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. América, América, lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. Pueblo latino, vamos pa'lante, tumbando fronteras, somos gigantes, nadie se rinde, vamos para arriba, esa tierra es tuya y también es mía. Pueblo mestizo, guerrero y solidario, aquí nadie es extraño, aquí somos hermanos. Todos los países digan presente, Venezuela y Cuba presente, Nicaragua, Honduras presente, el Caribe entero. América, América, continente se levanta, pueblo unido que no calla, no se detiene. América, continente se levanta, pueblo unido que no calla.
Soy Pacatari, soy hueca puro, 5 siglos resistiendo el atropello y el abuso. El avia ya la reflorece junto al alba, sin un solo continente porque rayos nos separa. Con Sucre y Bolívar seguimos pa'lante, pa' encima latino, no hay visa que nos pare.
Desde la Patagonia hasta el Río Bravo, los latinos levantamos la mano. América, América, lindísimo continente se levanta, pueblo unido que no calla. América, lindísimo continente se levanta, pueblo unido que no calla. México y Bolivia, presente. Puerto Rico libre, presente. Todo el continente, presente. Latino.
Follow the most important global events through a comprehensive perspective. With a team of journalists in 25 locations around the world to convey our people's reality. From the South. Weekdays. Only on TeleSUR.
We are approaching a new era. Technology trends and the massive deployment of new networks. It is just the beginning of what lies ahead in this new decade. Atomun. Travelers of knowledge, the future is today.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
The story goes, you're gonna make it if you try, and if you don't, may your life waste away, 'cause it's your fault. Like the sheen of a rotting fish, the glitter just dazzles. For everyone who's filthy rich, a million must suffer. So start your climb up the money tree. The best slaves are those who think they're free. Oh, say can you see Rome is burning? Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. As life unfolds, people struggle to make ends meet. Look around, what you see, the hunger, the homeless, the powerless streets. On your mind, the need for change. Channel your pain and your rage. Stand up and blink your arms for strength. Shout it out to the bloody state. I can't breathe, that's why I take a knee. Won't take you for slavery. Oh, say can you see Rome is burning? Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. Oh, how it burns. Oh, I feel the burn. And I ask you to please give thanks, not only for God's voice, but please give thanks as part of a movement to build a new society. Make no mistake, racism starts with the state to divide and rule the working class, to keep us broken, not building anew. Lessons of history revealed, organize or be displaced. The rulers have no solutions, only violence, wars and jails. Stick together and fight for your just claims. Workers united will prevail. Oh, say can you see Rome is over? Oh, build a new. 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 Oh, build a new.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
real lives. Fridays, only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
Deep gazes filled with struggles and stories. Struggles that transcend generation. Know the deepest realities through its protagonists on TeleSUR Documentaries. Sunday. Only on TeleSUR.
Un canto por la América Unida. Mira, que lo escuchan allá arriba. ¡Vamos! Somos la tierra, somos la arcilla, la esperanza que brota y germina. 500 años nos han pisoteado, aquí seguimos, de aquí no nos vamos. América, 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 lindísimo continente se levanta, se levanta, unido que no calla. América, 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 lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. Pueblo latino, vamos pa'lante, tumbando fronteras, somos gigantes, nadie se rinde, vamos para arriba, esa tierra es tuya y también es mía. Pueblo mestizo, guerrero y solidario, aquí nadie es extraño, aquí somos hermanos. Todos los países digan presente, Venezuela y Cuba presente, Nicaragua, Honduras presente, el Caribe entero. América, 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 continente se levanta, un pueblo unido que no calla, no se detiene. América, 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 continente se levanta, un pueblo unido que no calla.
Soy Tupacatari, soy hueca impuro, 5 siglos resistiendo el atropello y el abuso. El Avia Yala reflorece junto al alba, sigue un solo continente porque rayos nos separa. Con Sucre y Bolívar seguimos pa'lante, pa' encima latino, no hay visa que nos pare.
Desde la Patagonia hasta el Río Bravo, los latinos levantamos la mano. América, 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 lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. América, América, lindísimo continente se levanta, unido que no calla. México y Bolivia, Puerto Rico libre, todo el continente latino.
Experience the Qatar World Cup with Carlos Montero. And through our social networks, become a protagonist of this exciting experience. From the field, only on TeleSUR.
Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
The story goes, you're gonna make it if reason starts with the state to divide and rule the working class to keep us broken, not building anew. Lessons of history revealed, organize or be displaced. The rulers have no solutions. Only violence, wars and jails. Stick together and fight for your just claims. Workers united will prevail. Oh, say, can't you see Rome is over? Oh, build a new. 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 Oh, build a new.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
This is Carlos Montero from Doha, Qatar. Every 40 years, the world get together to celebrate soccer, the most important part in the whole world. I hope you join us every day. We are going to have a half an hour special program with all those people.
Experience the Qatar World Cup with Carlos Montero. And through our social networks, become a protagonist of this exciting experience. From the field, only on TeleSUR.
This is Carlos Montero from the beautiful city of Doha in Qatar. We are getting ready for the most important part in the whole world, the World Cup 2022. This is going to be the king, and you are going to be able to see all the details of that important tournament. And we have a show every day, half an hour. Join us, please.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR.
Hola amigos, good evening. This is From the Field, a half an hour show about what's going on in the World Cup Qatar 2022. This is Montero, Carlos Montero, and we are going to start, like we always do, with the headlines. Argentina celebrates, but Mexico returns home after being eliminated in the group stage for the first time since 1978. Costa Rica and Morocco look to make history and qualifies to the round of 16. We are not in Kansas anymore. Fans from other countries experience Argentinian passion firsthand. We have breaking news. We know 2 more national teams that going to the big party of 16 just finished. Belgium, Croatia, tying with no goals, and Morocco beat Canada 2-1. So Morocco, historical, something really amazing. Finished in third place. And Croatia, Luka Modric, finished in second place. Canada, it was already out. And also Belgium is going home. 2 more teams that are going to play the round of 16. What happened yesterday? Yesterday was amazing. Argentina make it. Mexico say goodbye. Argentina is back. The South American team showed up yesterday against Poland, and fans all over the world are going to be able to see Messi's magic in the knockout round against Australia. Celebration lasted until the early hours of the morning. Poland lost, but Robert Lewandowski left the field with a huge smile on his face because his team is still alive in the tournament thanks to Mexico's exit. Today, day 12 of the tournament, Morocco looked to make history by making it to the round of 16 for the first time in nearly 40 years. Costa Rica has the chance of progressing to the knockout stages for the third time in their history if they are able to beat the European giant Germany. In the same match, Stephanie Frapport will make history as the first woman to referee a men's World Cup match. Good luck, Stephanie. Now let's see which one are the 5 stories you have to know today in this World Cup. Qatar 2022. Charlie Montero has the information.
Messi continues to break records. He became the South American player with the most matches played in a World Cup. He has played 22 games, one more than Diego Maradona. But he also broke a negative record. The Argentine also became the second player in World Cup history to miss 2 penalties. For the first time since 2002, every single football confederation has a team classified to the round of 16. USA from CONCACAF, Argentina from CONMEBOL, France, Poland, and Netherlands from UEFA, Senegal from the African Football Federation, and Australia from the Asian Football Federation. Australia qualified to the round of 16 for the second time in history after beating Denmark 1-0. The first time the team advanced to the knockout stages was in Germany 2006. Tata Martino is no longer coach of the Mexican national team. The Argentine said that his contract ended after the whistle in the match against Saudi Arabia. Mexico qualified to the round of 16 in the last 7 World Cups, but couldn't quite make it in Qatar 2022. Germany sent out mixed signals on their position on human rights as they agreed to a 15-year liquid gas supply deal with Qatar. The European team has been one of the countries most critical of Qatar for its treatment of LGBTQ people as well as labor conditions of workers building the football stadiums.
The whole from the field team, we were at the stadium last night. We wanted to watch Argentina against Poland. Was a party. It was beautiful to see the Argentine team. They play fantastic. And all the Argentine fans, they were really amazed the way the team was playing. Charlie has the chance to talk to some of them after the match, and that's what they told him.
Thank you, Carlos. We're in the stadium where Argentina just beat Poland 2-0, and we're here with a fan to see how his reaction is. How did you see the game?
No, the game was fantastic. The crowd, everything, the emotions you get when Argentina play, when you see Messi, it's astonishing. You know what I mean? This is what all Argentina hope from Argentina. The first game wasn't good, but with Mexico and Poland was the game. This was Argentina.
Who was the best player today?
Today, Julián Álvarez. Julián Álvarez, I love him. He's playing with all his heart, and I love that.
And you're from Independiente?
Independiente, the best team in America, 7 Libertadores. Never forget that.
How far will Argentina make it in the World Cup?
He will be champions. They need to be champions. They must. They are the team that got us to this place, and we are all hoping them to be champions. We are all with them. This is a team, and the crowd is part of the team. We are really hoping that.
Thank you very much, my friend. Felicitaciones. There you have it, Carlos. Back to you in the studio, on the field.
A lot of Argentine people couldn't talk this morning after screaming like crazy last night in that beautiful match. Later we have more information, more video of the exciting game. But now let's do a short break, but we want to go first with the trivia of the day. We want to know how much you know about the beautiful sport of football, the most universal of all sports. Today trivia is how many times has Japan is playing against Spain here where we are in Khalifa Stadium. How many times has Japan faced Spain in World Cup? Twice, never, force. We will give you the answer before the end of the shows to see how much you know. And also want to invite you to follow us on social media. My account is on Twitter at C Montero Oficial. From the field, we try to tweet as much as we can for you to be informed, to be updated on what's going on. We'll be right back here with From the Field. This is Carlos Montero from Doha, Qatar. Every 4 years, the world get together to celebrate soccer, the most important part in the whole world. I hope you join us every day. We are going to have a half an hour special program with all those people.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
Thank you for being back to From the Field. This is Carlos Montero. An Africa team, Morocco's, made history today. They finished first in its group and is going to the round of 16. In a little bit less than 3 hours, its team from Central America, Costa Rica, is trying to make history and going to the second round, to the knockout round. It's the third World Cup for Costa Rica, who started awful here in Qatar 2022, losing against Spain, but they have chance because it's a very close group. Japan 3 points, Spain has 4, Costa Rica has 3, and Germany has only 1. But let's see Costa Rica. I remember how great they did in 2014 in Brazil. Let's see how was that wonderful time for the Ticos in that World Cup.
In the Brazil 2014 World Cup, one of the most outstanding delegations was the of Costa Rica, both in terms of play and statistics. In what was their fourth participation in a World Cup, the Central American national team remained undefeated through their participation, qualifying as leaders of Group D after winning their matches against Uruguay 3-1 against Italy by the minimum and getting a draw against England 0-0. The result took them to the round of 16, where after tying against Greece, they won in the penalty shootout 5-3. In this way, the Costa Ricans advanced for the first time in history to the quarterfinals of this great event, where they faced the team from Netherlands, achieving another goalless draw. However, this time Costa Rica was eliminated after losing 4-3 in penalties, highlighting that the coach of the European team, Luis van Gaal, had made a goalkeeper change only for the penalty shootout stage. Despite the defeat, the Central American team won the FIFA award for Best Player of the Match in each of the 5 matches played, 1 for striker Joel Campbell, another for Brian Rees, and 3 for goalkeeper Keylor Navas, who was also one of the 3 nominated to receive the award for the best goalkeeper in the world, better known as the Golden Glove.
Another African team that's hoping to make history tomorrow is Ghana. Ghana is facing a team that they know well and they don't like it at all, Uruguay. Remember in South Africa, Luis Suarez, a handball, stopped Ghana's dream to go to the second round. Tomorrow they want it to be payback time for Ghana. Ghana, a country that hate with all their heart Luis Suarez. Let's see why they hate Suarez so much.
Uruguay have a long football tradition. They have been present 13 times, won the trophy twice and achieved 4th place on 3 occasions. Among the main figures is striker Luis Suarez, who has 7 goals and 13 games played in 3 World Cups, in addition to other outstanding stars such as Edison Cavani and Darwin Núñez. Thus, after the loss to Portugal and the draw with South Korea, the Celestes are in a complicated situation against Ghana in the 3rd matchday of Group H, as qualification to the round of 16 will depend on winning the match and on the results between Korea and Portugal. Likewise, the Africans arrive at this Qatar 2022 World Cup with a team full of players who have shined in the best leagues worldwide, among which stand out relevant names such as midfielder Thomas Partey and striker Iñaki Williams. The Black Stars have participated in 3 World Cups, having the best performance in South Africa 2010, where they reached the quarterfinals and have won the African Cup of Nations 4 times, which makes them a team with great possibilities to surprise in the Qatari event. Accordingly, although they have a better record than the Uruguayans, they must win in order to control their own fate in the tournament, considering the outcome of the match between Korea and Portugal as well.
Argentine fans are thinking big. They already believe in their team. They have trust on their team again after that wonderful match yesterday against Poland. Charlie Montero talked to some of those fans after the game, and that's what they told him.
Hi Carlos, we're back. We're still here at the stadium. Argentina still celebrating their victory, and we're here with a special fan that's going to tell us about how he saw the game. How did you see Argentina today?
Very strong team. That's the team we have been seeing the last 2 years. That's the team. I think we're fighting. We have to keep pushing.
Argentina's back.
Argentina's back, absolutely. We never thought about it. We had a difficult beginning, but now we're back, absolutely.
Who was the best player today on the field?
I really like Messi and Enzo Fernandez. I think they understand each other very well.
Did you see when Messi and Lewandowski, they were pushing against each other?
Yeah. Because Lewandowski first doesn't give the hand to the ball, so he begin.
How far will Argentina make it in the World Cup?
I can say, but that's a strong thing, and we will keep pushing till the end.
Okay, thank you very much. There you have it, Carlos. The party is still going on here. Thank you very much.
Argentina is going to play Australia in the round of 16. Before going to the break, hello and thank you very much. 3K TV in Zimbabwe who are watching our show right now live. Thank you, Zimbabwe. Let's do a short break. Remember, you can follow us on social media at From the Field. Please go and answer the trivia of the day. We'll be right back.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
This is Carlos Montero from the film. You know Matt Damon, the famous American actor, he's married to an Argentine, and one in Argentina who went to see a football game. He said he never saw anything so crazy. Argentine fans, they are going really upset, crazy, mad when there is a match. Last night, we took a fan from India to go to see Argentina-Poland, and we took him to the Argentine side. Look his reaction, it's really interesting to see him.
What do you think about the game?
It was amazing, amazing, amazing. Argentina hold the game. You can see the state. They completely control the game and they win.
You think Argentine fans are crazy?
They are amazing, amazing. And this is my third game. I saw the Portugal and Ghana. I saw the US versus England. But this is my first game with Argentina fans. It was amazing. I enjoyed a lot. Amazing. Argentina!
He told me that he had the best time of his life. Argentine celebrate yesterday, today Moroccans. They are celebrating after their team make it to the round of 16. They are celebrating their own country, and here in Doha, Charlie Montero, he interviewed some of those Moroccan fans.
How did you see the game today?
It was a tight game. I mean, Morocco did it really good actually, but like, how to say that? Like, we were like hoping they can win the game, but unfortunately it wasn't. But like 1 point is better than nothing. I mean, we wish the best for Morocco. I think the next game will be much better. Especially the first game was like the players, they were like under pressure, and like the whole, like the entire country, like Moroccan, Islamic country, Arabic country, they were looking forward like to see Morocco win, especially after what Saudi Arabia did, and especially like that big surprise, and after Tunisia too. But like we hope for the better, like in future.
Do African countries support African countries?
Of course. I'm Moroccan, and it's all about Africa. Like we are like one nation. Like we support like every other nation, Africa, and also like any like Arab and Islam countries. So we hope like Senegal. I have a ticket for Senegal, by the way, too. So I mean, we're so sorry like Sadio Mane, he's not in the game. We wish him the best luck, but like I'm sure like Senegal will do like better. I mean, they did really good last time, but like unfortunately they lost. But I think in the future they will do better.
And how far will Morocco go in this World Cup?
Well, honestly, listen, I'm Moroccan. I mean, my best wish is like, why not the final, you know? But like, I just wish like they will go like as much as they can, you know? I mean, especially in this game, like every 4 years, like the whole entire country, the whole entire world are watching this game. So we're hoping like Morocco will go like as far as we wish, inshallah.
Morocco makes it to the final. Against who would it be? Who would you like to be the rival?
I will go Brazil. Brazil. I will go Brazil, yeah. I mean, Brazil have the best player in the world, you know? I mean, and it's like, yeah. It's more, I mean, honestly, like if Morocco just like make it like to any, like to the second row, the third row, will be like a dream came true, you know? But I think at the final, it's most likely like the way how they play right now, it's more France, and I'm assuming maybe Brazil, so.
Okay, I have a lot of Morocco fans right here. Can I get you guys together and sing a song for us? Yeah, a Morocco song.
Ole, 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 ole. Maghreb, Maghreb. Ole, 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 ole. Maghreb. Morocco live from Qatar. Come on, Morocco. Come on, Morocco.
We see more and more fans from Japan and Spain here in the Calif Stadium. Their team is facing each other in 2 hours and a half. And the trivia of today has to do with Japan facing Spain. And the question is, how many times has those two teams faced in a World Cup? The answer is, you have the option twice, never, force. The answer is never.
Japan and Spain never has played a game in FIFA World Cups. However, there is one antecedent between these teams. It was April 25 of 2001 when Spain defeated the Asian team 1-0 in the state of Nuevo Arcángel in a friendly game. Today, the Japanese will have the opportunity of winning for the first time to the European team and reach the qualification to the round of 16 for the fourth time, and it will be the second consecutive after doing it in 2002, 2010, and 2018.
Our Twitter account from the field is getting bigger and stronger. Thank you for being so active. And today, the question you have to complete the sentence is Canada participation at the World Cup has been, and we have a lot of answers, David hopeful. Del Collado, a huge step for this young team. Edgar Jose, Alfonso Davis, and Maximiliano Gonzalez, unnecessary. And Victor Hugo Morales and Juan Pablo Amorim, they said it's a great hope for the CONCACAF. They are going to do a great. Now let's see which teams are playing tomorrow.
In Group G, Brazil will face Cameroon, already qualified. However, the African team needs a win or to wait for victory of Serbia over Switzerland. Even then, they will have to wait for the tiebreaker criteria. Serbia has to win and Cameroon must not win against Brazil. If it draws or loses, it will be out. Switzerland also needs the 3 points over Serbia, and if they draw, they have to hope that Cameroon does not win against Brazil. Everything is ready. The group is on fire and 3 teams will be looking for a ticket to the round of 16. In Group H, Portugal will face South Korea, already qualified, but the Asian team needs a win. Another result will be leave them out of the round of 16. And even so, they will need Uruguay not to beat Ghana. On the other hand, the South American team has to win by 2 goals and hope for a draw between Portugal and South Korea or a victory for the Portuguese team. The African team also needs a win over Uruguay, but if it draws it, will be enough if Korea does not win.
Great matches tomorrow. We are going to broadcast from the field, from the stadium that are playing Uruguay and Ghana. Thank you for being with us this evening. Hasta mañana, amigos. See you tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. This is Carlos Montero from the field. Good night. This is Carlos Montero from the beautiful city of Doha in Qatar. We are getting ready for the most important part in the whole world, the World Cup 2022. This is going to be the king, and you are going to be able to see all the details of that important tournament. We have a show every day, half an hour, showing us this.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR. Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR.
It had always been one of my dreams. Growing up, I liked science a lot. So I was into physical therapy up until high school.
My parents, they gave me an operation set, the toy. Spent hours, playing with that whole set.
Wasn't one of those kids that had that operation game. There are no doctors in my family.
There was a period of 2 years that we lived in a small trailer without electricity or running water, So that's what created the interest in becoming a doctor, was being able to intervene.
By becoming a doctor, I'd be able to impact more change in communities similar to back home in Jamaica and also in Brooklyn where I live.
I knew I wanted to be a doctor since I was 6, so it's like, okay, I'm going to medical school, but how am I going to pay for it? How am I going to do this? I just went to college on scholarship, and now I'm going to get into a mountain load of debt just trying to continue that dream.
I did some Google searching and I read about this scholarship opportunity to study medicine in Cuba, and it was like, Cuba.
Someone was like, oh, you should look into this program about studying in Cuba.
And I said, that is insane. That's absolutely crazy. I was like, oh my God, are you kidding me? That's the best, medical system in the world. Like, they train the best doctors. And then 3 days later, I applied.
And I found out about Elam, and I said, you know what? This is it.
Cuba is known for this community-based practice of medicine.
Lo que hoy se pide por la Organización Mundial de la Salud, de que todos los seres humanos deben recibir asistencia médica, pues desde los inicios de nuestro triunfo revolucionario es una de las premisas de nuestro país.
It's really tremendous when you think about the way that Cuba approaches healthcare.
In Cuba, everything is community medicine. That is what primary care is. The doctor lives in the neighborhood that they work in, and they see patients who live in a few blocks radius of where their clinic is.
Kind of gives the people here a sense that, hey, if I need to go see my doctor, I can just go right around the corner.
The patient goes to the doctor and the doctor goes to the patient. A lot of times you would have physicians in the neighborhood to make house calls, especially after a baby's been born. They would come to the house and see if everything is set.
Every doctor knows off the top of their hand statistics about their patient population. I have 100 asthmatics, and of those, 93 of them are controlled. One of them had an exacerbation yesterday, so we have to see. Or, I noticed a lot of the teenagers are getting chlamydia in my area, so we really need to, do something about that. Maybe we'll have some educational talks.
There are doctors in communities that know as many as 200-300 patients in their neighborhood and can provide home visits. There are polyclinics so that if there's a need for some kind of medical attention, that would be the next level of care. And then of course there's a hospital. Here in the U.S., too often when people who don't have resources become ill, the only option they have is the emergency room.
Here's a country who has these different shortages, but they're still able to have really good health indicators, some better than the U.S.
La promoción y la prevención es lo más importante. La medicina curativa, la rehabilitación se encarece muchísimo más.
La prevención en salud pública es lo primordial. Realmente si evitamos que ocurran enfermedades tanto infecciosas como no infecciosas, estamos recuperando la salud de un país y propiciando que el pueblo esté más feliz.
In Cuba, they export doctors. Too often here in the U.S., we export soldiers.
El mundo nos conoce a través de nuestros médicos y técnicos de la salud. Incluyen varios programas. Está el Programa Integral de Salud que Cuba desarrolla desde el año 1998 en América Latina, el Caribe, África y también Asia. Incluye el programa de la Operación Milagro, que no solo lo desarrollamos en Venezuela. Hoy tenemos más de 50 centros oftalmológicos en prácticamente toda América Latina.
Donde se encuentran en estos momentos más de 60 brigadas médicas cubanas brindando la continuidad de los principios y de la ética de nuestra revolución.
Cuba's commitment to global health is tremendous. And you've seen it, time after time, crisis after crisis in countless countries. In Nicaragua and El Salvador and Mexico and various parts of Central America, there have been countless efforts to be supportive in various parts of Africa.
Cuba's role in fighting the Ebola crisis has been recognized internationally. The Henry Reeve Medical Brigade, based in Cuba and deployed to global disaster zones and epidemic outbreaks, was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize.
So it seems to be now two levels of healthcare which is very relevant for Africa and for developing countries. Primary healthcare on one hand and emergency healthcare on the other hand.
When Hurricane Katrina hit New Orleans, Cuba offered to send doctors.
I was in my second year of ELAM, and I can remember there were Cuban doctors prepared and ready to go to New Orleans. They were staying with us at ELAM, and they had their backpacks which were full of medications, and they were ready to go to New Orleans and serve.
Eso forma parte de que Cuba ayude al mundo, precisamente de los orígenes de nuestra revolución, de la sangre que llevamos los cubanos, de ayudar.
They know that they physically cannot put Cuban doctors everywhere, but they can train people from these countries to learn the Cuban healthcare system hands-on and to go back to their countries.
Sobre esa base, pues vamos a extenderlo a todas partes del mundo, no solamente con la prestación de los servicios de los médicos cubanos, sino también con la formación de los recursos médicos de otras partes del mundo y que luego, de formados, puedan brindar los servicios de manera gratuita con todos los valores que aprendieron acá en sus comunidades.
ELAM, the Latin American School of Medicine, was formerly a naval base located in the outskirts of Havana that was converted into a medical school by the Cuban government. When President Fidel Castro came to the United States to address the United Nations, it was really at that time that he extended this offer to provide these scholarships to young people in the U.S., with the only understanding being that when they returned home, they would practice medicine in underserved communities. In the year 2000, IFCO was leading a delegation of Congressional Black Caucus members to Cuba to learn more about the reality there. And it was then that Mississippi Congressman Benny Thompson remarked about the incredible health disparities in Mississippi.
Estamos dispuestos a conceder un número de becas.
I said, look, we are willing to grant a number of scholarships
para jóvenes
for youth
pobres de su distrito
youth from your districts
que no puedan pagar los $200,000 que cuesta una carrera universitaria.
When Fidel Castro initially made the offer, it was of course seen as a wonderful gift, but I think that there were really many people who didn't believe that it was possible. It was my father, the late Reverend Lucius Walker, who was the executive director of IFCO at the time, who believed that this was indeed something that could be done. And it was through his efforts that IFCO actually developed a process for recruiting, mentoring, and nurturing these students throughout their 6 to 7 year medical school training.
Lucio era un hombre preocupado por todo, ¿me entiendes? Y entonces esa gente para uno tiene un valor tremendo porque te enseñan a cómo conducirte, a cómo comportarte con el prójimo. Por eso uno admira tanto a Fidel, a Lucio.
And he did this because he really recognized the value that this program would offer not only U.S. communities, but the young people who would become these doctors, many of them young people of color.
Thanks to Reverend Lucius Walker for opening that door and fostering that relationship and defining solidarity.
The students we have brought
Los estudiantes que hemos traído
come not only to study medicine,
vienen no solo para estudiar medicina,
but to learn from Cuba,
sino también para aprender de Cuba
how to build a better world.
IFCO is a grassroots community organization. We travel to Cuba in a challenge to the U.S. blockade of Cuba to deliver humanitarian aid. We're the sole U.S. organization to recruit and to facilitate the medical scholarships that Cuba offers to U.S. students.
There was a written application that we had to complete. We also had to complete a certain amount of years of college-level science courses. And we had to demonstrate that we really would want to work in underserved communities and give back. After the written application, then there was an interview process. I was interviewed by various doctors, social workers, different types of people that were interviewing just to see what kind of person you were, if you were someone that was into doing volunteer work, that was into giving back. After we had the interview process, then we had an orientation, which was a wonderful experience. To this day, I still remember my orientation. We had different activities that really built collective responsibility. Representatives from Interreligious Foundation for Community Organization were observing and seeing how we would work together. They really wanted to make sure that we would be prepared for the Cuban experience.
We got to Cuba. Our first experiences there were awesome. I got off the plane to be greeted by so many welcoming people. And I just remember thinking to myself, this place is home, because I tell everybody, like, Cuba is Black Harlem speaking Spanish. I got there and I was like, oh my God, this is my people. These are my people. You look like my aunt, you look like my uncle, you look like my mom.
When I got to Alam, it was a totally different experience about how they approached education.
It's modeled more closely to the European system, so you have longer training. It's 6 years as opposed to 4, and you spend more time doing clinical rotations as a result of that, and more time at the bedside.
When I started my medical program there were 54 plus countries represented, medical students. Students from South America, Central America, from Africa, from the Pacific Islands, from the Caribbean islands.
Congo, Nigeria, South Africa, Paraguay, Chile.
Just all over the globe.
We speak different languages, so at the same time, we all have to learn, Spanish. This is exactly how we communicate and how we learn here. We start off our pre-med year with the basic sciences in Spanish, of course. First year, we have morphology courses. So we have our morpho courses. We have our integrated medicine course.
Well, the second year of medical school here at Elam is composed of your anatomy, pathology, physiology, microbiology, and genetics class.
Also the psychological component, the social components that affect health in a very concrete manner.
There's one thing that Cuba taught us. They would always say that medicine is biopsychosocial. So it's biological, it's psychological, and it's social. It's not just based on the human body and that's it. That's not the only thing you focus on. You focus on what's going on mentally with the patient, and you focus on what's going on socially, what's going on around them in their household and their community that could be affecting their health.
It's a lot of studying, day-to-day studying. We have a lot of homework. It's medical school.
So it's been going very well. It's intense. Because of the volume of material.
Academically, it's been both very challenging, but also very motivating and very exciting.
3rd, 4th, 5th, 6 years, you spend a great deal of time at the bedside.
Here it's very, very clinical. You're with the patient. One of the key things that they teach you is to make contact with the patient. Let the patient know that you are a human being and that they are a human being and not just a sickness.
I think the highlight of studying medicine in Cuba for my family medicine rotation was being able to make those house calls. Because you actually really had a chance to put in that social aspect of healthcare and take a look at their environment and see what could be affecting their health. Because a lot of times it's something that can be prevented.
¿Cuál es la diferencia? Y lo pudiéramos comparar con el resto del mundo, de ser solidarios, ¿ya? De ser honestos, de ser compañeristas, y es uno de los valores fundamentales que debe tener todo médico, ¿ya? Cuando se termine su formación como médico de ciencia y conciencia, debe tener estos valores para ayudar así a todos los países del resto del mundo.
There's no class ranking. That's not an issue. The idea is that everybody's going to do well. And so they have a system set up where, you know, certain students who are doing really well in the class become what they called monitors, and then they would set up study sessions for the students who weren't doing as well.
Teachers would make themselves available to us 24/7, and we would have group study where we would all, you know, get together and study.
This was, let's all, you know, do well together and like really help each other. And so it was one of the first times that I actually liked school.
At the time, there were so many things that he would begin to implement.
We plan to keep the embargo on Cuba.
And so after 3 years of going through the program, studying hard, you know, this was the goal and the dream, and we thought that it was going to exist, we got the call that, okay, you guys have to leave. And we were all going crazy, like, what is going on? What's happening? From the Cuban side, all of our teachers were like, okay, this is what we'll do. We'll put your exams in order, because we were almost about 2 or 3 weeks away from our exams. And everybody started to study and was ready to do that. And so from that end, they were like, we're gonna push through it. We're gonna figure out how to make this work so that you guys will finish out this year. From the IFCO side of things, you know, we began to launch a full-out scale campaign to all of our congressional members and saying, look at this program, look at what they've managed to do in the last 3 or 4 years that they've been here. Are you going to deny our students a chance to go to medical school for free and to come back and work for the underserved communities? They began to lobby around people who said, we care about this program, we want it to exist, we want them to finish. And literally, you know, almost within a few weeks short of the next following school year, Colin Powell actually decided to allow us to continue on in our studies. So we still hadn't known up until a few weeks before whether we would be returning to finish school. And we continued our studies and, you know, went all the way through. And then 2007, that year we did it, we graduated.
Recibirán sus títulos de graduado de las ciencias médicas en La Habana 1.532 estudiantes de nuestras carreras. Estados Unidos de Norteamérica con 21 y México con 17.
I also want to thank the Commander-in-Chief, Fidel Castro. This was his dream. Esto fue su sueño. Sin este sueño, no estuviéramos aquí. Without that dream, we wouldn't be here today.
We have come through some things together here in Cuba. We have come from not speaking Spanish to dominating Spanish and learning medicine in Spanish. I mean, come on, we're pretty awesome.
To all my ancestors who worked so hard for us to accomplish what we've accomplished in our lives. Y'all don't know, but I'm a little girl from the projects. There are no university students in my family. There are no doctors in my family. And I'm so happy to be here.
We're going to change the world if we so please. Vamos, si deseamos, vamos a cambiar el mundo, este mundo. And we're going to make it a better place for everyone. Vamos a hacerlo mejor lugar para todo el mundo.
All medical school graduates, whether they graduate from U.S. programs or international programs, must take a series of tests known as the U.S. Medical Licensing Examination.
I was very, very lucky. I found a tutor, another student, and he prepared me for English-speaking tests in Spanish.
Start studying for the tests as soon as you can and try to take them as you go. I think some people wait till the end of the med school to take all the tests, and that is a big burden, and it's going to kind of delay being able to apply for the match.
It's really incredible to see that essentially after 10 years that there are well over 100 U.S. graduates of this program.
And they are currently now serving in those underserved communities throughout New York City, California, New Mexico, Mississippi, and several other regions in the U.S. And that's unheard of because here in the States, as she mentioned before, we don't have many doctors of color that are in poor communities.
Based on my training in Cuba, I could go anywhere in the world, wherever the calling, wherever the need is. If there's a disaster, wherever, I know that I can participate and be effective.
There's so many benefits to going to medical school in Cuba, the language and the fact that it's a scholarship program and how that allows me to be free at this point in my career to kind of do whatever I want without having to worry about loans.
Being debt-free, I'm truly able to help and be in communities or be in hospitals or being areas where I am needed the most.
One example is right here in New York City at the Wyckoff Heights Medical Center in Brooklyn.
We are in the middle of a underserved community. In the Brooklyn population, we see a very high rate of hypertension, diabetes, heart conditions, asthma.
This was a hospital that was in a community where the needs were tremendous. And this was a hospital where the chief medical officer really pursued us.
The LM graduates, without exception, have a philosophical sense of mission to provide care to the most disadvantaged.
It's very challenging because it is in an underserved community, but I learned so much. I'm so thankful to the patients, and I feel very connected with the community. My mother's from Brooklyn, New York, and I've had family members who have actually gone to Wyckoff hospitals. Spanish does come in handy. I speak Spanish 85% of the time that I'm at work. I speak lots of Spanish.
They are well educated. They come out, they're able to pass their exams, they're able to get into U.S. residency programs. In the residency programs I was able to directly interview, gave rave reviews about the students from Elam that have gone through their residency programs. They described them as mature, professional, dedicated, culturally sensitive, having Spanish fluency, and really devoted to primary care.
There's a very skewed way in which medical care is paid for in the U.S. Medical care is remunerated based on procedures. So if you're some very specialized person who does this tiny operation in the retina, you get a lot of money paid for each procedure that you do. And maybe you can do 10 of those procedures in an hour. Next. If you are a family practitioner and you spend 40 minutes with a 93-year-old lady who has 15 medical problems and 15 social problems, you get paid almost nothing.
The U.S. is having a deficit in doctors, and that deficit in doctors is mostly in primary care. So your family medicine, your pediatrics, your internal medicine.
Only about 5% of U.S. medical students go into primary care, 5%. That's incredibly low. It's a good living, but it may not be as high paying as some of these other specialties.
And I'm glad that I am able to be one of those physicians that can step in and be a primary care physician and fill in that gap.
I would love to go back to Newark and practice. There are a lot of diseases that are preventable, and they show up, they present later on down the line, and that's when most of the people will come to see the doctor. And I'm hoping that because I am from the community, I resemble a lot of the people in the community, that people will feel comfortable coming to me as a doctor, and earlier rather than later.
I'm interested in going back home, but I'm also interested in going wherever I'm needed.
So since I finished my residency last year, I've been part of a global health fellowship working essentially with medical students at the College of Medicine in Malawi. I was one of a group of family doctors who essentially accompanied and taught the family medicine rotation in a rural hospital. To work with the medical students there was incredibly empowering and humbling, because these were the only medical students in the entire country.
I'm getting ready to start residency in the next couple of weeks here in Chicago. My hospital is a county hospital. Like any county hospital across the country, it takes care of the uninsured, or the underserved community.
I'll be starting a job actually in another residency program as a faculty member there. So in my position as a faculty member, I'll be able to teach some of the things that I learned in Cuba to American grads also.
And I think bringing that psychosocial, the biological, psychological, and social aspect from Cuba to the U.S. will definitely be essential to this preventative medicine, community medicine tie-in that we're trying to do here in the U.S. and incorporate that into our U.S. health system.
It's our hope that as these young doctors return to the United States and are in positions of power, that they will help to revolutionize the approach to health in the United States.
We can form different communities of doctors that can impact that and change the medicine in the U.S. where people actually see us going into communities.
We can't wait for people to come see us. We have to go out and find out who's sick, and we have to treat them. And it's gonna take all of us to do it. And it's hard. This is a hard road. But we all have to bond together, and we really must go out and find, who needs help. That's our responsibility. When I was in Cuba, we didn't wait for patients. We knocked on people's doors. Are you sick? And you'd be surprised how many people we found doing that might have gone below the radar.
You should think about, what do you want in life? Is your life about making money, or is your life about trying to do good and to leave a mark on this world that can make it a better place? And I think if you have that in your heart, take a chance on Cuba.
Those who want to apply to the program, please apply. Don't be afraid.
I'm glad that I can be one of those individuals that has paved the way and let more Americans and more American programs know about ELAM and see that, hey, we're residency ready. We're doctor ready to come back to our country and serve our communities.
We're seeing the fruits of this labor. We're seeing these incredible, committed doctors, really pursuing their dreams and providing the care that's so urgently needed in communities across the U.S.
There is a new army of doctors coming that want to change the scope of medicine.
South Bronx, yo, grito viva Fidel en el nombre del Mir y de Miguel. Yo sigo pa'lante hasta siempre comandante, con mis rimas y mi arte participo con mi parte. Internacional, un chileno en el Yuma. International, Angola, junto a Cuba. Revolutionaries up in Harlem, eating Malcolm. Bay of Pigs invasion, man, we all know the outcome. Building with Mandela, building with Allende. Anticapitalista, el pueblo pobre está presente. I'm worldwide, like a Cuban doctor. Revolution is the only option.
Lo que les duele a ellos y les parece extraño es que una isla por más de 50 años siga de pie y no se deje intimidar, sin importarle el bloqueo ni la amenaza imperial. Los soviéticos se fueron, es verdad, y ante el bloqueo y la necesidad nos levantamos de aquella realidad, con poco material pero con mucha dignidad. Mi respeto para aquellos 5 hermanos, mi respeto para los médicos cubanos, mi respeto para el que nunca se dejó vender ni traicionó esta patria de Fidel. Orgullo tengo de la patria.
Greetings everyone! It is a pleasure to be with you in a new by gender broadcast, a TeleSUR space where the main premise is journalism with a gender perspective. My name is Gustavo Prada and I'll be with you for the next half an hour. Let's start our broadcast with an informative tour of the highlights of this week in terms of gender.
Switzerland hosted this year the Women's Road Cycling Championship of Afghanistan, a space in which there was much expectation regarding the visibility of the reality of Afghan women who suffered the result of the invasion of the country by US troops.
It has been very nice for me and all the women to come together, capture and remember Afghanistan. The most important thing for me is that many of the women live were saved them to the IQ and now they are all safe and can travel freely. I will be happy but also a little sad because we are all safe in another country and can ride while many women have been abandoned in Afghanistan. On the one hand, I'm sad for these abandoned women, but on the other hand, I'm happy for us. I hope this race will us as a wake-up call and get to people talking about women in Afghanistan. I hope something changes for women in Afghanistan.
Many of the people who fled Afghanistan, product of the violence that increased with the incursion of US troops, are currently persecuted by the Taliban. Several families were exiled in Iran. One of those was the athlete Adi Sada, who from Iran began to ride a bicycle and joined the Afghan national team at the age of 16. For her, this cycling race should sound the alarms of the world to publicize what happens in Afghanistan with women and that the media are more interested in the issue of women's participation in sport. The 2023 Women's Tour de France has already a date. The second edition of the competition will begin on July 23rd and end of July 30th. It is predicted that after the great success of the Tour this year, 2022, the Women's Grand Circle route in 2023 will have a route of 8 stages.
Hopefully in the future, at some point we are ready to have our own Tour de France and then it can be 3 weeks. That would be awesome. I will not experience that, but that would be awesome. But for now,
when possible, we try to keep the men's and women's route similar. That way, when men participate in a particular stage, we can say careful and believe me, I will watch out because in a few weeks, women will also be here.
After crossing the massive central and passing near the cave of Laco, the Queen's stage will take place in Pyrenees, with a sequence of ports of Aspen and Tourmalet. The finish will be judged at the top of this mythical summit at 2,110 meters and will end on July the 30th with an individual time trial of 22 kilometers, a novelty compared to the year 2022.
Last year we started in Paris because for the first edition it was important to have this transfer from men to women, but it was a bit restrictive for an 8-day race. We wanted to discover other mountain races such as the Pyrenees, which will be on this year program.
After the successful beat of renaissance of the Women's Tour, marked by its high audience of 20 million spectators on France televisions, the 2023 edition inevitably arrives with questions about its duration and its media coverage.
We have to go step by step. If we get to carry away after a single edition, we will take a step back, and that is not the goal at all. We just had the first edition, now we have to get the momentum going and take things step by step. Obviously, if something has to change.
The success of the Women's Tour de France had generated maximum expectation, which was far exceeded by those who witnessed it and by the media that covered the sporting event.
Now let's see what our production team brings us in the cultural note of this week.
The Arena Fonte Nova football stadium located in Bahia, Brazil, has become a safe space for gay fans and those part of the LGBTIQ+ community, who usually stay away from football stadiums for fear of being attacked due to their sexual orientation.
As a trans man, I feel proud and welcome to be in these stands, because Bahia has always been the people's club, and with the LGBT community it is no different. Our place is here, enjoying football and all the emotions, whether they're good.
Ruda founded the Torcida LGBT Crawler fan collective in September 2019 with the support of EC Bahia, currently a second division team which has become known for its progressive attitude. Currently, the team is awaiting a possible sale to City Group, owner of Manchester City. The fan group has only 15 members, apart from other massive groups of Brazilian fans. However, the fact that they can come to the stadium waving rainbow flags and wearing rainbow jerseys is no small feat. In other Brazilian soccer stadiums, gay fans are forced to go unnoticed to avoid homophobic chants, insults, hostile looks, and even aggression.
In some games it is very dangerous. I recently had the opportunity to watch a game in Sao Paulo, and I was scared because we didn't have the support of our organization there. It was a very important game, the Copa Sudamericana, and we chose not to go, me and the fans who were in Sao Paulo. So it is dangerous, and we have to combat this danger with effective actions. And clubs have a fundamental role in this. It is the club that deals with the grassroots of football, so they are the ones who have to think about how to deal with these issues.
Brazil registered daily violent incidents against the LGBT community. In 2021, at least 16 cases of homophobia were recorded in football stadiums, according to a report by Canarinhos LGBT, an organization of football fans that seeks to combat discrimination in sports.
Women's soccer began to be practiced more than 130 years ago. The violent nature of soccer that was considered for men did not prevent women from wanting to try it. Today, we will approach some aspects that make the Qatar World Cup one of the most inclusive.
The Qatar 2022 World Cup has not only been an extraordinary event due to the geographical location where it will be held, as it is the first time that this event is held in Arab lands, but it's accompanied by novelties that point to inclusion, having for the first time in the history of FIFA, female referees of the field. Although the organizers of this event have questioned and branded as not very inclusive, FIFA have made it clear that everyone is welcome to Qatar 2022.
Can consider Qatar as a conservative society, like my own country in Senegal. But let me tell you one thing. Qataris are the most hospitable people you can find on earth. The food is great. The tea is beautiful, and when you will be walking along this beautiful Corniche, you will see something that you have never seen before. You will see magic, you will see light, you will see flavor, you will see smiles. No matter your race, your religion, your social and sexual orientation, you are most welcome. And Qataris are ready to receive you with the best hospitality that you can imagine.
As in dozens of countries in the world, equal marriage has not been approved in Qatar. This reality that is the same of countries that preach about human rights happens the same with the issue of voluntary pregnancy death. Qatar and its culture has been pointed out in a particular way, just after the country was selected to host this sporting event held every 4 years. The media siege has been such that the government has had to denounce it publicly.
Since we earned the honor of hosting the World Cup, Qatar has been subjected to an unprecedented campaign that no host country has ever faced.
But while the tone was raised in the debate for the place that would host the World Cup, important aspects such as the participation of women in this sport that have been exclusive to men until Qatar 2022 was also invisible, because although it is usual to see referees in women's football tournaments, It was not until Qatar 2022 in which for the first time women refereed the Men's World Cup.
Curse. When I first heard the news of being chosen to referee the World Cup, I felt incredible. I felt the pressure, but also feel a lot of joy to have the opportunity to feel this pressure and have this responsibility. That is what I need to focus on, and it is positive. I felt very excited because the World Cup is the most important event in the world of sport. Not only soccer is important, I'm very proud to represent France at the World Cup, as well as for the French refereeing. I'm very honored to have been elected.
The French Stephanie Frappart is one of the 3 women chosen to referee in Qatar 2022 and one of the athletes who has campaigned for women to be recognized for their skills and not for their gender.
I've always campaigned for us women to be recognized for our abilities and not necessarily for our gender. If women have the skills, we should also give the opportunity to succeed.
In total, 36 people will referee this World Cup. Of them, only 3 are women. That is less than 10%. However, it's still a fact without precedents in the history of FIFA.
We have gone a long way since 2019. It is no longer surprising to see women refereeing men's matches regardless of country or country. It is consistent with what have been done before a little more in the highlight.
And although there has been great progress in the world of refereeing, the presence of women in sport has been a long-standing battle and challenge in every country in the world.
That normally told me what guys can do, ladies cannot. And I want to fight that battle, and I'm on it right now to show my dad that, to prove to him that what guys can do, ladies can do too much better.
There is no difference between men's and women's football. Whether I work in Japan or abroad, I don't feel any difference. And there is nothing that changes in where we go to much better home.
That the dispute for the ball in the most important event in football now includes women is the most important precedent for athletes who have waited for decades, but it's also a point of reference for the new generations who, with the participation of the referees in 2022, have a starting point in this history of inclusion that is just beginning to be written.
In India, women have won one of the battles for equality in sports. It's about cricketers who achieved parity with men in that sport. Let's learn more about this story.
Cricket Control Board in India celebrates major achievements for women athletes, who consider the new era of gender equality in the nation's favorite sport. The information was published by the Secretary of the Board through a tweet. I'm pleased to announce the first step at BCCI to address discrimination. We are implementing a pay equity policy for our at BCCI Mujeres contract cricketers, a new era of gender equality in cricket. Indian cricketers will be paid the same rate as men. International cricketers from India will be paid the same match fee as men. Pay equity was my commitment to our cricketers, and I thank the Apex Council for their support. Although considered an achievement, Shah did not, however, report changes to the system of contracts in place in Indian cricket, where men's salary far exceed those of women. The match fee for male and female cricketers will be the same. Now they will receive 1.5 million rupees for each tryout, according to media reports. This is a nearly four-fold increase for women in tryout matches. For the 2020-21 season, the contracts of the top-ranked men, such as Virat Kohli, were worth around 70 million rupees. This is almost 14 times what women get at the highest level. In addition to this equal pay, it was recently announced that it would host the first edition of the Women's Cricket League in 2023, an important step ahead of the Women's World Cup to be hosted by India in 2025.
In our special note of the week, we want to show you the announcement made by FIFA about the Women's World Cup 2023 that will take place from July 20 to August 20 at the Sydney Stadium in Australia. Let's see it.
FIFA President Gianni Infantino has predicted that the 9th edition of the FIFA Women's World Cup will not only be the biggest and the best in history, but will also be a space for broad inclusion in terms of nationality, background, gender and sexual orientation.
When it comes to the World Cup, well, you know, we welcome everyone in Australia, New Zealand, and we welcome everyone exactly the same in Qatar next month. I said it, I repeat it. We can ensure that everyone is welcome in Qatar. We can ensure that whatever nationality, background, gender, sexual orientation, everyone is welcome in Qatar.
For the first time in the history of the FIFA Women's World Cup, 32 nations from the 6 confederations will compete in the finals for the title of World Champion, and in line. The expansion of the competition offers more opportunities and growth of women's football.
Women's Club World Cup, it's under discussion right now. We'll see what kind of format we can bring up, but it's certainly an event that can be hosted by New Zealand, especially if the next World Cup will be a success, which is what we are sure it will be. It will be the best. The biggest already we know, because it's 32 teams. We never had a bigger one, but it will be the best ever when I see the welcoming way you are dealing with guests in this country.
The FIFA Women's World Cup Australia New Zealand 2023 begins on July 20th and lasts for a month, as the final is scheduled for August 20 at Sydney's Australia Stadium.
Interesting topic, and as diversity includes us all, in our segment dedicated to men who are also affected by the patriarchal system, we express our opinions and contributions to dismantle it. Let's see the topic we'll address in our segment, New Masculinities.
The incorporation of men in family planning appeared at the 1994 International Conference on Population and Development, where it was intended to establish an equitable role in birth control. However, men's participation in contraception has been very limited, due to the fear of a decrease in manhood, virility or sexual capacity, but also the ignorance of the advantages of contraceptive methods for men.
It comes as a surgery that is usually involuntary, that means that the person is operating that day goes home. It's done with local anesthesia and it usually lasts more or less 10 minutes. It consists of interrupting the vas deferens where the sperm passes to that there is not operating the same semen, and the offers we usually give a 5 days medical leave where the man must have later field activity and then go back to his normal activities. After the vasectomy, the man is continue planning during 3 months until he gets test done, that is called a sperm round.
Vasectomy is a safer and more affordable option than female procedures such as tubal ligation. But there has been few countries in the world where more men than women undergo sterilization operations to avoid having children. In addition, the risk of dying during surgery is about 3 times higher for women.
Most men resume their daily life 72 hours after the procedure. There are many myths around the vasectomy. Of the most common is sexual dysfunction. And of course, it is not proven that vasectomy generates prostate cancer.
Studies refer to the power sterilization campaigns on women. However, men do not usually access these practices due to the lack of guidance, such as the example of Ghana and Tanzania, that in 2014 government-sponsored vasectomy campaigns showed that the number of male volunteers for the operation grew as soon as the information problems were addressed.
Let us say that if we compare it with tubectomy, that is women's surgery, it is a much less invasive technique, because in tubectomy, what is performed laparoscopically, generally anesthesia is needed. It is a slightly more morbid procedure that also has a very good rate of success, but in men it is a procedure a little faster and simpler. Sometimes people compare it to other types of surgery. There are surgical castration that is performed on other types of patients, that is removing the testicles. In vasectomy, we do not touch the testicle. The testicle remains the same. The testicle continues to produce the same hormones, the person continues with his normal sexual function.
Sterilization is a procedure of many controversies, but is also a tool that, if used massively, allows to control the future of the population.
In our recommendation of the week, we bring you Las Diablillas documentary, which explores and makes visible the work of a Mayan women's softball team that, in addition to gender stereotypes, also challenges cultural stereotypes about this population.
The sports documentary Las Diablillas is the audiovisual work of a group of indigenous women from the Maya community in the state of Quintana Roo, Mexico. Showing the talent for the sport of a group of male softball players who organized to break the gender stereotype. The audiovisual piece glimpses the history of these women who also belong to the traditional Mayan culture, in which women occupy different roles, but none is related to sports. The documentary, which is available on www.mlb.com, shows women in action and also gives a glimpse on how made traditional dresses worn by indigenous women in Mexico, which they wear as uniform and which reflect pride in their ancestral roots. In addition, the audiovisual work was recorded in the original Mayan language, one of dozens of indigenous languages spoken in Mexico and subtitled in English.
With this information, we say goodbye. Remember that on our website, www.telesurenglish.net, you can see this and other broadcasts, as well as on our YouTube channel, Congeniero Telesur. Thanks for joining us. We leave you with good music. See you in the next delivery of By Gender.
Comienza a silbar, de vuelta a la fe, el himno de mi verdad, como el agua de llover, el día encendó y mi corazón, estamos remando con los pies, el mundo se moverá, de tanta ilusión que ve.
In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR.
The story goes, you're gonna make it if you
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR. Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
The International Court of Justice ruled that Bolivia and Chile have equal rights over the use of the waters of the Silala River. The president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, warned that his Ukrainian counterpart, Volodymyr Zelensky, is trying to involve NATO troops in the conflict. Israeli forces killed 3 more Palestinian citizens in Jenin, northern Palestine. From the headquarters of TeleSUR English in Havana, Cuba, this is From the South. I'm your anchor, Gladys Quesada, and these are the news. The International Court of Justice delivered its judgment on the dispute between Bolivia and Chile, ruling that the use of the waters of the Silala is international. The president of the court, Judge John E. Donahue, read the sentence, indicating that the International Court had no doubts about the international status of the waters of the Silala. The judge also noted the court established that both nations have the same right to an equitable and reasonable use of this water resource. The dispute goes back to 1996, when Bolivian authorities accused Chile of artificially deviating the waters, going back and forth with the legal feud until Thursday's ruling. Bolivian President Luis Arce Catacora has revealed that the country's sale of potassium chloride and lithium carbonate as of November this year amounted to close to $61 million, which is more than twice the revenues of 2021. The president made the announcement through his Twitter account, saying Bolivia tries to turn the evaporate sector into another pillar of the country's economy. Bolivia has started up industrial-scale potassium chloride plants and has also launched pilot plants for lithium carbonate and batteries to be sold both domestically and abroad. Bolivia's hydrocarbons ministry says the country exports potassium chloride to Brazil, Chile, and Peru, and that it sells lithium carbonate to Russia and China. In Colombia, President Gustavo Petro has apologized to victims of massacres committed by paramilitaries in La Granja in 1996 and El Aro in 1997 in the department of Antioquia. He described the incidents as genocides in which the government took part either by action or by omission, Speaking at the opening ceremony of the Museum of Memory, Pedro, on behalf of the Colombian government, asked victims' relatives for forgiveness. He said the victims were humble, hardworking people who were killed for no reason. He recalled that in 2006, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, the Colombian state responsible for those killings, and required Colombian authorities to investigate the facts to find and prosecute those responsible. Pedro regretted that public recognition of what happened took more than 16 years, and he promised to do everything he can so the victims of violence get compensation.
I must apologize to all the victims, relatives, and the victims who are not with us because they were murdered by the state. A murder state Constitution politics of 1991.
Ecuador's government declared on Thursday a 3-month health emergency because of the outbreaks of bird flu after a wave of cases led to tens of millions of poultry being slaughtered in Europe and the United States. The bird flu outbreak was first detected over the weekend at a poultry farm in the province of Cotopaxi, south of the country's capital, Quito, sparking quarantine efforts across potentially infected areas. The Agriculture Ministry said some 180,000 birds in the area were said to be slaughtered to prevent the spread of the virus. The government stated that the bird flu does not pose a risk to people's health and has guaranteed the safety of consuming eggs and chicken meat. And according to the Peruvian National Forestry and Wildlife Service, the highly contagious H5N1 avian flu has killed thousands of pelicans, blue-footed boobies, and other seabirds in the country. The current bird flu outbreak began in Canada and spread to the United States, which has seen a record of 50 million avian deaths, according to the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Peru first issued a health alert last Thursday after confirming 3 cases of H5B1 in pelicans, and since then, thousands have been found dead in coastal areas. On Thursday, the Peruvian Congress will decide on whether to admit a 3rd motion of vacancy against President Pedro Castillo for debate. This vacancy motion is promoted by opposition figures and deputies. Congress President Jose Williams publicly announced the new vacancy motion and said the president had already been notified. The plenary speakers board decided that, in case that the debate is approved, President Castillo will be summoned to defend himself on December the 12th. According to Parliament regulations, the motion requires at least 40% of the votes in the Congress to be passed. Peruvian health workers mobilized on Thursday to demand better funding for the sector. Specialists, technicians, and health workers requested the government to double or triple the financing to guarantee medicines, surgeries, and hospital attention in the country. The leader of Paraguay's National Union of Physicians, Rosana Gonzalez, pointed out that the budget is not enough to cover the rest of the year, including the amount corresponding to labor rights for salary increase. She also acknowledged that recent mobilizations were held around Congress headquarters and requested support from all officials and employees from health institutions. Let's take a short break, but first, remember you can follow us on our TikTok account at TeleSUR English, in which you will be able to see news in different formats, news updates, and more. Other stories coming up, stay with us.
Experience the Qatar World Cup with Carlos Montero, and through our social networks, become a protagonist of this exciting experience. From the field, only on TeleSUR.
This is Carlos Montero from Doha, Qatar. Every 40 years, the world get together to celebrate soccer, the most important part in the whole world. I hope you join us every day. We are going to have a half an hour special program with all those people.
El mundo se mueve constantemente y todos los días se generan nuevos sucesos. Se mueve la geopolítica mundial. Nos preguntamos qué hay detrás de cada acontecimiento, cuáles son las consecuencias y cómo nos afectan. Ante estas preguntas, buscaremos poner el punto en la I.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR.
Welcome back to From the South. The follow-up and verification commission of the agreements reached in Mexico between the Venezuelan government and the sector of the opposition met on Thursday to set a date for the approved funds to be released. This was confirmed by Venezuelan President Nicolás Maduro Moros at a press conference with international media. Maduro said he expects that at the beginning and at the meeting it will be determined when the $3 billion being withheld will be released. Maduro said that as established in the agreement, that money will be used to finance projects on electricity, education, water, health, and mitigation of damages caused by heavy rains this year in Las Tejerías and El Castaño regions. Cuba's State Council has called for general elections for deputies to the National Assembly of People's Power for the next 5-year term. Following provisions on the Constitution and Electoral Law numbers 127 of July 13th and 2019, the State Council has agreed to convene these elections for next March 26, 2023. They say that once the elections are over, the National Electoral Council will announce the results. Will be the second elections by the new electoral law under 2019 Constitution. The first one was held this past Sunday, October 27th, for municipal assembly delegates. In Haiti, gang members have killed at least 12 people and burned down houses in a town near the capital, Port-au-Prince. According to the mayor of the town of Cabaret, Joseph Jensen, Guillaume, police and residents forced gangsters out of the town several days ago, but they returned and attacked. Much of the Caribbean nation is controlled by powerful armed groups that have been targeting Cabaret and other towns for months. After President Jovenel Moïse was assassinated in July 2021, political instability increased, leading to a spiraling economic crisis. The volatility led to gangs taking more control and becoming more powerful, while thousands of people have fled the country. Now we move on to other topics. The president of Belarus, Alexander Lukashenko, warned that his Ukrainian counterpart, Volodymyr Zelensky, is trying to involve NATO troops in the conflict. The Belarusian president pointed out that Ukraine is trying to drag NATO forces into the war under any pretext, while denouncing an increase in actions aimed at provoking the Belarusian forces near the border. Lukashenko assured that his country is trying to contain potential adversaries from using force against the country. However, he considered it necessary to constantly monitor the signals indicating that some kind of aggression against the nation is being prepared. For its part, the Belarusian Defense Ministry registered an increase in the number of troops from the bloc on its borders, a situation that Lukashenko considered strains the situation in the area and in the region as a whole. The United States Army awarded Raytheon Technologies a $1.2 billion contract to deliver 6 more National Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile Systems, plus equipment and support services to Ukraine. The contract brings the U.S. government's total order for NASAMS batteries to aid to help the Ukrainian military counter missile threats and drone attacks. Raytheon Missiles and Defense Unit has delivered to Washington the first 2 NASAM batteries as part of the 3rd Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative package. According to a Department of Defense notice, the contract work will take place in Tewksbury, Massachusetts through November 28, 2025. The president of the National Assembly of People's Power, Cuba's parliament, Esteban Lasso Hernandez, met on Thursday with Russian parliament authorities while paying an official visit to the Russian Federation. The Cuban government official met with the chairwoman of the Federation Council, Valentina Matvienko, and addressed the plenary session. Lasso also met with the chairman of the State Duma, Vyacheslav Volodin, and discussed the excellent status of bilateral relations between the governments and parliaments of Cuba and Russia. Both parties signed the Act of Constitution of the Commission for Cooperation between the State Duma of the Russian Federation and the National Assembly of the People's Power of the Republic of Cuba, and agreed to hold their first session in February 2023 in Havana. In Spain, there is growing concern over new envelopes with explosives which have been mailed to 5 state institutions. Forensics found 5 brown envelopes with similar characteristics mailed from within the country, but authorities dismissed raising the anti-terrorist alert level. According to the Interior Ministry, Prime Minister Pedro Sánchez received an envelope with pyrotechnic material on November 24th, but his security team managed to disarm it. Also, a Spanish arms manufacturer, the Ukrainian embassy in Madrid, and an airbase in the Spanish capital, and most recently, the country's defense ministry, all received suspicious packages as well. All the bomb letters were intercepted, except the one bound for the Ukrainian embassy, an incident already under investigation. And December the 1st marks World AIDS Day, as every year since 1988, with its 2022 edition dedicated to equality for people living with the virus, as minorities, girls and women and other neglected communities need more access to healthcare services. This is a day to celebrate life, to fight prejudices and raise awareness on these conditions and its social repercussions. And we have more news coming up after a final short break, so stay with us.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Sean todos muy bienvenidos a Vidas. Hay lugares donde el arte se unifica con el orgullo de los pueblos. Y esos lugares están llenos de colores, alegría, pasión, tradiciones, arraigo, valor y entrega.
Real Life. Fridays. Only on TeleSUR.
This is Carlos Montero from the beautiful city of Doha in Qatar. We are getting ready for the most important part in the whole world, the World Cup 2022. This is going to be the king. and you are going to be able to see all the details of that important tournament. And we have a show every day, half an hour, showing us this.
Every year, thousands of people leave their homeland to reach new horizons. A reality of those people who struggle for their freedom. Know the diverse causes of those who live between borders. Thursdays, only on TeleSUR.
Welcome back to From the South. On Thursday, Israeli forces killed 3 more Palestinian citizens in Jenin, northern Palestine. The new attack in the refugee settlement took the lives of Naim Jamal al-Zubaydi, 27 years old, and Muhammad Ayman al-Sadi, 26 years old. Another young Palestinian, Muhammad Tawif, also 26 years old, died in hospital from wounds received in Jubad. The onslaught of the occupying troops is steadily escalating. Last Tuesday, they've killed 5 young men, and since the beginning of the year, according to the East Monitor, 205 Palestinians have been executed. Hossein al-Sheikh, secretary of the Executive Committee of the Liberation of Palestine organization, has described some of these killings as heinous crimes. The United Nations General Assembly renewed the adoption of a resolution calling on the Israeli occupation forces to fully withdraw from the occupied Syrian Golan. The text calls the Israeli forces to retrieve to the territorial line established on June 4th, 1967, in implementation of the relevant Security Council resolutions. 92 countries voted in favor of the resolution entitled the Syrian Golan, and 8 countries did so against the draft, while 65 countries abstained. The resolution stipulated that the decision on Israel on December 14, 1981, to impose its law and jurisdiction on the occupied Golan in Syria is null and void and has no legitimacy at all, as confirmed by the Security Council in its resolution 497 of 1981. Now we move on to other topics. In China, top authorities are holding a consultation with local experts to improve COVID-19 measures. Chinese First Deputy Minister Sun Xunlan said it is important to constantly optimize the country's response to COVID-19. Sun made the remarks at the National Health Commission, where she listened to the opinions and suggestions given by experts to improve measures to contain the epidemic. She said that over the past 3 years, the Central Committee of China's Communist Party and the State Council have put the health and safety of the people first and have effectively addressed the uncertainties caused by COVID-19. And the president of Argentina, Alberto Fernandez, greeted the victory of the Argentine football team against Poland at the FIFA World Cup in Qatar. In his Instagram account, shortly after the 2-0 victory over Poland, the head of state posted a message of encouragement for La Scaloneta. He thanked the team and the coaching staff for their efforts, talent, and generosity by bringing another great joy to the Argentine people with the new victory. The South American latest win gave them the ticket to the round of 16. You can follow the details of the matches through our multi-platform. And just as the hearts of millions of fans live the emotions of the Qatar 2022 World Cup, TeleSUR joins this sporting event with From the Field, a show that brings news, analysis, reviews, and more to our audience. Don't miss it. Our show airs 1 p.m. local time in Caracas and 12 p.m. New York. Remember, From the Field, only on TeleSUR. And we have come to the end of this news brief. But remember, you can find these and many other stories on our website at telesurenglish.net. And also, if you feel so inclined, please join us on social media for all the latest news. We are on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Telegram, and TikTok. For TeleSUR English, I'm your anchor, Gladys Quesada. Thank you for watching.
It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR. We share your feelings, exalt your accomplishments, and show your reality. Our approach is global and keeps us in tune with the peoples. Caribbean countries also get our signal. With enthusiasm, we will continue to broadcast for them. Because we are TeleSUR, the news broadcaster from South America and the Caribbean. In a world that doesn't stop, we give you space to keep up to date. Take a moment, breathe, and take care of your physical and mental health. Balance your well-being and guide your body. Only on TeleSUR. It is our duty to reverse the damage we cause to the planet. Let's recover our natural ecosystems with actions in defense of the environment. Let's keep fighting for a greener world. Wednesdays, only on TeleSUR.
The story goes, you're gonna make it if you state to divide and rule the working class, to keep us broken, not building anew. Lessons of history revealed, organize or be displaced. The rulers have no solutions, only violence, wars and jails. Stick together and fight for your just claims. Workers united will prevail. Oh, say can't you see Rome is over? Oh, build a new, I'll build a new. Oh, build a new, I'll build a new. Oh, build a new, I'll build a new.
Ten cuidado que está muy irregular el terreno. En una formulación muy mexicana podrías decir que Santana buscaba la gloria a lo pendejo. En enero de 1836, Santana llega al río Nueces mientras Urrea prosigue con su columna, pero ya está en Texas. Y curiosamente está en Texas sin que los tejanos hayan advertido su llegada. No tienen idea. No tiene idea, no hay flujo de información. Hasta que no recibe a las fuerzas derrotadas de Cos, ¿sí? No sabe qué es la insurrección tejana. Al principio debe haberla visto como un grupo de aventureros, pequeño, no trascendente. Luego le cuentan que tomaron San Antonio, ya la dimensión del asunto es más preocupante. Santana no es tonto, está continuamente preocupado de los norteamericanos tienen la mano metida o no la tienen metida. ¿Dónde está el ejército norteamericano? Cuando capturan tejanos, las primeras preguntas es, ¿dónde está el general Gaines? ¿No? Pues Santana está previendo la posibilidad de meterse en una encerrona y confrontar de repente con un ejército muy bisoño al ejército norteamericano, además en territorio donde no tiene puntos de apoyo. Entonces no tiene idea. Entre las muchas historias falsas que se cuentan sobre el Álamo hay una bien bonita y además reiterada por varios testimonios. Un niño cuenta que un día antes de que llegara el ejército santanista, su papá le dijo que había visto a Santana espiando porque había un fandango, una fiesta, y entonces Santana estaba ahí. Pero en esa versión, no sé, es muy preciso. Hay otros dos testimonios que dicen que no solo entró un día antes de que llegara su ejército, entró a San Antonio para espiar, sino que se disfrazó. Y la más precisa dice que hasta bailó en el fandango. Lo que pasa es que no se sostienen, porque los diarios de guerra de los que lo estaban acompañando en estos momentos lo sitúan a muchos kilómetros todavía fuera de San Antonio. De cualquier manera, no por falsa no deja de ser bonita eso que un día antes de iniciarse el cerco de San Antonio, la toma de San Antonio y el cerco del Álamo, Santana haya entrado a San Antonio para bailar un rato, ¿no?
Oh, come on.
Pops, right?
Hi. Now, you all the Argentine group? Yes, glad you're here. Welcome to Texas. Yes, welcome to Texas Independence Party, and remember the Alamo Party.
And now a quick word from John Wayne.
Folks ask me, what is a hero? Well, I'm not a real hero. Well, I'm just an actor, fella. But I think I know what a hero is. Well, a hero's a fella. Well, he may be scared to death, but he'll saddle up and ride out anyway.
Back in 1836, Houston said to Travis, get some volunteers and go fortify the Alamo. Hank came from Texas and from old Tennessee. Travis to fight for the right to be free.
I am representing Toribio Lozoya. You have the distinction of being both born with the to the Alamo and dying there as well.
Travis told them that day, if you want, you can leave now. Those who fight to the death, let them stay. In the sand, he drew a line with his army saber. Out of 189, only one wouldn't cross the line with his band. In the dawn's golden
Remember the Alamo.
and he'll take his hat off slowly to the men of Alamo.
Se dice que salía el sol y que en esos momentos los cascos de los dragones brillaban al sol. Y se inicia el proceso del cerco. Para Santana, tomar San Antonio fue cuestión de pasar, simplemente entrar, sonreír y saludar. No hay ningún combate y muy pronto se produce el primer parlamento.
All occupants of the mission will leave at once. If this order is not followed with dispatch, there will be no quarter given.
I hate to say anything good about that long-winded jackanapes, but he does know the short way to start a war.
¿De qué le sirve 4.000 kilómetros recorridos en las peores condiciones, bajo nieve, sufriendo, con un ejército desgastado, hambriento, si luego no utiliza la sorpresa?
Le dije, vamos a disparar para este lado.
¿Para cuál lado?
Para el lado.
The Mexican perspective? We shoot that side.
Is this what you want to see?
This is the long one?
Yes, the long rifle.
Heavy. The distance of the long rifle, the accurate distance to hit.
200 yards.
200 yards, instead of 150 of the brown bass or something like that.
50 yards. That would be all you could depend on, would be 50 yards.
Yeah, that's very good. There are lots of things in this. The first one is that the Mexican army, they haven't shoot. This is the first time.
Yes.
How, and the way they shoot, no? Usually they come all together, the Napoleon way.
Yes.
Yeah, come up
Napoleonic
together,
tactics.
and then at 50 yards, it is charge.
Yes.
Huge, which be a lot of noise and a lot of bullets at the same time together. But in order to get to so close, you have to be so close. And then a long rifle could get you 100 yards.
But
Twice.
But on the morning of March the 6th,
There was,
done in the dark.
there was night, of course.
So,
that's why Santana decided night.
Yeah, whatever advantage this rifle had was gone. And
Yeah.
not only that, I don't know what your research has showed, but mine has showed that at best, no more than 25% of the defenders had rifles. The rest of them were armed with muskets.
Well, but at the same time, they had more than one.
Yes.
Because they were all that was left by course.
That is right.
They have more than one, and maybe more than two, some of them.
Yes. I
That
agree.
means that they don't have they have a lot of time to charge, discharge, and they can shoot 3 times. The trouble is in the night that doesn't work.
No.
Beautiful weapon.
Thank you.
Beautiful. You done it?
Yes, I did.
Wow.
Thank you. I'll show you one of the others. I did not build the brown bess, but I have my cap lock. I built it, and I'll show you that in a minute.
Sí, la noche es la clave. Por eso Santana decide la noche, para evadir la diferencia que les da a los defensores la distancia de tiro. Bonito trabajo, ¿no? Está construido a mano. Wow.
This is the brown bess. And when you look at the brown bess as compared to the American long rifle, you can see this is obviously a military weapon, while this is a civilian sporting rifle.
Yeah, you're right.
At close quarters, the musket was the superior arm.
You can put the bayonet in this, you cannot put it in this.
No.
But the bayonet made the difference in the end.
Yes.
Because el rifle largo no puede llevar bayoneta. Entonces te sirve para disparar a mucha mayor distancia que el brown bess, pero no te sirve para el combate cuerpo a cuerpo.
Even if I have a tomahawk and a good Bowie knife, you still got the reach on me. It was no contest. And it wasn't one side auto against one defender. It was 2 or 3 or 5 or 6 side autos against one defender.
Yeah.
And it was over within seconds.
Okay, let's see how it shoots.
Okay, let's see how it shoots. Do you mind holding on?
No, I don't shoot arms.
Okay.
I'm a civilian Mexican that doesn't shoot. Let's go and see. That's not beautiful for a Mexican.
No, not good at all. Not good at all. or anybody else you might be mad at. Not a good day. Not a good day.
It's not comfortable. Thank you very much. Pérdida del cerco, Santana se acerca a caballo, contempla la perspectiva y cuelga una bandera roja. Símbolo de que no habrá perdón, a the way. Y empieza a sonar un toque de trompeta que en el ejército mexicano se usaba para identificar a the way, o sea, no habrá perdón y aquel que sea capturado será pasado por las armas instantáneamente. Los defensores están desconcertados, Bowie se enferma en esos momentos, parece ser que de una tifoidea y unas fiebres muy altas lo tiran a la cama y Travis se queda solo como el único jefe. Hay unos escarceos, combates de artillería, la distancia es muy corta entre San Antonio. Santana con toda calma va tomando disposiciones, acerca un poco la artillería, no tiene una artillería de sitio, con lo cual no puede derribar los muros de piedra. Pero además en la cabeza de Santana no está destruir y abrir una brecha en la pequeña fortificación que es el Álamo. En la cabeza de Santana está organizar un gran ataque con todas sus fuerzas de infantería. En los últimos días del sitio, los alamoístas y las versiones que se producen después de la batalla del Álamo cuentan una historia. Esta historia es que Travis concentra a los defensores, traza con su espada una línea en la arena y dice, esta es la última oportunidad, los que se quieran ir que se vayan, los demás se quedan aquí y vamos a morir. Sacaron a Bowie de una de los cuartitos donde estaba muriéndose de tifoidea, lo sacaron en un cáter, lo trajeron y lo pusieron aquí y entonces Bowie dijo, yo me quedo. La historia no se sostiene, como tantas otras de las historias del Álamo que se caen en pedazos y que tienden a establecer el delirio heroico de la defensa del Álamo. No hubo tal raya en la arena, ¿sí? Y no hubo Bowie viniendo en camilla a decir que él se quedaba. Los debates sobre el número de defensores del Álamo han sido enconados. A lo largo de años, los alamoístas han discutido cuántos defensores tenía el Álamo, como si 10 más o 10 menos hiciera la diferencia. Así como se ha exagerado el número de soldados que venían con Santana, se ha disminuido el número de defensores del Álamo. La pregunta es, ¿qué tanta conciencia tenía Travis, que estaba ya al mando en los últimos días del sitio, de que los refuerzos no iban a llegar? Si ves la correspondencia, no solo en las fechas en las que se produce, sino en las fechas en que se recibe, hasta los últimos días estuvo esperando que el ejército que estaba reuniendo Houston se concentrara y llegara. ¿Era eso o el que no solo Santana era víctima de delirio de grandeza y venía a ser su gran demostración de cómo acabar con los filibusteros y librarse de ese penoso incidente, esa cosa menor, como él diría en sus memorias, que había sucedido en Texas, sino Travis también era víctima de este delirio de grandeza? Sus cartas continuamente repetían libertad o muerte, etcétera, etcétera. Travis había decidido convertirse en el primer héroe de la independencia tejana.
Mr. Travis Edley.
Thank you, John. To the people of Texas and all Americans in the world, fellow citizens and compatriots, I am besieged by 1,000 or more of the Mexicans under Santa Anna. I have sustained a continual bombardment and cannonade for 24 hours and have not lost a man. The enemy has demanded us surrender at discretion. Otherwise, the garrison will be put to the sword if the fort is taken. I have answered their demand with a cannon shot, and our flag still waves proudly from the walls. I shall never surrender or retreat. Then I call on you, in the name of liberty, of patriotism, and everything dear to the American character, to come to our aid with all dispatch. The enemy is receiving reinforcements daily, and will no doubt increase to 3,000 or 4,000 in 4 or 5 days. If this call is neglected, I am determined to sustain myself as long as possible, and die like a soldier who never forgets what is due his own honor, and that is his own country. Victory or death!
En la noche del 5 de marzo, Santana emite la orden de ataque. Decide no esperar a la artillería pesada, lo cual hubiera sido la manera fácil de acabar con el Álamo, sino lanzar un ataque de infantería. Decide hacerlo de noche, probablemente para evadir el fuego de los rifles largos y la artillería que defendía el Álamo, pero con el enorme riesgo de que en la noche sus propias tropas se disparen unas a otras.
Listen, are you shooting this? Yeah. Oh, well, let me take my glasses off. Okay. Here, you want to do this? Listen. Okay. Anyway.
And you've been doing this research for many times?
About 15 years.
15 years
15
doing
years.
research about ghosts?
We created a company here in town to do research about paranormal activity. And our goal was to create new equipment to help people see ghosts.
And you have some of that equipment there?
Yes.
Can we see it?
Sure.
We can see that one camera with it.
Okay.
And have you seen once or twice?
Oh, many times.
Many times?
Many times, yes. Ghost hunting is like fishing. If you go the same place every day for 15 years, 350 days a year, you're going to catch a fish. It's cold.
Tipo azul
People
es
are
un
gonna
fantasma. And where has this been
It's
taken?
over there in the window. I think his name is Antonio Fuentes.
Lo que pasa es que está usando una cámara que registra calor. Y en esa medida se supone que, según su teoría, los fantasmas recogen energía de la electricidad, de los cables, y entonces tienen formas corpóreas.
Antonio Fuentes was arrested for theft, and they put him in one of the jail cells. He was not here voluntarily. They threw him in jail for stealing, the story that I heard. And we started calling his name, Antonio. And he actually started coming out on the thermal camera 2 or 3 times a week.
Why the Alamo is getting so paranormal activity?
There's a number of reasons. The people died here. They died before their time. They died of violent death.
But that usually happens everywhere.
That happens everywhere, all over, exactly.
But why here? Don't worry, the camera doesn't exist.
I know you edited it, but okay. I just had it on the tip of my tongue. Okay. Okay, yeah, people die of violent death. They died before their time. Oh, also, a battlefield is a place of great emotion. which is also something we find a lot of ghosts in theaters, because it's a place of great emotion.
I like
Hospitals.
I like that. Me gusta lo de la tensión emocional que reúne este lugar y la abundancia de material mítico de formas por demás extrañas, digamos.
We discovered about 3 years ago that instead of having everybody call him, just get the ladies to call him. And he comes out even more.
Si lo llamaban señoras, pues Antonio aparecía con más frecuencia. Eso le pasa a algunas gentes que yo conozco en México. Si le dicen papi chulo, Antonio se acerca.
Now the Alamo is giving off quite a bit of heat. You see the
But
two people?
if I put myself here, you can get it, no? Okay, I'm not a phantom. I know I'm not a phantom.
Because you're red.
Because I'm red. When I got blue, that means that it's not a traditional heat of a human being, but...
Exactly.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have you heard of the 666 on the Alamo?
A las 5:30 de la madrugada, según el diario del Monte, sonó el clarín que daba la orden de combate y inició la aproximación a las 4 columnas. Los soldados toman disposición cercana al Álamo y finalmente tendrán que caminar 300 pasos hasta entrar en contacto con las paredes. 3 de las columnas traen escaleras, barras para subirse a los muros y deciden no atacar la zona de la empalizada, que sería la manera más fácil de acceder. Y pide a los soldados que se quiten de encima las cosas que puedan hacer ruido y a las 5:30 de la mañana comienza el combate. This is the north, right?
Yep. Duque was coming against the middle of the north wall. Travis's.
La heroica muerte de Travis es verdaderamente accidental. Se supone que al grito, ahí vienen los mexicanos, coge su escopeta, viene para acá, se asoma y se acabó Travis. La segunda que atacaría en ángulo, que es la de Cos, que pide estar, después de la vergüenza de lo que había pasado en San Antonio, pide estar en una de las columnas, dirigiéndola al general.
The reserves were about 250 yards out there, probably about where the top of that hill was, except there was no hill.
Yeah.
They were, and Santa Anna was there with his command.
El Estado Mayor.
Yeah. Romero was coming against the east side of the fort. Romero was attacking probably cannon positions, which would have been on the back corner of the courtyard back here.
La tercera columna entonces atacaría por aquí, la de Romero. También enfrentando una pared de edificios donde había sin duda artillería. Y la primera on the church, right?
Right. Suddenly you had men coming in this way, Santa Anna throwing in the reserves, and men coming over the wall there, and then Romero came back around this way and came over what was probably a very low wall back here.
And took the cannons.
And took the cannon there.
And reverted the cannons.
Well, no, because that was behind the long barrack. It would have been here
where they reverted the cannons.
Sure, they brought him down.
The Bowie place that he has been told so much, where he stayed the last minutes of his life.
Would have been right next to the gate, based on the best information we have at this point, which is all the Mexican side, saying that it was